Now we're
Now we're
going
live.
there. You're
Excellent.
alive. That's me. And you two. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Technology.
Yeah.
Hello.
What's
All right.
up, you dingleberries? And demonetized immediately.
Yes.
Is Dingleberry a swear?
I don't know. Who even knows? Most
feel
of
like
my
it
live
will
be
streams these days
someday.
get demonetized right after. It's always limited, and I don't even know why most of the times. Probably because I say curse words all the time, like ours.
I mean, I suppose a Dingleberry is a pretty disgusting thing, but something isn't immediately demonetizable because it's disgusting, right? I mean, there's medical terms for a lot of disgusting things.
Absolutely.
Like exudate is pus.
Ugh.
Ooh,
Nasty.
that's almost worse.
Hasn't been a minute. We talked about dingleberries and pus. That's a strong start. A strong start, I
Yeah.
would say.
I've been having to deal with pus all week because my cat has conjunctivitis.
Oh no.
That's the medical term for pink eye.
Yeah.
That's not what. Are you like a medic or something? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's one of the things I do.
Oh my god. Hey Chad, what's going on? Finally caught a Forgenheimer alive. Well, you didn't catch one because there hasn't been one since Mission Impossible. that's
Possible missionable.
that is why. Yeah, it's been a bit. I mean, I meant to do a Forge on Blue Beetle, but then, well, for anyone who isn't aware, my grandma passed away sadly at some about 2 weeks ago, so that was a
Sorry,
bit
man.
more important, and had
Kind
to
of bit.
deal with all that shenanigans, unfortunately. But that's all behind me. And then I realized, oh, Blue Beetle was really meh anyways. That wouldn't been interesting to cover as well. So I guess I dodged some kind of bullet there. I don't think anyone is. I don't think anyone is talking about that movie already. Like I think it.
I haven't seen it.
I'm pretty sure it bombed immediately, and then nobody really cared.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I was like, man, I haven't done the Forge in a while. What shall we do? And it was like, we did like animated things with the May May. I was like, hey, should we do one? And then Marc was like, yeah. I was like, wait a minute, you're not meme. And I was like, yeah, but I have an idea for one. And I was like, oh shit, that's a good one. Let's do that.
My favorite one.
Yeah.
So that's how we came upon the Dark Knight Returns animated. And we're going to talk about part 1 and 2. I even bought the Blu-ray.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Because I want to
Went
have
the
physical
whole
media
mile.
more in case the streaming service were like, I'm going to take that away now, bitch. And I was like,
It is a pretty edgy Batman movie. It's quite the edgy one.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get all the other ones as well physically, because that would be neat. Because Massive Phantasm was really good. Of course, we talked about that as well back in the archives. Go check it out. And other things, Superman versus the Elite. What else do we have? We had like 4 or 5 already. They're all there. Go
We
watch
did
them.
Under the Red Hood, didn't we?
We did, yes, we did indeed.
Did you do Flashpoint Paradox?
Not yet.
No, we
but,
didn't.
I think you rewatched that for The Flash.
Yes, I did.
And yeah, that's like such a better movie.
It's so much better.
Like compared to The Flash, it's like in a way it's the same story, I guess, technically.
In a really weird way, possibly.
If you squint really hard. If you
It's like,
squint really hard.
What if the Flash movie, we're getting rid of Michael Keaton's Batman? I know, it's okay, but the movie's good.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what we're trading in return. You lose the one thing that the Flash movie had, but you get a good movie in return.
They also don't stumble upon their explanation of how that time travel stuff works. They keep it bare enough that you can go like, yeah, okay, I guess I can kind of accept that. They don't.
And the whole thing's told in like 80 minutes.
Yeah, it's
like,
pretty short.
yeah, it's epic and it's like tight. It's just there's no fat. It's just like, hey, what if there was an alternate timeline in which there were warring factions led by members of the Justice League, I guess is probably the most vague way to put it, and Batman put it in a really interesting way. I don't want to spoil Flashpoint Paradox, but everyone should watch it. If you want to see a good Flash movie, go see. Not go see. find Flashpoint Paradox animated and watch it.
Yeah, it's a good one. Definitely watch that, Schleem. It's apparently I need to prop you guys up a little bit, but that's fine. Apparently we're overall a bit quiet, but I'll fix it on my end. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much maxed out on my end. I can move my mic a bit closer, I suppose.
That's okay. Apparently I'm quiet too, so I have to do all the things. So let me see how it is. But we should be Gucci here in a second. As soon as I get my OBS back here.
Gucci gang.
Just get the desktop audio up here a little bit. There we go. Acknowledge me in my funny message, Beach. Whatever. What do you want, Fatia? The Rona's coming for us all. No, Fatia, stop it.
Cease and desist.
Exactly. Cease to exist. Ceased and desist. Cease and desist. What? Anyway.
Your best conjunctivitis is hand hygiene.
Yes.
Exactly. What Marc said.
Always wash your hands. Wash hands after pooping, everybody.
And wash your eyeballs.
With poop.
Yeah.
Yes, do that. Do all the poops.
The thing is, the trick to it is if your eye is itchy, it is almost impossible to prevent yourself from scratching your eye. So if your hand isn't clean, that then becomes a problem.
At some point, you're gonna go give it a good scratch. I'm very good at talking, and then yeah, that's how all those jalapeno accidents happen. I'm gonna cut these. Ah, that's itchy. Fuck.
Oh yeah, that's the worst. Nitrile gloves
Well,
with
shit.
peppers and onions, everybody, trust me.
I think it happened once to me after I didn't wash my hands properly after cutting some pepperoni or something. I was like, oh shit, oh god,
You should go on hot ones then.
yeah, I guess. I don't even know. I have like no concept of how hot that shit actually is, what they eat.
They can get pretty hot. There's a place, like a wing place that's just off the base that Canada kind of uses as the training base. So most people in the military go through that base at some point. And they have an ultra hot flavor where if you finish 10 of them, you get your picture on the wall. But now actually there's been so many people on the wall, it's a binder now that's like full of Polaroids.
Oh.
And I ate one way. I didn't order them. There was another guy that was in the same barracks as me that he ate 4 and gave up. And he's like, yeah, if you want to try one, feel free. And I was like, what the hell? I can eat one.
Yeah.
That one chicken wing ruined my night.
Oh no.
Did it ruin your entire summer too?
No, just the night, because I felt it burning as it was moving its way through my intestines.
God.
It was like actually like I could tell you where it was
That sounds
at
like
any
fun.
given time. And I've talked to a few people who do have their picture in the binder and found out the trick. You have to eat all of them because then your body rejects them and you vomit. I made the mistake of only eating enough of it that it could go through my digestive system. They're like, yeah, we all puked like 5 minutes later though. Like you just have to get it down. You don't have to like. I was like, oh, okay, so that's odd. That's odd that that's the trick. That's the secret. It's like, yeah, you're gonna make yourself sick. That's the point. It's what you want. Otherwise, you have to digest it, and it's painful. That's the end of my story.
That's a good story. Wait, why does it say more? Okay, never mind. YouTube, stop confusing me. It was like, monetization is off. It's like, did we already get demonetized for real? What happened? And then now it just went back. And I was like, okay, don't confuse me, YouTube. Stop doing that. Anyway, but yeah, I'm just been playing the video games, playing Armored Core. Marc finished it already yesterday or something, right?
Yeah. It's a good video game though, man.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the poop out of it.
I think I was at like 46 hours over 5 days too, so it's like I definitely put in time. It wasn't that I flew through it, but I did the first chapter off stream just to see if I could like get a feel for the game, or if it would just be a really embarrassing stream of me dying to the transport helicopter 30 times and then quitting. Luckily that wasn't, and I got past the transport helicopter pretty fast. But Balteus.
Oh yeah, he's a cook. He should be the real filter. Like he's
I think it is
because
I really don't think any boss until really towards the very end of the game is even close to as difficult. I think he's one of the hardest bosses in the game, and he's the last boss of the first chapter.
But so far, the laser spider has been holding me off the longest.
Oh, really? You see,
Yeah.
I got that on like second attempt.
No, nice.
Like,
nice.
you
I don't
mean
know.
the
I got
one that-
absolutely wrecked by that thing for like 1.5 hours.
We're talking about the first sea weapon that you fight on
Yeah,
top
the
of that.
sea spider, I think it's just called the sea spooter.
Oh, really? Yeah. See, I didn't have too much trouble with that. I think it's
Yeah.
all your build. I like this
Yeah,
game.
my
is
build wasn't great. Then during the anniversary, I farmed some cash offline and just bought a whole bunch of weapons. And then
Yeah,
the second build I tried was already better, so I just did it with that.
A big part of that game is just buying yourself options. I actually
Yeah.
really like how, because essentially the mission is the boss run for the boss. If you want to kind of look at it like if you were to compare it to a traditional Souls like FromSoft game, it's you have your boss character and you can just keep restarting from a bonfire that's essentially right in front of it because there's a checkpoint right before the boss. But if you don't have enough options, like you don't have enough gear to switch out to be the kind of build that is most appropriate for that situation, the penalty that you suffer is you have to quit out of the mission and then replay. You could replay other missions or
Yeah.
do whatever you have to do to make money, but then you can go to the store, and then to get to the boss again, you do have to replay the entire mission again. So it's like that's the penalty for not preparing your inventory
Anus?
going out, I guess. Like I don't know, it sounds much more complicated than it is, but the way it's presented in the game, it's quite smooth, and it distills the From Software hey super difficult thing and ultra difficult boss that you have to learn the patterns of into a really sort of streamlined format that I think a lot of people might actually end up really liking and liking it more than say Elden Ring, where I could imagine some players just deciding, it's just the big open world where I have to find everything. I don't really want to deal with that. I just want to fight some bosses. This is kind of the game where it's nothing but difficult gameplay challenges one after the other, and very straightforward. It's like launch into mission, do mission, complete mission, back to garage, play some Gunpla, next mission.
Yeah, it's I've
very
been
good game.
enjoying it a lot for sure. It's quite good, quite good. And yeah, I'm gonna be playing more of this on Saturday, I think, because tomorrow we have some barbecue happening at work, and probably have a couple of drinks, have some barbecue, and then head home at some point. Sleep a lot because I'm probably not gonna get a lot of sleep tonight because I have a feeling this might be a long one today.
Perhaps.
This is a dense film.
And yeah, just it's gonna be my weekend finishing Armored Core because I'm Starfield is gonna be the 6th for me. I didn't pre-order anything. I'm just gonna play it on Game Pass.
CD keys, baby.
And the thing is, I don't really care super much about that game. I'm just gonna check it out because it is on Game Pass. So we'll see.
That is fair.
I seriously I wanted to get it early so that I can use it as a way to save money on my trip to the UK, because X-Ray Girl and I are going to the UK for the Nerdrotic London meetup on Saturday, and I'm not going to want to be doing a lot of the walk around museum stuff that everyone's doing for the things on the itinerary, because I only have one leg. When I'm overseas, I tend to not want to push my leg to its absolute limit because my prosthetics guy is in Canada. So I was like, yeah, so on some days I'm just gonna hang back at the hotel, play Starfield, and catch up on some video gaming. But there's the possibility it might run like trash on my laptop, in which case Armored Core New Game Plus it is, because it runs beautiful.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice. But yeah, I guess we can just kind of just jump into it, I guess. I don't see why not, unless you guys have anything crazy to talk about still. But I don't see why we wouldn't just...
Only my massive genitals.
I mean, we're gonna do that anyway at some point, because that's just how these streams go.
True.
Onlyfans.com/meme repository.
Oh, nice.
Soon.
Hang on, let me get some visuals here. I got some looping Heimers in the background. I guess let's just start with the standard. The standard. What do you guys think like overall over the thing? Let's start with meme and then go from right to left.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be an interesting one for me to talk about because this is obviously a very classic Batman story, but it's like one of those Batman stories that's almost been overshadowed by its legacy in a lot of ways because so many fucking adaptations steal from this. It's unbelievable. And it's just that so many people hold this up as like the best Batman story and stuff like that. And I think it's got a lot of merit. I think it's got a lot of really praiseworthy things. But when I look at how highly it's regarded compared to how what I think of it overall, having been exposed to it so many for so many years, it's like I don't even know how to describe my like overall feelings towards it, just because it is so mixed in with so much meta stuff. But I think it's a very worthwhile story to experience. There's a reason that it's lasted so long, and I wish people would stop butchering it in adaptations. And I yeah, it's there are elements that have aged better than others, but I think overall it's still a really good story. So I like it. I like it.
All right, I'm next, or you, Metal? We're going right.
No, it's you. It's all you, baby.
Okay, cool. I have always kind of held this as my favorite Batman story, but unlike I think a lot of people who say that, I do contextualize this as it's an Elseworlds story. This isn't canon Batman. It's like, hey, wouldn't it be really cool if we told a story about a retired Batman who comes back from retirement in the mid 80s when Gotham is just going to absolute hell for a bunch of different reasons that have been getting more and more to be out of the police's control, and then it ends with a fight with Superman. So I mean, I guess spoilers for the movie, but for like 30 years. But you know what I mean. So it is the kind of thing that I always thought of as, wouldn't it be cool if this story happened, as opposed to this is the definitive Batman story? Because I mean, there is a lot that pushes it to the limit. And I think even a lot of the ways that I even remember the story, particularly the end that I'm sure we'll get to with the Joker story, I remembered that a little different. And I actually reread the comic book in preparation for watching the movie and found that I think I would actually maybe be rating the movie higher than I would be had I not reread the comic, and not for your basic adaptation reasons where it's like, oh, well, they changed this or they chickened out on this or that. It's just one critical element that I think they could have added in would have been voiceover, because there, as much as it can be really corny, and I think more corny in a live action than in animation, I think you can get away with it a little bit more. That Frank Miller Batman's inner monologue is so good, like, and it adds so much to the story about like where this Batman is kind of coming from. And I think they made the interesting choice of doing that with show not tell, and I think that there's merit to that for sure. And this adaptation, I think, did a very good job of conveying Batman's emotions without having to have the inner monologue. But there's all this like kind of poetry in how it's written. It's the most Frank Miller ass writing you can possibly imagine, but I think it adds a lot to the story. And I don't know, I think that this adaptation, other than that, succeeds almost entirely because it's almost one for one. It makes me wish that they did this for Killing Joke and just had Killing Joke be a short one.
Yes.
Because that's one where they really went out of their way to adapt it into their new like DC animated universe and make it make sense. And I think they really dropped the ball. Whereas this one, it's treated as, hey, it's a standalone story. Beginning, middle, and end are all just kind of in this either long 3.5 hour movie or the parts 1 and 2. You can get it in either format. I believe so. Metal, you got the Blu-rays then in the part 1 and part 2, not the deluxe edition?
I have the deluxe edition.
Oh, okay. So then you saw the full cut just as one movie then?
No. I watched it on my PC because that's easier for me to make notes of. And obviously, my PC doesn't have a Blu-ray player, so
Oh, that's totally fine. But if you watch it on Blu-ray, it's like one long movie. They don't
Gotcha.
divide it into two. And but yeah, I think that easily though, if the thing I would compare this to most stylistically from like the animation of this one, because I'm very happy they didn't hold back on things like blood, because this is a very violent Batman story. And yeah, it's they don't cheap out on cutaways and things like that you might see in a lot of other animated adaptations. It feels most like the HBO Spawn. Did you guys ever see that?
No.
I've seen clips of it. They don't hold back on that show. Keith
Yeah.
David, mwah.
Yeah, Keith, and that's another thing. It's like you got this really great like action star from the '80s. This is a voice actor.
Oh yeah. Oh, we got RoboCop voicing Batman.
Yeah, and he does really good with his Batman voice, I think. It's not, he doesn't sound like he's trying to be Kevin Conroy. He's being old Peter Weller. And yeah, I think he pulls it off quite well. But the tone of the animation and the, I guess, target audience that this seems for, it seems like it's going for that same vibe of almost anime. Not really. It still really seems like American animation more than anime, but like that was the one big thing that people said about Spawn. They're like, oh, Spawn, HBO Spawn, it's like an anime, but it's a Western one. And the big difference that most people say on that is the animation on 2s instead of on 3s, like 12 frames a second as opposed to 8 for the animation. Or yeah, wait, maybe yeah, it's something like that. I forget. I'm not an animator. Fringy would probably be able to explain this better than
Yeah.
But anime has that kind of ghostly look because there's fewer frames of animation, and each frame is being shown 3 times per frame of film, I believe. Whereas with American animation or Western animation, it's on 2, so it's 2 frames are being or 1 frame is being shown twice per second of film, I think, is probably the best way to explain it. I don't know. I might have gone down a rabbit hole and confused myself into animation. But anyways, I think that would have been the stylistic distinction of Spawn versus an anime at the time. And this Dark Knight Returns movie, I think, really seems like it fits that same tone of just Western animation, but very clearly for adults. And not, like, and I think that any parent that shows their kid The Dark Knight Returns deluxe edition or whichever one is like, they're gonna be sitting down expecting something along the lines of maybe The Dark Knight at most, and then they're gonna get this and be like, oh this this is maybe not appropriate for children at all. This is very much an adult story, which is sort of also what makes it not the best example of Batman, because while Batman's not ultra family friendly, I think that there is a lot of value in the type of Batman storytelling that you see in like the animated series, right? Like I would not call the animated series a show that like wimps out, but also it's made as like, hey, this can be enjoyed by people of all ages, whereas Dark Knight Returns kind of carves its own niche where it's like, no, this is a version of Batman that is very clearly for grown-ups. And I thought that was pretty cool too. But yeah, overall though, I liked it quite a lot.
There you go.
Yeah.
Guess it's my turn. I overall enjoyed it as well, but I had a lot of questions that were never answered. A lot of world building things that confuse me, that you just kind of mention, and then it's like, oh, but why? But it's never addressed. Like, we have this whole thing with them. Yeah, we had this agreement with the government and just disbanded the Justice League. It's like, what? No, you didn't. What was the agreement? And that's never been touched upon. It's like one of these things where I'm just like, I have a bit of a hard time believing that happened. There's a lot of things that I really love the whole old Batman. Like seeing him going around and being a pain and stiff, because he hasn't moved around like this for like ages, like 10 years, I think it was, if I'm remembering correctly. And of course he goes back and then, obviously your arms like kind of stiff up and you can't really move that well. I hear these stories like in real life from like on wrestling podcasts where like, oh yeah, I was like retired for 5 years and I went back and like completely out of breath and I couldn't move as well anymore because my
Yeah.
my arms
You're
are
not
kind of
training all
stiffened.
day every day, and you get old.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and all these other characters that you kind of know from the DC universe, they're also just kind of not around. Except, well, they are around, but they're just doing other things.
Yeah, I
Um,
really like that aspect that they kind of move in and out of the story and they're not necessarily fixtures. It's just
Yeah.
they're off doing their own thing and they interact with the story from time to time.
And they wait until part 2 to actually tell us why no one else is around, which I was really confused about. I finished part 1. I was like, are we just gonna not address anyone? Because they do address like Dick, Dick Grayson. I tried to say it fast so Meme can't laugh, but I fucked it up. Dick Grayson and of course Jason, who in this universe also died. Spoilers, I
Yeah.
guess. We'll get there. So Robin is not around, but then we get a new one, and she's just kind of there now. It's like there's a lot of things that went too fast. I think this movie should have actually been longer. We could have used another hour at least, or maybe actually just make it in a series format because there's a lot of ideas that I like in here that I would like to explore more. Like Batman coming back.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
so how was your experience with this after having watched Gotham Knights?
Gotham. Oh, it's fantastic.
You know, you got the mutant gang and Carrie Kelly,
Yeah.
that's
Carrie
in
Kelly
their
was
original
in the
format
Gotham
compared to
Knights
how they were on that show.
Oh yeah,
They
that's
put-
right. See, this is the thing. I watched these shows and I memory hold them immediately, so I didn't even think once about this while I was watching this.
Oh, that's not too surprising.
So, yeah.
I can't believe they used Carrie Kelly, man. No, she's supposed to only be in this story. She's
Supposed to
not
be.
a character in the DC universe. She's a kid who just got inspired to fight crime because she saw. Okay, we'll get to it.
We'll get there because I think we can just fucking kick her out of the story and nothing happens necessarily.
Not much. Well, I
That's,
mean, I don't know, man. She's pretty critical for.
Well, the thing is, she could be critical if we would have explored it more. Because I know what they were going for with this, but it just happens from one scene to another. It's like, you're Robin now. It's like, what? But yeah,
I think I can make a case for it, but I'll wait till we get there.
we'll get there. Yeah. But yeah, overall, I still enjoyed it. I really like Old Man Batman. Of course, when we get there, the fight at the end with Superman. I don't know how Snyder did what he did, but Jesus Christ, what the fuck.
I mean, really, like you watch this and you're just like, oh man, all of this is making so much more sense.
Yeah.
Exception of a couple moments where Superman kind of forgets he has super speed, but I can forgive a little bit of that.
But yeah, that's I still like it. I would still recommend watching this. This is still pretty Gucci, and that's my Blurbenheimers. But yeah, let's jump into the schmovie movie. Because actually, let me roll that back here quickly. Because we see Oldman Bruce with his bad helmet and his bad racing car. I guess because he's rich, he was like, I want to join this race, and it's like, okay, do that. And he's like, I'm gonna race so hard. I'm such a crazy racist that I go around and just push the car beyond the limits. And then we hear like a woman say, this is you can't do this. It's gonna do something. You're gonna lose control. Are you trying to kill yourself? And he just kind of goes like, kind of implying that he's looking for some kind of way out, like a complete way out, which is kind of affirmed by, I think, the very last sentence in the movie.
Yeah, I think
because he says at the end, it's like, I was always looking for a good way to die, or for a good death, and it kind of feels like he's just trying to get this push again by joining these races, and just goes crazy. It's like, I'm gonna push this car beyond the limits and just go hard, because I don't really get the kick from crime fighting anymore. And yeah, of course. Here's a funny thing. There was a woman that is on the comms, and it's like, hey, that's enough. I'm gonna override the car. And it's like, oh, is that Oracle? Is that gonna be Oracle? Like, no, it's just a random woman. It's never coming up again.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
funny.
Oracle wasn't a thing yet. I don't think when this was written.
Yeah, but no,
They
I guess
don't
it was just someone from the racing team. It's just, I'm gonna take over the car now, and then obviously it's like, no, you're not, and just punches into the car and rips out some cables, and well, he tumbles, goes up in flames, but he bails out and has only minor injuries. So yeah, he's trying to get that kick again.
Yeah, Gucci, as you would say.
Yeah, I think he just never wanted to give up crime fighting. Really,
No.
I think that's really all that this comes down to. And he does at a. Again, it's one of those things that I don't want to keep on referring to the comic, but one of the things that I believe he does, he says it aloud here in the movie, doesn't he? Where he says this would be a fine death, as he's like racing the car, or is that only in the comic?
No, he doesn't say that. I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
That's a thing that he says a couple times through the book, and that time he says it is in that moment where he's racing, and he does start acknowledging the fact that he's pushing the car too hard in the inner monologue, and then he says this would be a fine death. There's another part where he's running across the tightrope between the two buildings with the helicopter shooting at him a little bit later.
Right.
And he kind of says it again there. He's also constantly referring to things like his bones creaking and pain that he's feeling in his shoulder that he never felt before as it's happening. And
Yeah, a little bit more visually in the movie, by him just kind of cranking his neck and goes like, and when he tries to carry himself up, not like you normally would just with his hands, it's like, oh shit, I can't do that anymore. I need to use my legs now as well.
It's funny though how it ties in the tightrope scene. There is he ties in I don't know that I'm gonna actually be able to live through this one because I'm not as spry as I was when I used to be, and right now I'm running on a tightrope and there's two helicopters shooting at me, and he's just like, but this would be a fine death.
Yeah.
So there's this running theme of maybe Batman is kind of just looking for his good way to die, and then I think that kind of a button gets sort of put on that towards the end, but I've spoiled enough.
That's okay. We can jump back and forth wherever it fits. But yeah, he's fine, and just kind of we see him walk back home, I guess, or just somewhere. No, I guess he's going to having a drink with Jim Gordon. But we see some news clippings, and they're like, oh, the mutant gang is going crazy. They're on like a killing spree, and they killed a group of nuns, which I just found funny as a specific group to kill. Just to mention, like, they killed a group of nuns. It's like, damn, that's rude.
Very rude.
They also do the whole thing where it's like, oh, it's been 10 years, 10-year anniversary since the last sighting of Batman. It's like, young people think he's a myth. And it's like, no, they're not. There's footage of him everywhere, I'm sure. I think they're going a bit hyperbolic with that one, but I don't know. It's fun to always... It was always irritating when they say shit like that. It's like, it's been 10 years. They think it's a myth. It's like a legend. It's like, no, it's not even that long ago. There's like people around that know him and seen him with his own eyes. Calm down.
I mean, those people do show up.
Oh yeah. But yeah, crimes are at a record high, and even Commissioner Gordon, he's in the last month of his job, he's about to retire too. They're all old men. They're all old peeps here. The old league, Justice League.
Old man Gordo. There's an interesting detail in that scene. So Gordon goes to raise a glass to commemorate his retirement, and he goes, I think so the line is, to my 10 years, to my 10 years and my finally joining you, in reference to him retiring. So he raises the glass to toast. and Bruce does not raise his own glass back, both showing that he doesn't see this as celebration worthy, and foreshadowing that retirement may not be in Bruce's future for much longer.
Yeah. So just putting the visuals proper up here. So there you go. Yeah, they have some, as I already pointed out, they have some drinks, and Bruce says that, oh yeah, those drinks make it easier to stay retired. And they also say that Jim says, oh, you can't even go back. The current government wouldn't stand for Batman at all. And here was already, that was the first time I was like, I hope that there will be more on this. It's like, why would Batman care about that? Because he doesn't, which we see later. Of course, we get in a little bit that he made a promise to someone. And I thought they were going with actually, it's a bit later. Hang on. Never mind. We'll get there. It's not even that far away. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah. Something else here is that this is what's interesting to me is that they acknowledge that back when he was Batman, he never drank alcohol. It was always ginger ale that he
oh, that's what they meant with that.
to keep up appearances.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now he's drinking real big boy booze.
Yeah, he's digging in.
Billionaire drunken playboy Bruce Wayne drinking ginger ale.
Yeah. And this is also where we hear the first time, hey, have you been keeping up with Dick at all? And he's like, I didn't. I was like, oh, that's interesting. He's definitely going to show up then, right? Right? No,
No. Oh, you don't want him to show up in this universe. I promise you that. Because
Yes, I
there's a
do.
sequel to this comic. There's a sequel to this comic, and there's also a prequel. And you don't want to see what Dick is like in this universe.
Yeah,
you really don't. You really don't.
You don't need to read Dark Knight Strikes Again. But I think you should read The Dark Knight Returns. It's a good book.
Wait, hang on. There's a sequel after this? This seems silly.
Yeah,
And it's so bad. It's so bad. So
it's not very
Is it
good.
animated as well?
No.
Probably won't be.
And there's a sequel to that actually came out as well that I hope is better, but
The
still
Dark
not
Knight
good.
Strikes
Great.
Again.
I've not read the third one, but the second one is not very good. It's very, very abstract in the way it's presented.
That's a way to put it. That's a way to put it. That's a very generous way to put it.
Well,
Wonder Woman and Superman have sex in that comic, and it shatters mountains.
Yeah.
See, for that alone, I want to see it. That sounds hilarious.
But yeah, it's well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Is it worth? I would almost say it's not worth reading for the memes, just because it will probably lessen your opinion of the previous book. And as I was kind of saying earlier, Dark Knight Returns is a very good standalone story. It's not very good when you start trying to plug it into other stuff.
Okay, there's a reason DC memory hold these stories. Those stories.
Yeah.
I see. And yeah, Jim also acknowledges that, would have been a nice shoulder to lean on after what happened to Jason. So in this one, in this universe, this, as Mark put it, Elseworld story, because that's what I feel what it is as well. Jason was killed. Probably by the Joker? I don't know. And I assume Dick was his last sidekick. Possibly. But that's all inferred. We never mention it again, really. And yeah, that Jim mentioning this annoyed Bruce, and he's like, "I think that's enough for tonight. I'm gonna leave now." And so he does. At this point, people don't know that Bruce is Batman yet. And I'm kind of annoyed that they talk about this so pretty openly in this bar where other people are and, servers and stuff. I always find that a bit icky when you see that. It's like, you need to be a bit careful if you don't want people to know. Which he doesn't, so. There's not a lot of people around, but, you know what I mean. It's not a good book look. And then, of course, we get some. I just called them obligatory Pearl flashbacks because he sees like a newspaper snippet on the ground, and I don't know, some robbery and pearls on the side as an ad. So
I mean it's
do.
one of the first things. It's one of the first things from this book that Zack Snyder plagiarized in BVS.
Oh god.
It's almost.
Oh yeah,
shot
that
for
and the
shot.
alcoholism.
Yeah.
Why did you say that name?
Well,
Oh, by the way, I've just showed you where Dick Grayson ends up in this universe. If you're curious. And...
What in the fucking shit is this?
So
Holy
that's
fuck!
Dick
Hang on.
Grayson. That's
I
what
can't
he's
not
like
show that
now.
on stream. Hang on. That is madness. What the fuck is this? Okay, Chad, I'm sorry. You're not ready for this. I sure wasn't.
I would.
Holy shit sticks.
Showing this is gonna make every defense I make of the Dark Knight
Look
Returns.
at this. Chad, what is this? What happened? I mean, I'd be upset too, but Jesus. What
Like, this is why you read The Dark Knight Strikes Again, everybody. Like it's not the reason, it's a reason. Just keep that in mind.
He looks like the Green Goblin, but not kind. I don't know. What?
And I recall that eventually he gets decapitated, but he stays alive because he's not human anymore or something. And then he just
Obviously.
keeps talking about how he loved Batman, but Batman's like, I don't actually remember much of the details, just that Dick Grayson went insane, turned into a Joker-like ghoul, and also can't die for some reason.
Okay, like I think I could probably tell this in a very, very brief hypothetical of how the DC editor reacted to each story being submitted.
The longer I look at this, the worse it gets. Why is ribs like above the belt, like it's just kind of flopping over?
I mean, yeah, we could talk even more about the art in Dark Knight Strikes Again, but the story is
yeah.
no less bad. And
Jesus
it's almost like you could say Dark Knight Strikes Again. It's like that's a really interesting sort of deconstruction of the DC universe. Dark Knight Strikes Again is you deconstruct too hard, way too hard. We need to reconstruct some stuff because you dug too deep and you found Satan.
I'm gonna dream about this fucking Dick Grayson tonight. That's horrifying.
You're tempting me to just put in out
No.
of context.
Stop.
Here's Lex Luthor.
No. What the fuck is this? What is? Oh my god. Oh no. Oh jeez. Why is he wearing Van? What?
I'm not gonna tell people to never do drugs. Just never do this many drugs. Too many drugs. Don't do Frank Miller Dark Knight Strikes Again amounts of drugs ever. It's not a good idea.
Chad, what the? Why? How's this Lex? What happened? What? I don't. Why did you do this to me?
Oh, and here's a prequel to The Dark Knight Returns, which
Jesus
doesn't have as
Christ.
bad, and which the artwork isn't bad, but look at what they get Batman to say.
So I haven't
What?
seen
Are
this
you
one.
dense? Are you retarded or something? What do you think I am? I'm the goddamn Batman.
He says that to Dick Grayson after he abducted him from the circus.
Hey, Batman, that is our word. You got no right using it. Cripples and handicaps only.
That's a real Batman panel.
Yep.
Why does this exist?
You gotta get rid of it. I'm liking it now.
And then he takes him into the Batcave and forces him to eat rats.
Jesus. Okay. I didn't think I'm gonna.
I might think it's good now.
Good lord. That's insanity. I'm the goddamn Batman.
Coming up from Gurren
Jiminy Crimbo. Alright. Where were we? Oh, the pearls, right.
Oh, and this is how he fights Green Lantern.
No, stop it. Oopsie. We can't shoot all this gold at once. I'm gonna keep that for later. Remind me later.
I will.
I will.
That's also from the prequel, because I don't recognize that from Dark Knight Strikes Again, at least.
Yeah, that one's also from Asbar.
Oh, okay.
All-Star Batman and Robin.
Nah, of course.
Or Superman's a good one.
So
yes,
yeah,
it is.
He has a little bit of a flashback going on. It's like, oh no, I'm sad about my parents still. Kills him a little bitch. No. And some mutants trying to attack him as well. And here's the first time we see how fucking massive Bruce Wayne is in this one.
Yeah, he's a tank.
Like, look, guys, look how fucking insanely huge he is. Look at this.
Slice and dice.
He's big and wide.
He has girth.
Look at the boy. He's so big. Like, he's crazy big in this one.
Well, he is the goddamn Batman.
It's a goddamn Batman.
What, you retarded or something? See,
They published that.
They did.
I can't say I'm upset they did, though. It's really funny.
Oh Lord. Slice and diced. That for some reason that quote. Whenever I think this film, I don't know why this is, but that for some reason out of all the quotes, like there's so many great quotes in this, but for some reason all the mutants going, "Oh, slice and dice, slice and dice,
They're
slice
also
and dice."
incredibly stupid. Like all of them.
You know what, though? I think what a lot of people don't realize about that is they're actually saying what kind of gangsters they are. They're basically saying that we're the kind of gangsters who will be carrying around a knife at all times. We'll cut you. Whereas, like, I think they also refer to some of them as slammers or something. I forget what they say, but there's some people that like hold pipes and they call them something else.
Yeah.
So I think
Do they lay pipe?
Probably. I mean, doesn't
Yeah, if you go into the real fucked up places of Gotham, you get to the common stranglers. You don't want to fuck with those guys.
Yeah.
The coming stranglers. Wow.
No, the common stranglers. Okay.
Well, I mean,
tough crowd, I guess. I thought it was
You
pretty
said that
good.
like it was a different.
Wait, hold on.
thing.
Are they strangling themselves while coming, or strangling someone
They're
else?
fighting
in
with.
order-
They strangle and come on you. That's
Oh
what
God,
I was
that's
trying
actually worse somehow.
That was the joke I was trying to make, but didn't land. It was crazy good in my brain, and nobody laughed. So
Yeah, there were a couple variations of it that were all pretty funny, but that was probably the most fucked up one.
Boo.
Also, I love the line, "We can't do it if they're into it."
That's true.
I mean,
Yeah, those mutants are trying to rob him, but he basically just stands his ground and is like, "Yeah, come on, fucking get it, bitch."
yeah, I think that it's no fun if they're into it and running offline. I think that was them being like, "Yeah, I don't want to fight that guy."
Yeah, look how huge he is, and now he's
Yeah.
also into it. And I'm out of here.
Yeah, let's go play video games. Like literally, they go, let's go to the arcade.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And Bruce is disappointed because he's like, "Yeah, we're about to have a fight," and then they just fuck off. And it's like, "Oh,
Yeah, go ahead, make Batman the one you attacked tonight.
yeah." Yeah. And then he just goes back home, getting blue ball of a fight, which is quite sad.
Yeah.
Seen though. So
Yeah. What's interesting about this version of Batman is that crime fighting is very much like an addiction for him, and it's kind of being
Yeah.
framed almost as a like this is an addict coming out of sobriety. sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then he is at home and has the falling into the Batcave dream. You know, the classic one where he's playing outside with the parents around, then he falls into the Batcave and there's bats everywhere, and it's like, I'm Batman. And then he wakes up and he goes to the Batcave and looks at Robin's costume, saying it is to remember a promise. And I don't know if you guys can fill me in on that, because I'm not entirely sure what the promise. So here's the thing. At this point, it was like, oh, he promised himself or Jason to not do Batman stuff anymore because he fucked up so badly by getting him killed. But it seems it's actually the promise to the governments. This is like where I'm getting mixed up what actually happened.
I always kind of perceived it as him promising Clark, effectively, like Superman. Because I think, well, because it seems to me that the reason he's not Batman anymore is because of some tacit agreement that the Justice League had with the American government, like the Reagan government at the time. Because also remember, this takes place in the 80s, and that's actually pretty important too, because things like you've got stuff like Jim Gordon, referring to himself as like what he had to do during World War II. It's like him being a World War II veteran that's getting towards retirement age, as the city that he's been protecting for his whole life is beginning to collapse. It has some relevance as well. So I think that what this kind of became was, hey, the Cold War is happening. The American government needs to be seen as having the power by having Superman, and having Batman running around Gotham is going to make that difficult. So for the sake of the world not entering nuclear war, like kind of some Watchmen type stuff, we need everyone in the Justice League to stand down and let the normal systems of law work the way they should. Obviously that starts not going so well though as this story goes on, but I think again, like, there are some adjustments to what you would think of as the normal DC universe that I think need to be made in order for this story to fit at all. But which is again why I say you always gotta perceive this one as an Elseworld story.
Yes, I agree with that, and I wish adaptations would remember that. But also, as far as the promise is concerned, like, so this is something I was thinking about while watching as well, and I was thinking, okay, because I already knew later that the reason he wasn't Batmaning anymore is because of the whole Justice League deal. But I was thinking about the fact that he was specifically referring to the Robin costume, and the only thing I could think of was like, did he promise that he just wouldn't take on another Robin, and that's a separate thing from him not becoming Batman, or was that like the first step to him not becoming Batman, but it wasn't the final thing? Yeah,
I think it might step on more of what my justification for Carrie Kelly would have been, but yeah, that is possible too.
Yeah,
it makes Carrie Kelly worse though.
Yeah, there's some I've got some notes about how he talks about Robins later on that falls onto, I think it's a pretty common criticism of the story, but we'll get there when we get there.
Alrighty. So yeah, just then we see Alfred for the first time. If you're wondering if this is supposed to be Alfred, it is Alfred. Yes. It's like, hey, some people actually try to sleep here. We like sleep. You did the alarm thingy again. It's like, oh, sorry. That's Alfred. He's cool. Alfred is always cool.
I'm just surprised he's alive at this late stage. That was always my surprise when I first watched this.
Yeah. Now we cut to a psych ward, and we see that the Joker is here, but he's not doing well. He's just kind of catatonic state for X amount of time here, and just kind of gets fed by these doctors, and yeah, he's just not doing anything. He's just kind of staring into the abyss. But we also see...
actually, just before Joker, Bruce had shaved his mustache.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's like, when did you shave your mustache? And he didn't even notice, apparently.
Yeah, the thing is, he doesn't know. I think that's what makes it interesting. He must have done it while we were perceiving him having like the Batman cave dream or the Batcave dream. I guess maybe he sleepwalked and shaved his own mustache because it seems that he doesn't even remember doing it. Which, to tie into Meme Repository's comment about it being the story of a relapsing addict in a way, that can be the kind of thing. It's like, oh, did you even realize that you drank that whole bottle of vodka last night? And then they look over at it. It's like, what? What do you mean?
I thought it was water.
Yeah, I thought I had a little, but is it really all gone? No, there's a bit left in the bottom. Like, like that kind of thing can actually go down. So I think it's that he can't stop himself from wanting to become Batman again. Is kind of the point of the mustache, I found.
Yeah. There's it. We have Psych Ward and Joker's here, and for some reason he's like catatonic. I guess he got so sad that Batman stopped doing Batman stuff that he just went insane. Ish.
The way I interpret it is that part of his psychosis is that he psychologically depends on the conflict with Batman. So when Batman went away, he had literally lost the reason to live, and probably just went catatonic from that.
And no reason to even try to break out of Arkham. Why? Who do I have to play with? My friend's gone.
And thank God he got rid of those tattoos.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about Jared Leto. This is what he looked like in Asbar.
It's a funny name, Aspar. And then we also see Harvey Dent has been rehabilitated, and they fixed his face completely. I was like, oh, okay. They could have. They can do that. That's crazy. And
in this universe, apparently,
yeah, they have.
You do some interesting things with plastic surgery. People that are burn victims are difficult, though. Probably have to graft a lot.
Yeah, I just
so
wonder
I've
why it
seen
took them
some amazing things.
10 years to do it, because he's been Two-Face for a long time.
I would jump right into having like a Phantom of the Opera mask or something like that. I just own it. I'd be like, yeah, this is me now. I wear this mask everywhere.
Yeah.
You graft the skin from his ass.
Yeah, and that's always what you got to think. It's like, man, is this guy gonna have giant sheets of skin peeled off of his like back and ass? Leg?
No, because then he gets donations for his back and ass from someone else, and then he gets donations from someone else, and it's an infinite cycle of people peeling skin off people's backs and asses. Until eventually you run out of backs and asses.
Can you imagine your face being constructed of several different, like slightly different shades of skin?
Oh no.
Like stripes and shit? Oh my god, that would look bizarre.
That would be annoying.
He's ass face now.
Ass face. Yeah, he's gonna he's about to hold a conference and asking the people for a second chance, and those doctors like, yeah, we did such a great job of rehabilitating him and fixing his face. Woohoo! And right after that, we see the news that he has been avoiding supervision and hasn't been seen since. It's like, oh fuck, he's gonna make some shenanigans.
Oh no.
And we kind of immediately, well, it kind of fades into that Bruce is watching the television, and basically everything is trash. Mutants have been murdering everyone, including children. Even when they get paid the ransom, they still kill people around. And they call it's the worst criminal stuff that's happening since the Joker. And Bruce just goes through the channels, having some drinks and just trying to, get his mind to something else.
He's slamming drinks to avoid giving into his addiction.
Yeah. Just replacing addiction with another addiction. Easy. But yeah, all these crimes that just won't be stopped. They just power his memory of his parents' death. And it's kind of, he goes through the channels, and then one channel is actually his parents dying, getting shot. And Batman speaks to him in his mind and tells him that it's time to return. And right now you're just weak and just just your hollow self, or in a hollow shell. And that it's time to come back.
Oh, you are dense and retarded now. Come back.
You're not the goddamn Batman.
The channel he goes to when he starts thinking about his parents, though, was actually just the Mark of Zorro. The film was on
Right,
was on,
right.
and like that was
Yes.
he's trying to not think about becoming Batman, and then one of the channel he flicks to is the movie that he went to go see the night his parents were killed. So one of those things like, wow, kismet.
And that's what Batman are made of: dead children and Mark of Zorro.
True.
I mean, yeah.
And yeah, he's back. He after he called himself a little bitch, called himself weak. It's like, fine, I'll go back now. And yeah, he's just going around stopping all kinds of crimes, and he beats the piss out of people. Like,
Oh
he's,
yeah.
he's not pulling any punches. There's a bunch of blood in this movie as well.
The batarangs in this one don't fuck around.
Oh no.
Yes. Yes. Oh, actually, just before that, just a little detail is one of the things that also gets him to come back is a bat flies through his window, which is
Right.
actually from the very first retelling of Batman's origin story, where he's kind of trying to brainstorm what he would what his vigilante identity should be, and then a bat flies through his window. It's like, a bat, I will become a bat. And that interpretation has been kept through so many different iterations, including this one. So that's just interesting to note. Also, my next note after this is blood and cum mummy, which I think is because they kidnapped a woman and she dropped her groceries, and the groceries leaked red and white liquids, and they were calling her mummy. So I wrote down blood and cum mummy. Okay, that's where that came from.
Not
Wow.
surprised. Not surprised at all.
Excuse me, what?
That the scene where it's the woman on the subway car, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, in the comic, that scene is like haunting the way they portray it, because she reaches into her bag and she's like, "Oh, I feel something in here, round, and it's hard." And then just the next page, you flip it over, and it's like a woman exploded in the subway yesterday. You're like, "Oh shit!"
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, they put a grenade in her grocery bag, man.
Yeah, that's not nice. It's not nice when you do that.
It really isn't. Hang on, I'm
It's
just
nice
gonna
and nice.
put those flames in order.
Oh yeah, Batman punches through a car window. He is
He
strong.
punches through a bunch
I mean,
of
a
stuff.
roof rather. Yeah.
Runs through walls.
Yeah. he sure does.
Well, I mean, it's why what makes this design of Batman is just this like giant bruiser dude. Makes scenes like that work a little bit more than they might have.
Yeah. And this was back when Frank Miller could create semi-coherent art before the dark times.
Where the? I think this is where you see Carrie Kelly for the first time. No, wait, that's after.
Yes.
I think is that
No,
before
wait,
or after
yeah.
the house thingy?
I have it. Well, Carrie Kelly comes up next in my notes. So
Well, he does like all
Like,
the beating up of the people, and there's the. Yeah, it's after. I'm pretty sure it's after the house. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, he's just
think
kind of beating up some people, doing the whole fear thingy. Yeah. And he chases a couple of thugs that are driving away from a police car, and one of the cops is like, "Oh shit, is that Batman?" And just gets he gets slower, and the young cop is like, "What are you doing? Why are you getting slower?" "Oh, you're just gonna enjoy the show, kiddo," because he knows what's gonna happen. Like he's seen this before. This is good old Batman action, and yeah, he chases them into an old house. It's a bit decrepit as well, and yeah, this is where the first time you see him being old. He tries to climb up a rope, but now he has to use his feet because he can't really do it anymore. kind of weird in hindsight because he can punch through walls. Anyway.
Well, I think in this one he punches through the floor, and they do kind of set it up by as one of the thugs is walking around is like, I don't know if this floor is safe because
Oh no, I
one of the
mean later when he punches straight up through a wall. I feel like if you can.
That's quite a bit later though, isn't it? When he has like the
I mean, it
the
doesn't matter
machine
for my
gun?
point. I'm trying to say he should be able to climb the rope with his arms if he can punch through a wall. I think he's got enough power left. Maybe they should have made it a bit like a, I don't know, what do you call these really thin walls? Maybe make it look like...
Plaster?
Huh?
Drywall?
Drywall?
Plaster?
Yeah, something like that. But it looked like a brick wall. I don't know. You could have made it later a bit, I don't know. It looked like it's already broken, or make it like wood panels. They're just covering up the broken wall or something like that. A bitch wall.
I sort of figured it was drywall. I don't know. Maybe in the animated movie it looks different, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I perceived it as drywall. It's the one where they were like keeping the kid hostage, like the little baby.
Yeah, I mean that one with the baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the if we're doing the kidnapping scene, one of the lines I really like from that one is he never made noise before, and then I immediately put in my notes, Chungus Batman.
Chungus Batman, yeah. But yeah, he makes short work of one after another. But the police kid goes after them because like, oh, he's just a vigilante. He bad. I'm gonna go get him. And the old guy's like, no, don't do that. He's just gonna be okay, fine. And he almost gets killed because he's making noises. So he almost gets shot, but he gets saved by Batman. I think he doesn't dodge himself. He just kind of gets pushed out of the way.
Yeah, and that's another one where the inner monologue shows you just how hard Batman's thinking, not about only taking out the thugs that are in the building, but protecting the rookie cop. Because he's just like, the cop came in, I can hear him coming down the stairs. I've got to find a way to now his life's in danger, so I've got to find a way to keep him alive while still taking these guys down. And you see him kind of put the plan together in his head, and it's kind of cool.
Oh shizzle.
But yeah, he makes pretty short work of them one after another, just doing his stealthy Batman stuff. Nothing too crazy here. Just stuff you would know. He just hides in the dark, uses his stuff, disarms them, all that good stuff. And yeah, we go to a newsreel and say, yeah, Bats is back, and the mutant leader's like, oh, I'm gonna kill that fucker. Oh, I hate him. I'm so strong. And somewhere in between here is also Carrie Kelly, I think, for the first time. Yeah, at the arcade, it's just on screen. He's like, yeah, Batman.
Yeah, and there was a scene, I think, just before the kidnapping where Batman saves Carrie Kelly and her friend. And
yeah.
One of the few times the gunshot's missing actually makes sense because the mutant's shooting at him in pitch blackness, so he's kind of just trying to guess where he is.
Oh, Batman gets shot a lot in this one, and man, he has some good plot armor, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Very good plot armor. But I'll point it out. Don't you worry. I got notes.
I think I got a few myself. He's young. He'll walk again.
Oh, yeah.
As another thing that was in the book, he says the reason he wears the big bright bat symbol that has the yellow border around it is so they aim for his chest where he has armor.
Yeah, I noticed that he gets at one point he gets shot right in the chest, right where there's all the armor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when the movie thinks he has armor, at some point he doesn't.
Oh, see, it's only on his chest. Everything else is bare, apparently.
Oh, okay. You did the thing away. There you go.
I think I probably prefer the idea of hey, like his head's not armored to the point that if he did get shot in the head, it would kill him, and just people are missing him, more than like the Snyder style. Like he just has a helmet that can tank bullets. Like it's like, well, I don't know that that's better. I mean, I suppose it
I do
makes it.
prefer acrobatic, agile Batman, to be honest.
Batman tanking bullets is always not great. It's better when he's just good enough to not get hit.
Yeah, it's more satisfying for sure. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah, so he gets rid of all them peeps. They get taken in. One of them gets fucked up, and he goes to the commissioner. It's like, hey, I want to release because he's blah blah. It's bad, Batman. I have rights, all that shenanigans. And Gorner's like, yeah, okay. It's like, wait, what? What is happening? Of course, this is all a ploy, so he can go back to find Two-Face, because he's most likely working for Two-Face, and he's right about that. And we also like that we see Bruce just lying on his belly, and Alfred just giving him a massage, just to give those Oldman bones some release. And I was like,
RMT therapy is very effective.
Yeah. Also, Alfred
Yes.
saying, "I'm still the prime beneficiary in your will, right?"
Yes. Also, the mutant leader says he's going to grind Gordon.
Oh no.
Yeah. Also, I
Nasty.
think it's important to know that in all the news reports are very explicit about what Batman does and doesn't do. So that allows you to know what the intentions of the story are. And I point this out because it says he critically injures people, but he doesn't kill them. And I mention this because a lot of people are convinced that Batman is going around killing people in the story, and it's not really any good evidence for that. If you look
Oh,
at
I'll give
as a
you
whole.
evidence that he definitely had someone killed. No problem. It's very obvious. He definitely killed some people in this.
Oh, I think there's some stuff in here that I don't think is survivable, but I don't think the story intends for those people to die. I think those people have heavy plot armor, is what I'm saying.
I feel like Superman kills people.
Oh, Superman is much more, yeah.
Oh,
this,
he's fighting a war. He downed some ships in this one.
Yeah. And I point this out mainly because there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense if Batman is going around killing people in this story, like if it is a killer Batman in this one. So I feel like I need to point that out.
Well, I mean, that was the thing that I kind of misinterpreted about because I always remembered it as him killing the Joker, and that's not exactly what happens here.
Yes.
It had been about a decade since I read the story prior to this.
Yeah.
Remember it wrong, you can remember things wrong.
Yeah, and to be clear, Matt, I do actually have points here where it goes like, wow, Frank Miller really doesn't understand how electricity works if he was meant to survive that, stuff like that. So definitely a lot of stuff where it's like, yeah, that person should have died, but clearly the story thinks they didn't. So, okay.
Yeah. The electric shocks just stun people idea of comic.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I have to really let that one slide anytime there's blunt force trauma in a film that's supposed to be a non-lethal takedown. It's like, look, when you get smashed in the head with a pipe, you're probably dead. Okay, you're not just knocked out.
It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Pretty bad for your brain juices.
Will kill you. Very, very painful death too.
So yeah, Batman tracks the guy that was just released because he goes back to Two-Face. Well, he thinks he goes because he's already gone, but Batman is here. Because he he figured that he would go back, but Two-Face is too smarty pants for that. And he kind of just intimidates him. He falls through some glass and is cutting himself up on this glass. Like, that wasn't even Batman's fault. He just fell through the glass like a fucking idiot. And it's like, well, you're bleeding out, so you better tell me everything you know, because I'm the only one who can get you to a hospital in time.
I love that. I love that. means of Batman torture. Be like, hey, here's why you're gonna tell me everything you need to know because you need me to save you right now,
Mhm.
and I want to. So why don't we just help each other out?
Bu- I think next he talks to Gordon, right? Yeah. Yeah, because Gordon has some intel on some stolen helicopters, and we also see that he set up the bat signal again. And what I like is like, oh, is this really the only way to contact him? And he's like, nah, that's like a dozen more. Obviously implying, oh, if you do it like that, everybody knows Batman is back. So it's just another layer of putting fear into those criminals, of course, which I just kind of like as a thing they put in here. It's kind of neat.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they talk about that that Dent apparently has covered his whole face, and speculated he might have hurt himself to screw his face up completely, and he's completely consumed by his dark side, basically. And Batman also has a coin. Was like, hey, he scratches both sides now, so basically not Two-Face anymore. Really, he's just
It's one face.
One face. He went from one face to Two-Face to one face. It's crazy.
We need to give him 3 faces like a normal human.
Ass face.
Oh yeah, he's ass face now.
Ass face. And Batman says like, well, the mutants are next on my list, but first we need to figure out what you need 2 helicopters for. And they just go back and forth like, oh, something big, blah blah blah, and they somehow end up at the Gotham Life building. That they're gonna do something there because apparently this one has like 2 towers or 2 buildings where they can land on. And we see, oh yeah, we see that one of the doctors that have healed Harvey say that he's innocent and the real villain is Batman because he
Of his psychoerotic behavior.
Yeah.
His psychoerotic
Yeah.
behavior.
It was basically he causes all those villains to appear and now they fuck shit up and this has made
He's a
Harvey
menace.
go crazy again.
He's
Obviously,
a menace.
go ahead.
He's a menace, like
Oh.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Of course, the only reason he does that is he wants to cover his ass because he wants to be known as the doctor that fixed Harvey. But of course, Harvey already fucked off before Batman even returned. So he's just trying to preserve his image, which is a big thing in the movie. There's a lot of political commentary in this one that I noticed, where like all these higher ups are just going for their own image instead of doing something, which is obviously just a big thing at the end as well.
Yeah.
And then we again see the Joker looking at the telly, and he's kind of reacting. He's awakening from his catatonic state.
Batman. Oh wait, no, he
Batman.
says that later.
There's way more politics in the comic. Even more. I thought this was already plenty.
Yeah, he goes very like you know how modern day media is very steeped in left wing politics.
Sorry, again.
You know how modern media tends to get a little too steeped in
Right,
left wing
right.
politics.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine this, but right wing.
Oh no.
I mean, yeah, but it also, I think it's quite critical of Reagan.
Yes. To be fair, I think I'm thinking of a lot of his later works where he starts to
Okay.
go a little bit
No,
racist.
I didn't realize I thought you were talking about this story, not Frank Miller as a whole. So.
Yeah, I think I get. Look, sometimes it's hard to unstick them in my brain a little bit. Sometimes.
Well, I mean, I think Frank Miller's written a lot of really good comic books. Everybody, he's also written some pretty weird ones too. But
Yeah, like have you read Holy Terror?
no,
that's a book that exists. That's a book that exists.
Sounds great.
okay. Well, I'm thinking I should avoid it. I do. I like Sin City quite a lot. I think that was a pretty good series. It did.
Yeah.
It
From
did
what
in a very
I've
point in
oh, sorry.
time. It existed in a very specific point in time. As if, oh god, Jojo apparently doesn't like Frank Miller.
Yeah, that's what you get for all this right-wing propaganda, Mark.
People I hang out with, I think I'm a lefty, really. I'm capable of being friends with everybody. That's all.
Yeah, it's what I've heard described is that he started writing Sin City and he didn't quite know how to stop, so it started leaking into his other works where it was inappropriate.
Yeah,
he started to fetishize cities and buildings a lot, to the point where you're kind of just like, can you please just have sex with a building and get it over with?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him.
Oh yeah,
Jojo, I'm sure.
I agree, Doggo. I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, she's a bit of a cranky puppy. Mom is coming home soon, though, isn't she? Yeah.
Yeah. So Batman is preparing to intercept the helicopters. He even has a grappling rifle, not a gun, a rifle, a grappling rifle, and again, he's just stiff as hell. He's like, oh, my bones. He just kind of tries to loosen them up a little bit, and yeah, sorry, said he's just not used to do all these things again. He has to loosen up again. But yeah, Harvey has been taking the towers hostage, or the buildings, and says he demands $22 million in 22 minutes.
Because he's a Two-Face.
Yeah.
On Tuesday the 2nd.
Oh my god.
At 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
2 poom.
2
poom poom.
But yeah, the one building, he makes short work of the goons with some smoke, which even seemed to have some kind of hallucination-tisms going on, because the last guy he beats up sees him as a fucking demon creature.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get a picture of it, because I actually quite like the design of it. It looks pretty cool.
That's one of the things Nolan pulled for Batman Begins.
I actually have that in my notes, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every Batman film is kind of an adaptation of this, including the Joker.
Yeah, look at that bad boy.
Yeah.
Don't wanna fight him as a last boss.
Yeah, it's like to most like adapters of Batman stories, it's like, no, there's only one Batman story. Yeah. There's only one Batman story. That in year one.
The wild Frank Miller Elseworld story is being seen as the source text by everybody.
And you got crazy Zack Snyder, who's like, my work is very faithful to The Dark Knight Returns. And it's like, is it really? Is it really? Is it really?
Like, I think it would have been a better movie if it were.
Yeah.
I would have believed the BVS fight far more if a Robin in a Batmobile and an Oliver Queen with a kryptonite arrow were in the roster.
Yes.
Yeah. And an armor, and he wins still. Without utilizing it, I mean, Batman uses the entire city's power grid against Superman in one attack.
Yep. Yeah. It's I got a lot of well, I don't got a lot of notes, but I got notes that will probably expound conversation when it comes to that fight, because holy fuck, that fight versus BVS, it's night and day.
Yeah, I know, and it's just like, it's not like you guys couldn't have seen this.
I mean, clearly they read the book, which is like.
That's what they tell us.
Well, I skimmed it. You know, I went through it in about a 15-minute period of flipping through the pages. I saw some cool pictures, and I copied some of them.
Excellent.
Thank you. Let me make Justice League now.
There's no heart in the BVS version, but we did get Martha. Why did you say that?
And also the fight's really lame in BVS as well. That's also worth noting.
Trash. So, he looks at the helicopter after he beats everybody up, and the bomb is already going. There's only like 170 left. Just not a lot of time. And then the guy asks, "Oh God, can you stop it? It's not supposed to go already. We're just here to do this thing." He's like, "Well, let's hope I can." And then he freezes the bomb with freeze spray, bat freezer.
I have this in my notes. It's just like, is this bullshit? Stopping a bomb by freezing it? More research is needed, because it was like, I'm pretty sure this is bullshit, but I don't actually have a degree in science to say 100% that this is bullshit. This just feels like bullshit, you know?
I do have access to liquid nitrogen. I use them for warp treatments at work.
Okay, but
Would it stop a
did you
bomb?
freeze bombs with it sometimes?
You know, I do also know some explosive ordnance disposal guys, so I can talk to them. And ask
Good. We can get answers.
For my HPV liquid nitrogen. But yeah, that's what we do awards every day. We freeze them.
I think it would be hilarious if it would have just stopped the display, just broke the display for the timer, and then just still explodes after 2 minutes.
Oh, could you imagine?
But yeah, this is the last time we see that bomb, by the way. It's just dealt with now.
Oh no, wait, doesn't a helicopter explode later?
Oh, that's the second bomb.
Oh right, yeah.
Because there's two
so it
bombs,
does
one
stop
on
the
each
bomb.
building.
Fucking hell.
Okay,
I was wondering what happened there, because like
I have
didn't
words
remember
about that bomb
helicopter
as well,
taking-
though.
Bumble.
I believe it is possible to freeze a bomb and stop it. I don't think it takes. I do think it takes more than he had. I mean, yeah, he just basically froze up the surface of it.
I mean, if that and again, I wasn't bringing up the liquid nitrogen that I used at work in the EOD guys as a full blown joke. It was just a funny association. I'm not saying that it couldn't actually stop the bomb, because I don't actually know. But if it is a quantity of liquid nitrogen required, I think I'm willing to make that logical jump, considering we can assume he's probably fought Mr. Freeze and maybe adapted some of that tech. Like Batman having a super freeze thing in his utility belt, I think is pretty low on the list of logical jumps that the utility belt makes sometimes.
Yeah, I'm willing to believe it, so long as ultimately internal consistency is what matters most to me. I just find it to be funny thing that he just freezes it, and it's
That's one of those things where you see it, it's like, no, just clearly not. No way.
liquid nitrogen Oppenheimer equals worst enemy.
No, I mean, Carrick though was mentioning Metal Gear Solid 2. You go around using liquid nitrogen to freeze the C4, and it doesn't. I think what you're doing is trying to make it so that it can't detonate anytime soon.
Yeah, because mostly, if I'm not mistaken, C4 is not really used in like a device. It's like the block, right? And then there's like a timer on it. So if you freeze the explosives themselves, that might do something. I can see that happen. That might be a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong with explosives detonators. That I do know from work, because I often get put on EOD ranges as the medic, which is usually pretty fun because it means I get to sit in an ambulance and read comic books for most of the day.
You can't solve all your problems by freezing them.
Yeah, you can solve some of them, I think. I know that if
You can't
you're
solve
using,
some of them.
if you're using a physical detonator, like one that isn't radio detonation, then rain, like weather conditions, can actually be a problem, because it could make it so that the fuse stops in the middle of the line, and then that can be a real problem, because if you, in the event that it's not totally stopped and you go out to try to fix it, that could be bad. And luckily, I've never
that's
seen
true.
anything like that happen, which is why EOD taskings are boring and not horrifying. I like them boring. Make sure they're always boring, troops.
That's the thing you want.
Yeah, a bored medic is a happy range.
So yeah, but now he needs to get over to the other building, and now he uses his grappling rifle to get to the other tower, and that's a very stiff line rope, because it's just like a steel beam. He walks on that like it's nothing. It's what funny, had like no give. I expected it to just bend, like a steel cable or something, but no, it's just had some Viagra up in this grappling hook, I guess.
Oh, we know what those animators were thinking.
Balls. lock balls.
Balls.
But yeah, he gets shot by a couple of people, and Harvey actually hits him once, which does not deal any damage. Like, he doesn't get hurt by it; he just gets knocked off. We'll remember that for part 2.
At least he does get knocked off.
He gets knocked off, and while falling, Batman uses the rifle again to grapple onto the helicopter. And I just have to assume that in between cuts, he reattached a second grappling hook on that, because I'm pretty sure he had to screw it on earlier, but there wasn't one when he fell off. I think there's a little bit of continuity error here. And he hits the helicopter on the inside, which tilts it a bit, makes Harvey fall out. He swings through, grabs him, and crashes through a window. And he beats up Harvey. So, we see that...
Beat up that mental patient!
Hang on. So, there's 2 bombs, if you remember. And there's goons on that helicopter. So, we see the helicopter escape and then explode. So, we established earlier that these goons did not know the bombs were going. But, while we see them shoot, we see that the bomb right next to them is at 27 seconds for everybody to see. So unless they have some suicide pact with Harvey Dent here, I don't know why the fuck they got into this helicopter.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have.
Well, you see,
I thought you were going to criticize Batman for not trying to save them, and I was actually going to mention that as one of my defenses of Carrie Kelly, because I think that having the second set of hands becomes very, very important for Batman for a good chunk of this story, where like a lot of the situations would have been totally screwed if Carrie weren't there. And I thought I could maybe explain that as one of them, but I guess I can't explain why the criminals themselves are apparently have no.
Here's the shot. It's 27 seconds, and they're just not. Apparently, they didn't realize that was going. Maybe they can't count. But this is that's their escape plan.
I think maybe okay, I'm just trying to remember the exact events, but I just remember that the criminals weren't aware that the bombs were going to go off right away. So maybe that was it.
They're standing right next to it, and there's 27 seconds left.
Yeah, I think that structurally that is a bit of a problem, because I mean I think I could buy that, like maybe the timer is for our benefit and they don't know that the timer is even counting down. But yeah, it's pretty big and bright right there in the shot.
Yeah, it's probably pretty hard to miss.
It's in the shadow, and the numbers are cutting through the shadow with light.
Yep.
Yeah, the only thing I can think is that the guy in the guy in the cockpit was just there the whole time and didn't look at the bomb at any point. That's the only way that works.
I mean, yeah, maybe the pilot doesn't necessarily.
See, I think this would have been a fun detail. They see his Oregon and he just fucked off, and there's like, "What the fuck, dude? Boy, no, stop it!" And then they just explode.
Yeah,
because we learned
cool.
here a little bit that Harvey actually wanted to do a suicida in Minecraft, and wanted to take a lot of people with them by exploding all these towers. So he doesn't even get to Sudoku himself. So that's...
Oh no, poor Sudoku. That should be a new Batman villain, Sudoku.
I'm surprised there isn't one that's called Sudoku.
There's probably a villain called Sudoku. I just don't know if there's a Batman villain called Sudoku.
I mean, do they just create number puzzles that are sometimes kind of tricky?
They're like a really specific hyper OCD Riddler, and Riddler is already hyper OCD, so this is like the next level on top of that, where it's just all number puzzles.
I thought
from Two-Face to Ass-Face to Sad-Face.
Where's Calendar Man in this hierarchy? I feel like he's not exactly into puzzles, but definitely numbers.
Yeah, he does like the nombres.
That cockpit comment just reminded me of the George Carlin bit where it's like, oh, they don't call it the cockpit anymore. They call it the flight deck. I don't know why they wouldn't want to use a lovely word like cockpit, especially with the stewardesses going in and out of it all the time.
So yeah, Batman confronts Harvey, and we learn that he thinks they just fucked up his other side and didn't fix it. So now he thinks he's actually, one face, but with all fucked up face. And people were just laughing at him and making a joke out of him. And now he wanted revenge after everyone had their laugh. And he wanted to go out with a bang, quite literally. And just destroy these towers and kill possibly thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. I don't know how big those buildings are, but yeah.
Very possibly. Yeah. And what was I gonna say? There was something. I'm stalling for time while I think. It would have been interesting if they explored it a little bit more, and we almost come to the conclusion that he always saw the Harvey side as the ugly side, and that was part of his psychosis, and that was, there's an idea there that I actually quite like, but they don't really go into detail about it. But it was something I was thinking about while rewatching. Was like, wow, what if it is that he was hoping they would reconstruct the ugly, the side we would perceive as the ugly side, but to him, it's the Harvey side that he wants to get rid of.
I guess I sort of perceived it as more abstract in that it's no matter what they make him look like, he's still got that ugly side underneath, and that it was almost like not being able to see it was causing him, I guess, a type of dysphoria, and that's why it covered his face up entirely, because he's like, I can't even I'm not that person. I'm not just Harvey Dent right now, and they're trying to pretend I'm just Harvey Dent and I'm totally fine. But again, another kind of comic book ism that I think was translated okay, because they do the kind of fade in of the both sides ugly thing over top of it. But in the book, Batman says that he closes his eyes and then listens to Harvey, and then he sees that he's like, oh, it's the rotten part of him is what's in control, really, even if he looks totally fine. So he closes his eyes, listens to him, and he's like, oh, it's Two-Face, it's not Harvey.
Right.
Yeah, and that's how I interpret it as well. I was more just thinking like an alternate way you could go through this that could be interesting. It was more just a brain seed from me.
Oh no, I did find it interesting too. I guess I was just explaining my perspective, but I think your perspective is quite interesting. Like this, that's the thing about Two-Face. There's just so many interesting things you can do with just that split personality and the perception of self and all of that good shizzle spleen. It is 6:40 in the morning. Oh, you Europans.
All good.
Yeah.
But yeah, we next get again news, or I don't know, more like interview stuff. Because we do the whole thing where some part of the population is standing on Batman's side, and on the other side is like, no, he's a psycho, blah, 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 blah. That's another thing where I'm confused world building wise, because we established later the Justice League pretty much existed. They were around. So I have a feeling they already got around to liking these people for the most part. So I guess the idea is there's a lot of new people that hadn't had to deal with any of this. So now we have to do this discussion again, I guess. It's just, I don't know. I was kind of confused world building wise how this would turn out. If you just imagining you have the superheroes around, you have like Wonder Woman, Green Arrow, blah blah blah, Green Lantern, and then they just fuck off around, and then Batman comes back at the all-time high crime spree. Would you still have people? I mean, you always will have people who are going to be against it, of course. But this feels like we're doing the same discussion we had when Dark Knight Begins, basically. You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I think I got you there. So what do you think of this? They are selling Justice League and Flash comics at comic book stands. We see that later in the story. How does that affect?
Oh, wait,
how does that affect this?
I didn't even notice. I think I just saw a Swamp Thing comic here.
Yeah, we got that. Yeah, so in this scene in particular, we've got Swamp Thing,
Yeah.
V for Vendetta, and Sandman, which two of those things are actually canon to DC. But then later on, I think there's a scene with a comic book stand. We see Flash and JLA comics as well.
Yeah, I was just I was just not quite sure if that would be such a big thing. I don't know if people would be actually more happy that he would be back because
Yeah.
things are so bad.
Well, I think it's
It's
different
I guess it's
people
cancel
view-
culture in a way, where it's like they're just a minority of people are getting the majority of the attention.
You also know that there's going to be people that are saying like, well, maybe all this crime's happening because Batman's back, and like doing the chicken before the egg argument of like escalation, as it were.
Yeah, exactly. And also there are just people who are more who have just a very warped worldview, as I'm all too aware of, thanks to Twitter. That will go and say very insane things very publicly, no matter how counterproductive their narratives or reductive their narratives are. Such as fucking well, we'll see what they do with the Joker later. And how he's put into certain situations thanks to very, very irresponsible people.
Yeah, you have like these debates, and they even like call him a fascist, which wasn't there a line in Blue Beetle that happened?
Yeah, it's honestly, it's probably the reason I tapped out on even wanting to support Blue Beetle, just to be like, hey, I think this character was fun to play as in Injustice 2, and that kid was pretty good on Cobra Kai. Then I saw the first trailer, and I'm like, okay, fuck this movie. I was like, there's no
such a shame.
Yeah, this is the first time where I was wondering, hey, what's up with all the other heroes? Like, we haven't heard anything of anyone, and especially Dick Grayson was like, is he not like doing anything? But I guess later we have this weird agreement with the government.
Sorry, I just thought of what Dick Grayson's actually doing.
No,
he's doing
That wasn't a thing when Dark Knight Returns was written. That was the thing after much more cocaine to Frank Miller.
Much more cocaine. That was after 9/11 happened. It did. 9/11 actually broke Frank Miller's brain, I'm pretty sure.
And that's possible too.
Yeah, because at this point we haven't heard anything about this agreement or anything. So at this point I was just really confused. Like, because I understand, okay, Batman stopped, but did everybody else stop too? Because I had no context at this point at all. Of course, we get this whole agreement, which I guess counted for everybody. But then again, you would probably think there's like some stray vigilantes again. But then I guess Superman deals with those. I don't know. I found this whole Justice League existed, and then they were like, no Justice League anymore, and they stopped. I just find it really weird. I just find it really hard to believe overall. I don't know. It's this weird Elseworld thing. I don't know what could have possibly happened that all of them were like, yeah, we're gonna stop. Oh, an alien attack. No, it's fine. They'll deal with it. They have Superman.
It was the Sokovia Accords.
No, we scrapped those in She-Hulk.
Yeah.
Why?
She-Hulk is the reason the Justice League disbanded.
Exactly. It resonated throughout the multiverse and the omniverse and the metaverse and
it
all
made
the verses.
Man, say fuck that.
The Justice League could have gone to Canada or something. Someone in chat says. Yeah, it's like, oh, you guys almost here? Go over there.
Justice League Toronto.
We could use a little bit of Justice League up here, eh?
Yeah.
I think there was a Justice League Canada at one point.
That's kind of funny.
I mean, we are the place where Wolverine comes from.
That is true, and Deadpool.
Yeah.
Oh, it was. Oh, here we go. Well, there's one thing marked Justice League Canada. I don't know what that is. It seems to just be a one-off, but there you go.
Well, I'm sure it was. Actually, I can't. Honestly, I don't think I can name a single Canadian DC character. Like off the top of my head, at least.
They have to exist. I'm sure of it.
I imagine they do as well. Although DC is a bit weird when it comes to its locations and things, because there's some DC stories where the only cities are the DC cities, and others will they'll just randomly refer to New York, and I'm like, wait, New York. I was like, how does New York exist? Both not Batman, both Gotham and Metropolis exist. that are both.
Well, you see, the way it's I've seen it interpreted is that all the cities we have exist plus a billion others. And I think they actually made fun of this in JLA Avengers when the Avengers and Justice League people swap Earths. The Marvel Earth is slightly smaller than the DC Earth because the Marvel Earth has slightly less fake cities in it.
I mean, that would make a bit of sense. But can't you say, okay, Metropolis is in Nebraska. or something like that, like just a place where there's no massive city and just be like, this massive city exists there, as opposed to creating new land, which I think is also Lex Luthor's plan in Superman Returns.
True, his real estate scheme to make an island of kryptonite.
Yeah,
Island of Kryptonite? Okay.
it's not.
And then Superman lifts the island of kryptonite into space. It happened. It was a thing.
It's just wild.
Yeah.
Brandon Roof wasn't terrible, but the movie was.
Yeah, they need to stop wasting breath. Oh, is Booster Gold Canadian?
Is he?
Oh no, wait, that's Michael Carter. What the fuck? What has happened? I just looked up because there is a section on the DC Wiki called Canadians, and I don't recognize any of these
It's like
people.
they're their own faction.
Well, I mean, I know Booster Gold, but Booster Gold is kind of a meme character on its own. Like, his whole thing is he's a guy. He's not a superhero, really. He's just a guy from the future who traveled back in time with some technology and decides he wants to be a superhero in our time. Because
and he learns a lot of lessons along the way, and we've revealed there's an inner depth to him along the way. And then he teams up with Blue Beetle, and it's great.
yeah, Justice League Unlimited was a good show.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of things. And who's Michael Carter? He looks exactly like Blue Beetle. Like, okay, so he is. No, wait. Oh no, wait. Michael Carter is Booster Gold. Fuck. My brain's melting. I forgot Booster Gold is not his real name. I forgot that for a second.
Maybe it should be.
So
his
Booster
real
Gold
name.
is Canadian. Forget me, chat. I'm just very, very fried.
That's okay.
Oh, James said he's a descendant of the Flash. Yeah, see,
Well, if he's that far in the future, he's probably the descendant of a lot of people. To be
yeah,
fair.
yeah, that's fair. Say that we've probably got a little bit of Genghis Khan in all of us.
That is true, and for every air molecule you breathe, for every gulp of air you take, or every drop of water you drink, or something, like 1 million of those atoms were probably in William Shakespeare and Hitler and everything, because that's how redistributed everything is.
It's pretty wild, man. Breathing Beethoven's air right now.
Whoa, shit.
And the cool thing is, you don't even have to have a celebrity in mind. Just pick one from all of history. As long as they're not fictional, it works.
Yeah.
So
Also,
Gordon
that's
goes
an ugly costume.
to get some grocery because his wife forgot the beans. God damn it, wife! Not the beans.
God damn it!
And he gets ambushed by
They're
a
not gonna be full of
mutant.
beans.
And it's like a little standoff, and we just hear some Schuttenheimers, and we go straight back to a newsreel. And there's actually a kind of thing that I found could have been kind of interesting. So apparently, the Victim Rights Task Force exists now. So I guess the idea being that people like Batman can't just go around beating people up, and then they demand sanctions against Batman. Whatever the fuck that would be. I feel like it could have been an interesting thing to talk about, but it's just mentioned here, just as a thing that exists. I find it interesting that there's like a whole task force just goes around and picks up all these crippled goons. It's like, come on, you got rights too.
A lot of that stuff is in service of painting the kind of bureaucratic red tape hellscape that this world is. Makes it so that Batman kind of feels like, no, we need someone who's not following the rules and just getting things done to like actually fix any of this.
Yeah.
Because if every time a criminal commits a crime, you start thinking, oh, okay, well, let's see how hard the criminal was hurt in this thing and look into this and stop the cops from doing what they can do, you end up with things like the mutant gang taking over the city, who I gather are not actual mutants except for maybe the main guy.
Oh,
That's what I gather. Yeah, they're just kind of posers for the main guy.
And dumb as a rock, all of them.
Yes. I'm just
I mean,
remembering like the mutant leader in this compared to Gotham Knights, where he's just a little wiener person compared to like the big bulky
Wiener.
like I'm gonna kill the mayor person.
Yeah.
And I think the main kind of purpose of the story or of Batman's role in the story, and in addition to like Carrie Kelly, which again I feel like I'm going to be the one defending, is the idea that there are lots of people who can just sort of go with their cultural flow and end up falling into crowds and joining up with movements that might not necessarily be the best thing in the world for either them or everyone around them, but then having someone like Batman to inspire people to actually do good. And even if you're not following the rules, always being in service of helping other people can actually still result in some good. And I think that Carrie is sort of the first one and that's sort of referenced by him always calling her soldier and referring to this whole thing as a war, that she's one of the people who took up arms to actually fight the battle that needs to be fought, and that all that really needs to happen to fix this is for more people to start doing that themselves, start taking the safety and security of their community into their own hands to a degree. Now, I don't think that's a great lesson to just apply directly to real life. I want to be clear about that.
Yeah.
Become a vigilante, but I think in the context of this story, it does work kind of well.
And this is what Green Lantern looks like at this time period.
Oh God.
Guess which one is Green Lantern?
Open link. Is it the guy who says give him hell?
No.
God, it's probably the... Is the weird green thing with the boobs?
No. That's his wife.
Oh, but he doesn't have a little ding dong though.
Yeah, he does have a little ding dong.
Hang on.
At least I think that could be Martian Manhunter, but I recall Green Lantern having a really weird thing going on in that.
Whatever
story.
it is, it's awful.
Look, there are things I've seen things that turn you white.
Wouldn't even believe.
So apparently, this is either Green Lantern or Martian Manhunter. What is
Gumby?
Why?
They turned him into Gumby.
Okay.
He has a choke.
Okay, hear me out. What the fuck is this face over here? To the left. Who is this? It's chaos down here. The crowd's gone wild. Yeah, with that face, I would be fucking terrified if I'd see you. Look at this.
Frank Miller drew this. Frank Miller drew his own story.
Did he pass it by you and put it through the meme blender? What's happening? This is insanity.
I had no part of this. Oh, it is Green Lantern. Okay. And he kisses his wife goodbye and he turns back into normal Green Lantern. So he chose to look like that.
Why? What's your problem? Good God. What
is he creating it all with the ring?
What else did you put in? Oh wait, you had this panel how he fights the Green Lantern. Oh, that's a real Green Lantern.
So that's in Asbar, yeah. So that's how he gets around. So because Green Lantern's weakness is yellow, so his solution is I will paint everything yellow, including my teeth.
Okay, stop right there. What do you mean his weakness is yellow?
So because light is along an electromagnetic spectrum, in the initial Green Lantern comics for a while, the weakness was the ring couldn't affect anything that was yellow, and they had to spend decades figuring out how that made sense. Eventually they figured it out, but initially it was just it just can't affect anything yellow. So they would have to so if something was yellow, you would have to find a way around it. So if your costume's yellow, you have to use something in the environment to throw at the bad guy rather than using the ring directly. And so Frank Miller took that.
There's an emotion attached to the different colors too, which is why the yellow.
Yes, that was eventually established. So yellow on the spectrum is fear, which is the opposite of will. And the reason that they couldn't affect will is because Parallax was living in the central power battery, and he's the living embodiment of fear, and thus yellow couldn't be affected because it was called the yellow impurity. in the power battery. They went to a lot of effort to justify this weakness,
Someone
and
in chat-
eventually it was like one. Oh, sorry.
Someone in chat said, so Green Lantern is helpless against piss.
I mean,
I mean, what if it's
if you-
clear piss though? What if it's clear piss?
If you're very well hydrated, you're fucked.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
if you're too dehydrated, it'll be kind of a brown gold color.
Yeah.
also, it's just some amazing dialogue again, like from Batman. There, just absolutely stellar fucking dialogue.
Should I read it? Hang on. Why the hell do you think I dress up like a goddamn bat? I want to scare the crap out of people. They've got all of your bromides out there to reassure them that the world's a nice, safe place. So leave it to you and your posse to mix it up with all those bug-eyed monsters. Me, I'll hunt down the street-level vermin, rapists, murderers, thieves like that. Them you have to scare. And then Green Lantern says, get off your high horse, will you? We're all here to help people, okay? So you go after the bad guys you go after. Fine. It's your methods we find repugnant. More of your victims, and yeah, that's what I call them, victims, wind up in the hospital than the jail. Every time I turn around, I hear about you smashing some lowlife's femur, shattering a cop's jaw. Then Batman says, have you taken a look at Gotham's crime rate lately, Hal? Never mind the corporate stuff, I'm not taking them on just yet. But the streets are safer, even from the cops.
Yeah, he's like straight up, like almost murdering cops earlier in that story.
You really should try the lemonade on a hot day like this. It's a godsend. That's the next thing that's been said right after Batman said that. And then Hal just says, damn you and your lemonade. They'll bring us all down because of you.
Lemonade isn't really yellow, though, at all.
Oh, let's see his inner monologue. I feel a chuckle that starts in my gut, all black and hard and sharp as an industrial diamond. The chuckle, it cuts its way through the flesh of my throat and comes out as a laugh that scares even me.
Oh, God.
Keep my voice steady. It isn't easy.
I also like how he's sweating on his mask in this panel. That's pretty good too.
Yep.
I still can't get it. Like, has anyone ever seen yellow lemonade? Because I haven't.
Nope.
Fanta,
And also, all
Fanta
Hal has
lemon
to
is
do is
pretty
just
yellow.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
and I'm
isn't
gonna-
isn't that a soda though? Like, that's not really lemonade.
Oh,
Is it
right.
true?
Yeah, right. Lemonade is like without fizzy stuff, right? Because in German it's called Limonade, and it's the same thing with the fizzy and not fizzy.
See, yeah, lemonade here is generally you crush a lemon, like you juice a lemon.
Yeah, I got you.
Mix it with some water usually, because like, I mean, you don't want it to just be pure lemon, sugar and ice, and then stir it up to make lemonade. But then you can also get lemonade from concentrate, which is like a frozen kind of lemonade juice that you stir up.
Which doesn't exist here, which is really annoying because there's a lot of really cool like punches and mixed cocktails that use that I really want to try, but you can't get this concentrate in this frozen state at all.
Oh, I mean, I guess like I could bring some to the UK if you want me to pass it off to anyone.
No, it's all good.
But yeah, lemonade is kind of cloudy and clear, but it's not it's not yellow. It's like the rind of the fruit it comes from is yellow, but the juice itself is kind of clear, you know?
Right.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to poke a hole through Batman's plan to make Green Lantern ineffectual here, because all Hal needs to do is go outside, grab a car, smash it through a wall, and suddenly nothing is yellow anymore, funnily enough. Oops.
Huh. Well, yellow. Also, I like that they tried to justify it for 10 years instead of saying, oh, that was a dumb idea.
Oh, no,
Let's
they
not do that
tried to
anymore."
justify it for about 30 years, and then they finally found an answer that worked.
All right. Wait, where?
Trev's actually been in my streams the last couple of days. We did talk about Armored Core at the beginning of the episode.
This is an Armored Core. Yeah, unfortunately, I had to drop my last stream early because I had to something came up and I had to go. But don't you worry, guys. There's gonna be more Armored Core on Saturday. It's gonna be a good time.
And it's a very good.
but there was 2 more panels after that. They're not very long.
No more.
We're not even through
fact, they're
part
just-
1.
We're spending more time on Dark Knight Strikes Again than Dark Knight Returns, and that's never a sentence I wanted to say.
Welcome to a meme stream.
Wait, what panels do you mean?
Oh, so there's Joker from
Oh,
that
these
far.
ones. Oh, okay. I thought you meant
I just
more
wanted to just-
panels of the Green Lantern.
No, and then there's one face after that, and that's it. Which isn't a Frank Miller thing, but I can't get over that they thought that was a good idea.
Let's see. We got one. Oh, he actually calls himself One Face. That's strange. Two Face no longer, Betty boy. You can call me One Face now.
One face is the appropriate amount of faces. There's nothing special about having one face.
That's everybody, Harvey. You fool. Also, those
Doesn't
veins
even
don't
have
look
one
healthy.
face. No, I think he got juiced up with like Bane juice, I think.
Ah, a classic. The good old Bane juice.
You
And
can
then-
call me ass face.
Oh, is that Yakuza Joker?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. That's the only way to explain that.
He just beat up Kiryu and is now the new head of the table.
No one beats up Kiryu.
Yeah, that's true. It's the only name that I can remember because there's a lot of names in that game.
Kind of the only one you need.
Yeah.
Does it ruin it for you to know that under Dark Knight Returns, Joker's clothes is probably still that tattoo?
Not really. It doesn't really matter that much, but it's a weird thing for him to have. I don't know why he would have a dragon tattoo. It
I
seems
spent
weird.
Yeah.
and I guess and joined a gang.
I don't even know what. He doesn't smile in the story either, which is weird.
Okay. That's some weird stuff.
There's some
These-
weirdness going on. Yeah.
Frank Miller's
Miller.
written great Daredevil books, guys. You should read some old.
Stick
Boy,
to the
oh boy.
80s, Frank Miller. You should be okay.
Yeah, I think I can say that with confidence. Yeah, I think every 1980s Frank Miller story I've read has been pretty solid.
Yeah. But yeah, in these newsreels now, just to get back with a hard segue, just more of this political red tape. It's like, oh, we talked to this guy, and it says still polling opinions still. And it just gets more and more like this, where you can see, oh, they just all go with the process, but the process is clearly not working well, if at all. That just becomes more and more clear throughout these movies. It's like, hey, this guy needs to do something. It's like, I'm not responsible. That's the guy below me, and just all trickles down. Like nobody wants to take responsibility. And get some more opinions of people if they like Batman or not. The standard, nothing too crazy to point out, I think.
Yep.
And then they do this really weird thing where the reporter says, Commissioner Gordon has been shot and killed. And I was like, oh no, I read that wrong. Commissioner Gordon has shot and killed a 17-year-old mutant. I was like, fuck was that about? Why did you do that?
I don't.
That was so
That's
weird. That
the
caught me
wrong guy.
completely off guard. I was like, why did you do it?
That one's confusing to read in the book too, because you're like, wait, like hold up.
Like it's like
I think
they
it's
still want.
literally the
It's like still wanted the emotions of the people hearing the Commissioner Gordon has been shot and killed. Like, oh shit, he died. And then they go like, nah, actually, I read that wrong. He killed someone else. It's like, what?
that's like the quickest fake out you've ever seen in media.
Yeah.
Except for Sabine's death, I suppose.
Oh yeah. That thing. I still haven't watched that show. Probably won't for a very long time,
I
if
watched
ever.
the first episode, did not enjoy it, and then I got 10 seconds into the second episode and immediately was like, okay, it's not worth my time.
It isn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't
I'm
get
getting
better.
that.
I watched it all.
Yeah.
Of course, because we're recording the EFAPs on that, and it's fucking
Jojo,
trash.
it's okay. You're not gonna watch
Hey,
this.
I saw Ahsoka bouncing around in space with lightsabers. It
God,
must
that
be
was so
cool.
bad. Oh, oh, they actually did that. Oh, let's go back to Batman. Happy thoughts. Happy thoughts.
Happy thoughts.
Yeah. Also, at this point, I haven't realized that Carrie Kelly is a she. I thought it was a he, but at some point she started talking. It's like, oh, whoops, I need to change my notes.
I always thought of her as a she.
Yeah, I just was me being a dumbass. But yeah,
Yeah.
she
Also, I
gets
love that it's a
inspired
store-bought
by.
costume.
She gets inspired. She has a Robin costume and just goes out to the street. Also, her parents don't give a shit and are high all the time, apparently.
Yeah, I
They-
mean that's a latchkey kid '80s criticism. I think.
yeah. It's like,
Yeah,
oh.
rise of parents who don't really give a shit.
Yeah, because they also talk about like these things. Oh, how could you do that? That reminds me of this thing. But hey, whatever. I was tripping the whole time when I was there, so I don't actually really know. It's like, oh, okay. So yeah, she just goes out and does stuff, kind of trips around, because yeah, not really used to do that kind of thing. Then we see that the
I expected them taking a second to show her like not being great at things and implying that maybe a lot of time off screen she's training to try to be able to do some of the things that she ends up doing later in the movie. It wasn't like rock solid, but I think it's better than her.
well they
just
try
being
well
great.
they show this here and it's like, oh good, she's actually not good, but I don't think there's a lot of time that happens where she actually trains and then she starts doing stuff.
No, she does get very good very quickly,
Yeah.
but I think having the one scene where it's like she maybe had to do some practice to try to figure out how to jump between buildings safely before she starts adventuring with Batman later on and pulling off things that are really sort of unreasonably good for where she should be skill level wise.
She's also the problems later because she's incredibly strong and can jump crazy high.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I was
They-
like, what? Where was I? Wait, she was just jumping around. Oh yeah, we hear that the mutants kidnapped the baby of some big shot company man. And the mutants are just dumbass criminals who keep shooting each other. This is like they hear a creak on the door, and they just start blasting through the door, even though it could have just been some other mutant. Like they have like there's no sense of camaraderie or anything really. They're just kind of going crazy all the time. Then the door opens and a bat flies in, a real life bat. Which makes me believe that Batman brought a real bat to distract them, which I find hilarious.
I have that in my notes too. It's like, wow, did he bring a bat all the way?
Must have been annoying to do.
There's an emergency one frozen in liquid nitrogen. Utility belt at all times.
So yeah, I just found that funny. I actually went back, it's like, did he use like the hallucination juice again here or something? Because damn, that's crazy. He just let a bat fly through that thing.
Wait, I'll get my distraction bat.
My distraction bat.
I just love the idea of one of those little square compartments on the utility belt having like an ice cube with a bat just alive but frozen.
He has a Pokeball in his utility belt and it just has a bat in it.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, so it's like, hey, calm down, it's just a bat. And then we see that
It's
one
just
of
like
the
you're in
guys
Gotham.
gets...
That's not a.
Huh?
You're in Gotham. There is
Yeah,
no
I feel like-
sentence
I
where
feel
it's
like-
just a bat.
Yeah.
We are criminals. We should be very scared if we're in Gotham City and we start
Yeah.
seeing bad stuff of any kind.
And then one guy is close to the window and is hit by the batarang. And the one mutant with the big automatic rifle says, "Get out of the way!" And just fucking blasts the guy through the window. And right after he says that, I was like, Jesus Christ. How did these guys survive this whole time? He just fucking blasts him through with his gun. I was like, oh, okay. And the lady one is just like, yeah, whatever. And this is where he punches through the wall. and grabs the big boy and uses his gun to shoot the other mutant's gun out of her hand and saves the baby.
Yes, and I consider this an improvement on the comic, because in the comic it looks like Batman shot the mutant to death, which clearly didn't happen if any of the news reports and the later dialogue are to be believed. But because the art, Frank Miller's art, even back then, was a little bit interesting. Sometimes things would be ambiguous when really they should not have been ambiguous for the story
Right.
to function. So this one improves it by just going, yep, shot the gun out of the hand, hit him with the butt of the rifle, done. So that was, I would consider, an improvement on the source material there.
I see.
Yeah, again, that was one that I always kind of thought he just blew the person away, because it really does. It seems like the thing that Zack Snyder stole at the end of BVS there with like replace the baby with Martha Kent.
Oh,
Yeah,
right, yeah.
The exact same machine gun. Like,
Yeah, so my only guess is that Frank intended it to be like a winging shot or like a shoulder shot, something non-lethal, but because you don't actually see the bullet hole, that's the weird part. You just see blood on the wall and
Right.
the fact that
the
they're
person
fallen
falling,
backwards.
yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people have interpreted that as like, oh yeah, Batman totally kills people in this story, and it's just like, well, there are stuff that people couldn't survive, but there's just not. The story itself is not convinced that Batman is killing people, and that's kind of what I need to get across.
Yeah.
Because later on they do go over the charges, and they go breaking and entering, aggravated assault. They don't list murder. I think that's very important to know. They don't list murder. You would think murder would have come up.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, and that's kind of what I was saying, that I think I remembered this story wrong, even though I even liked it with my incorrect memory, and I think it's actually a little bit better now.
Yeah, I think so. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, Carrie is running around and saves a couple from being robbed by just doing some flippy do, and it's more like, you're weird, I'm gonna leave. And even the two who got saved are like, all right, I'm just gonna go the other way. We're going around the block.
Thank you.
Batman called one of the goons for interrogation and, well, hung him upside down from a building. Batman things.
Yeah, what I found interesting about that scene is that the goon almost didn't seem to be aware that he was being held upside down.
That's what I was thinking too.
Until he opened his eyes.
He was like, oh shit, I knew gravity was weird.
I mean, I think he probably knew he was upside down. He probably just didn't know that he was like hanging from a building. He was like in a room.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is that he thought he was being hung, but he didn't realize just how high Batman was willing to carry him.
Yeah.
So in the next scene, Batman goes to a general and is like, hey, you sold enough weapons to these mutants to stage a small war. And reason being he did that is like, yeah, I've been serving so long, but they're not paying for this. So I sold stuff to the mutants. And it's like, well, you gave him enough to stage a small war. So, yeah, sort that shit out. And did Batman make this guy kill himself? Because you hear a gunshot.
Not on purpose. Not on purpose, I don't think. But I think the man definitely put gun next to. It is implied that bullets definitely went through self-cranium. Fuck.
You rolled a 20 in deception.
Yeah.
But he doesn't care like at all. Should he be worried or something? I don't know. I don't know if you would just not react at all to this happening.
Yeah, like this crazy version about. You would think, because normal Batman would probably make sure that he doesn't have a gun to self-harm at that point. I would assume.
But here's the thing: Batman says he puts the gun on the desk and says it's a good way to go out or something along those lines. He says something specific. Let me actually go back and put on the subtitles here.
Yeah, let's get the dialogue going because I didn't catch that. If that is the case,
Is subtly peer pressuring a person into suicide murder?
you know, there's
He
these are
says
the great
nice way
questions.
to end your career, General. So this could be taken two ways to be fair. It's like,
Oh, okay. I interpreted that as him ending his career by selling weapons to criminals. That was how I
yeah,
interpreted
yeah,
that
yeah.
line.
That's what I because
Okay.
that's what I was thinking as well. But then he just Sudokus himself. I was like, oh, which way did you mean that now? I hope not the first one.
Hopefully not.
So yeah, I was a bit weirded out by that. I'm not gonna lie.
As you should be. As you should be.
General opted for the easy way out. Yeah, apparently so. Which is dickish too, because now his wife won't get the treatment, I guess, and now also has no husband anymore.
Hmm.
Then we see that currently fake Robin finds out about the meeting at the dump, which Batman also knows about already, and he takes his fucking bat tank over there.
Yeah.
Yes, and there was a line I've forgotten about, which I think comes up later, but I can bring it up now. This is apparently what the Batmobile is in this universe.
Oh
Yes,
yeah, you're right. They say later it's like they call it the Batmobile. I was like, what? This thing?
Yeah.
This is going around. Okay, wow. Okay.
With the stretchy. Also, look how happy he looks that he's in that fucking tank. Let me show this on stream. Actually, he is
boys
overjoyed.
love their toys.
Look at his smile. He's like, yeah, baby. I'm gonna fuck up those mutants, boy.
I think the Nolan Batmobile probably takes the most from this. The idea of the Batmobile as a giant piece of military tech more so than a stylish race car with guns on it and stuff.
Yeah.
I think Nolan went a tiny bit more sensible in that this is something.
Yeah.
His car was something that could fit on a city street, while this is.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
I think this would crush other tanks.
Well, this one, it looks anthropomorphic almost. Like it seems like it has a neck and head, and that it a will of its own at times.
That's my face when playing Armored Core 6.
Yes, and now Batman's gonna punch all those people with bullets.
Yeah.
They make a thingy here. Let's see. So he basically just goes up there. It's like, you all stop now and surrender, or I'm gonna beat you up with my rubber tank shells. And they're all like, oh, boo, and they start shooting him. So he fucks a ton of them up with his rubber bullets. But he also there's also one thing with grenades.
Those were rubber explosions, Metal.
I don't think the mutants use rubber grenades, because those were not his grenades.
Yeah, but you see, when they hit the bat tank, they turn into rubber. You know, have you heard of the game I Am Rubber, You Are Glue? Checkmate, atheists.
Wait, let me see if I can. So they grab like a bunch of grenades from their little grenade crate. Nice rhyme, thanks. And they explode. So he shoots back, of course, with his rubber flim-flams.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, and I'm not even saying it was on purpose, right? But I'm saying he definitely killed a couple of them, because this happens. This grenade is already cooked. It's doing the thing, and boom. Boom, 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 boom,
no.
boom, 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 boom.
Well, I can say that he doesn't kill anyone on purpose in this film. I can say that deaths occur incidentally rather than intentionally. That's what I can.
Deaths occur incidentally every day of the year, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's just the every day of the year death, you know?
Yeah. Like, you know, it's collateral damage during a fight. It's not the fight itself.
Those are healing grenades.
So, so the problem still is, though, in part 2 they make a big deal of it. Oh, now you killed the Joker. Now they're gonna come for you because now you're a murderer. They would take this as fuel immediately after to Batman.
This is the thing about when this is an issue a lot of action has, especially when you have a non-killer character, where they want it to be really flashy and explosive, something, you know, literally in a lot of cases, but they miss the fact that, you know, you need to make sure that they're going pretty out of their way to not murder people. And some Batman media is better at doing this than others, and this is an example of. Look, Frank had the right idea with the rubber bullets in a way, and not so much with the grenades. I don't think. I think the grenade. We could have left the grenades on the cutting room floor. I think.
Don't let the mutants have grenades. That's all you had to do.
Most gangs do not have grenades. Like, the pistol is a very common weapon you'll find on your typical street gangster in real life. Hand grenades?
Yeah. Well, I think the thing is, I think they went a bit too hard, because they're saying they got weapons from the military, and they were like, well, obviously the military has grenades, and there's a tank, so they're gonna throw some grenades. And I was like, nah, but now you have this problem.
Yeah. It is a problem.
So yeah, and this obviously weakens the whole thing at the end. It's like, now he's a murderer. I was like, well, technically you would probably say that after this as well.
Yeah, this is again, this is where there's a lot of examples like of this we can find where like the action scenes like actively compromise what the story is actually, what the story believes about itself, and then the action scenes take place in this parallel universe where things are a little bit different.
Yeah.
Once I actually had a person unironically make that argument to me as to why The Last of Us 2 is good, because gameplay Ellie is flat out in a different dimension and is not the same person as the Ellie in the cinematics.
Oh, that sounds like a not very smart person.
I mean, I'm just like, you brought that argument up, and you don't think that means I win now, because I don't even know what to say in response to that.
I was like,
this is what we call ludonarrative dissonance.
Yeah, but he's just like, yeah, obviously every game has ludonarrative dissonance. That's like insane. I'm like, yeah, but generally not story-based ones that want you to take it seriously in a grounded world. You know, like, usually that can then become a problem if you're killing people constantly, and then the game ends with, yeah, you know what, killing just isn't worth it. It's like, well, I mean, tell that to the families of all the people you murdered, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's you know, I haven't played that game, but I assume you don't get a non-lethal option.
No,
along.
Like, flat out no. There's no easy way to even get through a stealth scenario. I mean, there's no effective way to get through the entire game using just pure stealth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe someone can do it, but it seemed to me that almost every canned stealth sequence had a big heavy door, which when you get to the end of the area, instead of slipping through unnoticed the way you would in a well-designed stealth game, you have to tap triangle a bunch of times while a door goes alerts everyone anyways, and then you have to end up killing at least a few people.
Yeah, that's
like, yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, because you know. It feels like if that's the story that they were going for, obviously I would not. I would take out the Joel thing for starters, but the other thing is like you would probably want that Deus Ex option where you can just, you know, you have options about how you approach a situation rather than what you just described to me just then, which was Christ.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just they're like, okay, well, we got to make sure that if they do get through an area with stealth and no combat, they've at least knocked out a few of them or rallied them all to the other end of the map, because all of these enemies are going to run straight at them the second they get to the exit.
Yeah.
Unless they tap triangle fast enough. So it's like,
oh no. Oh no. And I assume you can't just save scum like you can in Deus Ex and then get the non-lethal
it's
path that way.
It's checkpoint saves, but the checkpoint saves are usually like 30 seconds apart anyways, because they want everyone in the world to be able to finish the game. So yeah, death in that game has almost no consequence. It's like, oh, I died. I'll go 4 seconds behind where I just was and do that exact same shot again.
I still need to go on my Last of Us arc. That's gonna happen at some point.
Yeah, good luck. I don't know.
Yeah.
I actually I picked up because I was liking the show. I picked up the remake on PC and it ran like absolute dog shit on my
Oh, no.
3090. So
Yeah, I heard
like,
that one was not very great.
yeah, but I'm just like, okay, I will not touching this until it's getting patched. But
I'll
I
probably just
don't.
pick up the PlayStation version. I think
Yeah,
James
maybe
told me that the PlayStation version is just straight up better. I think.
I heard that that one is fine, but the reason I bought almost the primary reason I bought it is because one of the things I hate in that game the most is the controls. And I was like, I wonder if playing this with a mouse and keyboard will dramatically change the experience. And I was willing to accept that, hey, it might. I might be like, oh well, this game's actually like not bad when the controls aren't garbage. But instead, I was like, oh, this game doesn't run well on my computer that is very much more powerful than a PS3. So I don't know. It's
Ah,
yeah.
yes. Remasters and
Oh
remakes.
yeah, so
Always
James
good.
is saying, yeah, not the PS5 one. He's just saying the $20 like remaster on PS4. And yeah, that one I
Yes.
and it is still quite good. Holds up.
And they made that one almost immediately after the first game came out as well, which
Yeah,
was strange.
it was the next year. The Last of Us was a PS4 game. Okay, they just launched a shitty running version of it on PS3 so they could win Game of the Year awards that year, and then they knew they could sell it again on PS4, and they just sold it again to people on PS5.
Good
It's,
job.
It's their
Money.
Scott. Yeah.
I worked all night, I worked all day to pay the bills I have to pay.
Woohoo! So,
Oh,
So now that he
this,
beat
this
up
is
a
one
lot
of
of-
my next notes. Those are some sharp nipples.
the mutant does have some sharp nips. That is true.
Yeah, can open the nips.
So yeah, now that he
Don't
beat up
don't
most,
give him a cuddle.
now that he beat up most of those mutants and the rest fucked off. I assume because there's a lot of them. Or there were a lot of them. He confronts the mutant guy. He's like, I'm mutant strong. Don't be a coward and face me mano y mano. And Batman, in an attempt to prove himself, says, alrighty, that's the only way I can see if I, still got it, basically. Never even tries to stop him. It's like, dude, he's like in his prime. You're gonna get fucking killed. And Batman gets pretty fucked up after a while. He's trying to, as he puts it later, trying to match his savagery, and that's not going well for him at all. But lucky for him, Carrie Kelly is here and kind of distracts the mutant guy for a little bit. And he throws some goop in his face, which makes him go unconscious. Actually, not sure what it is. Some glue kind of thingy.
Yeah, like a glue that just made him suffocate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
A
basically,
couple of things.
Batman is
sorry?
getting fucked up because he's trying to prove himself and probably still trying to find a good way to die. I'm sure he's probably ready to die here if he just loses because he wanted to know if he can still do it, and if he can't, well, might as well have a little death going on here. He gets beaten with
a little.
yeah, gets beaten up with a like a pipe or a crowbar or something. Yes, like a crowbar.
Yeah.
And then gets saved by Carrie, and he does the whole goopy glue thing, and yeah.
Yeah, I got a couple of notes for that. Firstly, so specifically when Robin comes in is when Batman is being beaten to death with a crowbar, which is how Jason Todd died, by being beaten to death by a crowbar. So I found
that's
Robin
right. I
saving
didn't
him
think
from
about
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I find that to be, there's something symbolic there, something poignant about that.
Robin comes back and saves him from the Robin death.
Yeah, from the crowbar, aka the Robin Killer 9000. And I got that engraved on it. And then I'm going to assume that goo dissolves before the opponent asphyxiates. I'm going to assume
I was
that.
actually not sure when it was like, oh shit, did he suffocate?
Probably would. Yeah, that he'd likely be dead. But
Yeah.
I mean, again, the story does very quickly assert it did not kill him.
Yeah.
So thing. Yeah, it's a bit of a logistical jump that needs to be had there, though.
Did you censor the man nips? No, that's how they look.
Yeah, you've got a face
no,
on view from the side.
Let's
They're
see. Here, there you go. There's the pointy nips.
like they look like they could hurt you.
Yeah, don't cuddle this man. Don't cuddle him. This is how the mayor died. He tried to cuddle him. Oh, spoiler.
So yeah, that's yeah. He didn't die, but I was for a second was like, oh shit, did he suffocate? But no, we established pretty quickly that he's still around because we still need him to well, beat him up again, but better.
It's a little chilly.
It's a little chilly.
Do you think they're also they if there's an on button on his back and they're like drills as well?
It's like all the way through.
Yep.
Oh boy. So yeah, her name, so Robin's name is Carrie Kelly, as we already established, and she put something on Batman's arm, kind of puts it back in place. So I guess it was just dislocated, not broken. I think was the idea here.
Something like that.
And Batman just wonders where she learned that, and I don't think we get an answer. He just asks, and then Alfred is like,
they yada yada it.
Exactly. And I was like, okay, go to the next hospital, and Bruce is like, no, to the cave. And I was like, fuck you, crazy? You're delirious.
Yes.
No, they just go to the cave immediately with the new Robin.
Yeah, Alfred's had enough of this shit.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I'm not a doctor. A little bit.
Bruce, I'm 90 years old.
Yeah. Conservatively, yeah, 90 probably is about where he is. If Batman's 55, like you could assume he was in his 30s when Bruce was a kid. And, yeah.
So they go back to the cave. He gets patched up a little bit. How much time between this fight and the next one? Probably shouldn't be ready for the next fight. Oh, Batman thrilled both of these shouldn't be ready for any fights anymore. He's just completely fucked up all the time.
Yeah, but Metal, have you considered that Batman crawled off into a dark corner of the cave, bleeding, and then stripped all of his clothes off, and then standing buck naked, decided to talk to himself, and that happens. He healed. Yeah,
because Carrie asks Alfred, like, where's he going? It's like, he's going to find his strength. Meaning he talks to Batman butt naked. And it's like, I'm not finished with you. I'm never finished with you. It's like, okay.
I think a lot of this does need to be contextualized in Frank Miller's use of Carrie Kelly as a way to kind of play on the homoeroticism between Batman and Robin in a bit of an interesting way.
I don't think that makes it better.
Well, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't make it better. It just gives it context. I didn't say better. I just said context. But yeah, there's some frames in the comic that are rather suggestive.
James says he talks to the Bat God.
Yeah. Also, could you imagine if Carrie had followed Bruce? Like if Alfred had not managed to stop her?
Yeah.
That's
And that is what she saw.
She does run up and hug him when he's on his way back in the comic, and there's a full
that's not
great.
Oh.
And you go, well, because he's got his arm slung in the yellow Robin cape that's kind of ripped off her, and she hugs him in a way that almost looks like the cape goes into the sling, and she is covering presumably naked Batman.
Batman said no homo, and thus he healed. Thank you.
No homo, so instead had a
Swole just
embrace with an extremely young woman. I don't know that it's better.
Swole just points out, what the fuck is that sling gonna do when he's lying down?
Things and stuff.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good point. I
didn't even think about that.
Yeah, he puts it would work as an immobilization. Like, I mean, not just for the gravity of taking the pressure off the shoulder, but if he's got a fracture in his ulna, like his one of the bones on his arm or his radius, then that bar being held by the cloth of the sling would help immobilize the break.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Also,
Definitely
I must
the
point this
gravity,
out.
the gravity part is not doing its thing here. Of course, it's not like
No,
playing the slang, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
A
Yeah.
sling will not help your shoulder feel better if you're lying down. Only when
Nope.
No.
I can't believe this doesn't work.
This is something I thought about while I was watching, is like, because Alfred knows exactly what he's going to do. So it's like, so how many times has Bruce come home bleeding and then stripped off all his clothes and gone off into the corner of the cave to talk with himself while naked and go, "Yeah, I'm not done. You're never done." Does he just do that every time he gets beat up? Is that his ritual?
I think that it's at least implying that that's just what he does every time. It's like his part of his post-crime fighting ritual is like, if I got really beaten up on that one, I'm not just going right to bed. I need to go out into the area of the cave where I meditate.
Cool. Well, we've all got our kinks and stuff. So yeah, that's if that's what he needs to get the blood flowing to his injuries, then that is a-okay.
Then we got more news stuff again. Another debate. The long-term.
We got Lana Lang.
Long-term effects will be bad. The drop in crime is just a short-term faker-daker thingy. Versus, he shows us that the power always was in our hands, and we need to stop living in the shadow of crime. That just keeps going throughout this part, of course. Where it's always this other doctor, I think, if I remember correctly. It's always this other doctor that says that. He's still trying to kind of cover up his ass.
Batman didn't cover his ass.
Not in this scene, no. He's just, bad God, I have come to you butt naked. I am not done with you.
Behold my erection.
It's like, why?
May it please you.
You just see the bad guy's like, God damn it, I told you to stop doing that. Stop it. Why you keep coming in here naked?
I mean, honestly,
what are you doing? Stop moving your hand right now, young man.
That's better than if the bat god just looks at him and says, "Okay, now turn around and bend over."
Stop it right now. Oh yeah, Lana Lang is like in that.
Yeah, Lana Lang, the years weren't kind to her either.
No, they were not. But she's working at the Daily Planet now, which is something.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. So I got this.
James makes a good point, and I think he kind of did that to all the female characters.
Yeah, well, this is Frank Miller, right? Either all of his females are really hot, or if they're old, what old means to him is they got fat.
Exactly.
I
didn't think that Selena being fat really served the story at all. It's like, it gives Joker one line, and it's like, well, I don't know. Like, she's working as a madam. I think you probably still could have let her be hot, right?
Probably.
Yeah. And yeah, now we get we get to the thing. Oh, the mayor is like, we're gonna talk to the mutants and have some debates with them, and so they don't come attack us and kill the city. That'll be great. Also, we see the new commissioner that's gonna be here soon for the first time. Yendel is her name. And she's going to take over for Gordon when he's donezo in a couple of weeks.
I'm sorry. I accidentally muted. I unmuted and then immediately muted myself by accident. But I kind of like how she was portrayed in that she is an anti-Batman commissioner candidate.
Yeah.
But she also, they also show her as having clearly tons of respect for Gordon, and I think that they didn't just make her automatically like, okay, now it's the mean commissioner is going to be taking the reins now. It was more like, she definitely has a different perspective on justice. And as much as we want to be like, well, is she crazy? Look at how much good Batman's doing. The real answer is yeah, but you can't let people be vigilantes. Like you just can't. If you're a cop, you can't really be okay with that. Like what Gordon was doing was wrong in the objective sense, but I guess we all know that from the story's perspective, he's got the right idea because Batman is useful. He's useful if you're fighting crime.
Yes.
Yes. And so at some point, I don't know where this line is uttered, but I have it here in my notes, where I think at some point the mutant leader, or someone in the mutant army, declares, "My mutant army is coming," and then I have written after that cyberpunk theme.
A lot of good music in that game.
Good meme. I like that meme in general.
Yeah.
I'm coming.
I'm let them come.
Yeah, then the mayor goes to the mutiny. He's like, "Hey, let's talk." And Gordon's like, "Well, you could." Oh, and this is also where the process kind of fucks the guy over. It's like, the polls say I need to talk to him myself, and then he gets eaten.
I was just like, wait, you're going? There's no guards. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, that went predictably. Oh man. Also, just before that, there was a news reporter lady who had a T-shirt on, and she had really big boobs, and on her T-shirt it was written, "All this and brains too."
Yeah,
That's right. Hang on, let me get that actually. I can't believe I didn't make a note for this because I laughed at that, but I didn't write it down. Hang on.
That's where I come in.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, gotta get a new chair so it's easy to bounce around in.
Nice. But yeah, there you go. All this and brains too on channel 2.
She does look like Frost. I do agree. From Mortal Kombat.
Oh, I thought you meant Frosk.
Well, someone in chat did write Frosk, so
I thought that was a misspelling of Frost. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's a Frosker and
no.
yeah, just watch the Chrissy Mare music video. It's funnier.
Okay.
The actual situation is really cringe.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, right before, I think before this actually, Batman decides that, hey, she's perfect, she's brave and smart, and she can help me destroy the mutants once and for all. And then I was like, did you remember what happened with Jason? I was like, well, I will never forget it, but the war rages on. Which I like in concept, but man, that was quick. Like there was like nothing to needed to convince him really. Like she helped him out this one time, and now he's gonna train her, I guess.
Well, and again, I said I'm probably going to be the person defending Carrie the most, but I think the idea is that was him realizing it's like, as much as I did promise I wouldn't take on another protege, this was the fight that taught me I need someone watching my back, because I would be dead. Mm-hmm. The only reason I'm alive is because I had a Robin. I need a Robin. And this is a girl who just came out of nowhere dressed as Robin and went toe to toe with the baddest criminal in Gotham to save my life. Like, I think, like, as much as it's thin, it's also like pretty substantial as far as what she, like, there's not a lot of things that she does to prepare for the role and prove herself worthy of becoming Robin, other than just being like, yeah, I'm the one who was inspired by you enough to do it, and I'm brave enough to actually follow through. Mm-hmm. Which is one of the reasons I like it.
Yes.
But then my brain immediately goes to, but why are you not getting Dick Grayson back? Like, didn't you like already train him? Can you not?
Do I need to get the photo back again?
No, forget about the photo. I'm talking about the real Dick Grayson.
The real Dick Grayson.
Again, like as the Carrie Kelly defender, I almost said, well, we know what's happening. But it is metal.
I low-key want this to be the canon reason. Like he was thinking about, let's get Dick Grayson back, and he sees him in in like a camera and just looks like fucked up, like in this panel we showed earlier. And it's like, oh no, better. Need a new one.
The reason
no.
I'm just saying though, the reason Metalcommander is correct is because that is not a valid. It's not a valid counter argument because Dark Knight Strikes Again did not exist when the original source material of this was written. So I think that saying, oh well, Dick Grayson, like you don't even want to deal with that. They did write him out by saying, hey, we don't talk to Dick anymore, or like we be Batman. I guess I use the royal we that I've just been saying other people shouldn't do.
The royal Dick.
I am not Batman, despite what you might have heard. But but yeah, I think that.
But you are Cyborg.
Yes, that part actually is true.
Excellent.
Yeah. But I think though it is a thin reason to not have Dick be the one he calls, and it is a problem, I suppose. There's not really any way around it other than, hey, at the beginning of the story we said we weren't going to call Dick Grayson, and we're hoping that you just accept that as enough of a reason because we want.
Yes,
it gets extra awkward later on when he starts when he gets Green Lantern in. And he has one arm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and I think though do they explain in the movie why Green Arrow lost the arm?
I don't think so. I don't recall that been mentioned. He just says it hurts when it's cold, and it's been cold a long time.
That's the reason.
Didn't he get sawn off by Superman or something?
Yeah,
or
that's the reason Oliver is super keen on a chance.
Okay.
Because I think that during the conflict amongst the Justice League, I think.
So wait, that's what they meant. Why Oliver? When he meets up with Superman first, and it's like, oh, is that? What about Oliver? He didn't like that, and it's like, we all know what happened, or something along those lines. I don't have the.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to go down that way.
Yeah, so I guess that was the implication that was this.
Superman either tore his arm off or shot it off with the heat vision or something, and it's I think it also I think that it brings I think the idea though of taking the Archer's arm was kind of cool because he manages to use a bow and arrow still, and if you haven't seen this movie, it's kind of neat.
She's go ahead.
So something else is this is something that's brought up pretty often. I think this is an interesting conversational point. He calls her he called Jason a good soldier, and that he needs soldiers. And I think that can be that word can mean a lot of things. I think this is where you really have to lean to the Elseworlds angle, because I don't think Batman would see in the regular Batman probably wouldn't see his Robins as soldiers, because he's adopting them as his children. Basically, and the reason he brings them in as Robins and turns them into Robins, or the reason they tend to become Robins, is because they need that outlet, and he needs to guide them along a healthier path than he got to go along after his tragedy. So it's kind of like that kindred spirit sort of thing, rather than simply being recruitment fodder for his war.
Sorry, I got a growling puppy. That's why I didn't immediately respond. But
That's all good.
No, I agree with that, and I do agree that it is, again, it's another, as you said, Elseworlds reason that this is a Batman who's not viewing his crime fighting as just a thing he does. He's viewing it as like an actual war that he won, and soon. Otherwise, he's not going to have the time to finish it, because he knows he's an old man.
Yeah, exactly. So this is again where we have to we have to keep bringing up Elseworlds, because so many people see. I've heard so many arguments about Batman being made with Dark Knight Returns as the reference, and of course adaptations take from it. And it's like we have to really emphasize that this story hopefully knows that this is not the regular version of Batman that we're dealing with. This is a crazy old Batman who probably wasn't too similar to begin with.
The story does. It's just people who adapt to Batman don't seem to understand that.
Yes, because the story was, The
animated series, I think, was the only time there was a bit of a dark-toned Batman that was adapted into, I guess, a motion medium, be it live action or animation, where they did treat it seriously, but also it wasn't just Dark Knight Returns references left and right because you can't do
Yeah, I
that on
appreciate that.
an animated show.
Yeah, exactly. And that is, it is very frustrating. And it's an example of something coming out at like the perfect time when people were ready for really dark Batman stuff. And then because people just really resonated with it, and for good reason, there's a lot of good things to resonate with. Um, they saw that as the definitive take of Batman. Everything should be like the Dark Knight Returns, and it's like, I mean, you can like the story. You can like the story. You can even love the story. You can have sex with the story. Watch out for the paper cuts, but please note the differences between this and mainline Batman.
Yeah,
Just please,
like
please, and thank you.
traditional Batman. But
Yeah.
it was, I mean, being that I was a kid in the 80s and like around the time this was written, and I didn't read it when it was first published or anything like that, but I do remember that on TV very often during the day you would see reruns of like the 1960s Batman show, and until Batman 1989 came out, which was also like in some ways kind of, it got going in production because The Dark Knight Returns was as successful as it was, and they're like, okay, so Batman being marketed to adults and having a director like Tim Burton come in and do it might actually work and might make us some money. But prior to that, it's like all you would be seeing about Batman was every day you'd hear no 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 no. Batman's 1960s TV show that I think Dark Knight Returns, for especially teenagers who are watching the Batman TV show and then they walk into a comic book shop and the guy running it's like, hey, this is the Batman story you should read. They read that and it blows their mind. And a lot of those people are now writing Batman stories. So I think that
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty easy through line to see of like, yeah, that was the Batman that made Batman cool and not nerdy and pretty gay, really.
Yeah, it's the knock-on effect from this book is almost more interesting than the story itself. The story itself is, of course, very interesting, but then you see all the effects that it has and all the things that it affected over time, and how it's come to be regarded. And it's it can be it can all be traced back to good old Frankie Boy. That and Killing Joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The two gritty, dark Batman stories of the late 80s.
Yes.
So yeah, now the plan is you start your training immediately tomorrow, but tonight we still need to go out. I have one thing for you to do because we need to get rid of these mutants, of course. And the plan is you gotta go around and take advantage of how fucking dumb these mutants are and pretend that there's a there's a meeting at this mud hole thingy. I don't know if they call it something specific. It's the meeting at the something. I don't remember what they call it. But yeah, she just goes around and spreads the word, so everybody goes there at this mud hole because there's going to be a meeting and it's really important. So she uses mutant talk and calls them spuds and stuff.
Yes, we also get Pearl Harbor brought up.
Are we? Not
Yeah.
by her.
By Jim Gordon.
Oh yeah, that's
Jim Gordon.
I think that's after. She talks
Oh, is that after?
It's such a good monologue too, or I guess technically it's a dialogue, but it's mostly a monologue.
Yeah, because everyone is is a bit uppity because the mutants are gonna attack or want to attack. So Yendel gets into Gordon's office and he's like, "You're a bit early here." And he's like, "Yeah, I just want to help out." And he's like, "Well, nothing really to help, but then to wait, really, because everything's been sorted. We can't really do anything more." And yeah, she makes sure to point out, like, "Hey, I've been admiring you for a long time, so I'm pretty excited to be in the same room with you. I have great respect for you, but I really don't understand why we're so different on the term of the topic of the Batman. I don't know how you could be so cool with him." And then he talks about Pearl Harbor and the war, that he's a war veteran. And at one time, the president's voice came on the radio and told him everything's gonna be great, and our spirits were lifted. And at some point, realized, man, he's just bigger than anybody else. I don't know if anybody has like the actual words, but reason being, he's bigger than anybody else and can't really be defeated.
Well, I mean, in that he had to, after Pearl Harbor, go on the news essentially, and or in the radio for the most of the most part at that point, but and rally the country to want to fight to protect like the innocent people.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they've been. They might have started conscription shortly after that, but I think the more important thing than conscribing soldiers that have to go fight is inspiring the people that want to go fight, because that's actually how you get better soldiers. So that I think what Jim Gordon was basically saying was Batman is the type of person who can inspire people to want to fight and make the world a better place, and maybe he needs to break some rules in order to do that. And whether he does or not, I don't know that I can properly judge him, because I'm not in the same position he is. And he kind of makes that correlation between FDR and Batman in that sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's not really relevant to most Batman stories, but I think it's quite relevant to this one, considering where it goes as far as Batman being an inspiration to others.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
and
pulled up the transcript here. I can just read out what the actual dialogue here is.
yeah, 'cause I think this is important because there's a few things that rely on like the very specific wording of it, so it's probably good
Yeah,
to read that
because
one out.
she asks, "I don't understand how you can support a vigilante. Our job is to uphold the law." And then he gives her some gum, says like, "Wife made me quit the cigars." And then he starts up by saying, "I'm sure you've heard old fossils like me talk about Pearl Harbor. Mostly we all lie. Make it sound like we leapt to our feet and went after the Axis the second it happened. Truth is, we were scared stiff. Rumors were flying, we barely had an army. Hell, we were hiding in our beds with our heads under the sheets. And then we heard President Roosevelt on the radio." Did I say that wrong? Is it Roosevelt or Roosevelt? I actually don't know. Anyway,
Roosevelt, generally how it's pronounced. but,
Roosevelt? Okay.
We'll say Roosevelt, so I don't know.
I rarely say that name, so I'm just wondering. Anyway, that voice, strong and sure, taking our fear and turning it into a fighting spirit. He's why we won. He's why we won that war. You ain't heard about the pipe? Leader says everyone. We heard. We're on. Wait. Oh wait. That's already done. I'm already at the next scene. Sorry. I was like, wait, that's not part of this. Oh wait, that's interspliced during his dialogue, but it's not pointed out here. Hang on. Turning into a fighting spirit. Blah 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 blah. Years later, this report came out that Roosevelt might have known Pearl Harbor was coming and let it happen. That rattled around in my head for days. How horrible it would be if it were true. Then again, it's what got us into the war. A lot of men died, but in the end, it saved millions. I bounced back and forth like that until I realized it was too big for me to judge. He was too big. And then she asks, "I still don't see what that has to do with Batman." And then he says, "Maybe one day you will."
Yeah. And I think that's paid off later on.
It is,
when,
yeah.
when she goes like, "Oh, he's too big." But more immediately, a certain someone is let out of his cell, which could be compared to allowing the attacks to happen on Pearl Harbor, like allowing something potentially catastrophic to occur for the greater good. There. Also. While I'm so what's redhead commissioner lady's name again? I keep forgetting her
Yendel.
name. Yendel. So she's actually voiced by the same voice actress who voiced Hawkgirl in Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. Just a little factoid there, because I recognized her voice and I Googled it with Google, the Google machine.
Crazy.
And that's how I found out on Wikipedia. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, I'm not sure when this comes up, but I think it's there's a line of dialogue from one of the men, because I think they're speculating on who would win in a fight between the mutant leader and Batman in a rematch. and he says he'd peg Batman. Cyberpunk theme plays.
Eh. Uh, so of course Batman's plan is to gather most of the mutants, or a lot of them, at this mud hole, and ask Gordon to help him for once more, basically saying, "Hey, can you release the guy, the big boy?" And they trap the door. They lock the doors, so he has to go through the vents and stuff, and ends up in the, I guess, in the sewers or something, and ends up at this mud hole. There he gets
Or is
it.
it the operating table?
Exactly, yeah. Because his idea is he will be beat up. And of course, because it's in a mud hole, that means he can't really take advantage of his speed. So now they're both at the same speed, if you will. And now he just has to kind of dismantle him. He did, as you said, he calls it an operating table.
Yeah, I got the exact quote here. You don't get it, son. This isn't a mud hole. This is an operating table.
Yeah.
And I'm the surgeon.
Yeah, it's like the best line ever.
So he basically just, they beat each other to hell, but now Batman can use all his grappling moves and stuff, and he just kind of annihilates his bones everywhere. He just breaks his arm, his leg, like he does leg locks and arm locks, and
Yeah, punches nerve clusters and stuff. And
just
there's a great inner monologue line in the book where it says, "Something tells me to stop with the left leg. I don't listen."
Yeah. What's really cool about this scene is it demonstrates like the power, what it takes to I guess destroy an idea in the face of I guess of an antagonistic faction, because of course they could capture the mutant leader, they could keep him behind bars indefinitely, and that could be something they do at least until trial. But that's really probably not enough, because there's still his supporters out there rallying to his cause, and they might have a little bit of doubt because he did get captured, but they still saw Batman get beaten to snot. They still have so many reasons to believe him, clearly. So what the police and Batman combined need to do is to not only capture him, but to utterly destroy the mystique, the idea of who this man is, to shatter the myth and expose the man, and reveal him to just be some punk with big muscles and pointy nipples. And that is what's going to ultimately cement his downfall, rather than just putting him behind bars, is to destroy the idea of who the mutant leader is in the eyes of the mutant gang.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite fights in all of comics.
It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat.
Cuts the yes, so he covers he cuts above the eye, so blood covers his face. Was that to cloud his vision, or was that to show him vulnerable, like,
because it keeps bleeding into his eyes, I assume, and then he has to wipe it away.
The perfect kind of cut above the eyes, the kind that bleeds. And actually, medically pretty accurate too. Your scalp bleeds like crazy, man. Like he would need to be holding direct pressure on that for quite a while, or maybe even suture up to get it to stop bleeding. So for the rest of that fight, even if he's wiping the mud away, he's getting fresh blood in his eye at all times. Like tactically, it does make a hell of a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
So yeah, he did.
Cauterizations, which make no sense.
Slap some super glue on it.
So
we do use a product called Dermabond that is essentially super glue to glue skin together. So
yeah,
that won't work.
Yeah. I guess we could say this is the Pearl Harbor.
Kill people.
Yes. Yeah, they kind of just need someone to follow. They're not look. Somebody once told me the world was going to roll me, and they ain't the sharpest tools in the shed. All right.
Wait, F?
Damn it. F's? No! Not during my all-star bit! No! 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 Okay, good.
Everything is
I
fine.
noted back.
Nothing really happened on my end. I don't know why it
I still hear
flipped
you
up.
guys.
Friendship ended with metal stream.
Ah.
Okay.
I've been moving a mouse around for like 30 seconds straight, trying to find my cursor on a computer, and then I realize I'm using the wrong mouse. For the wrong...
Hate when that happens.
I actually kind of love when stuff like that happens. When like when I'm having a problem with something, and the answer is, "Oh no, it's okay. You're just an idiot." Like it means nice. It means I don't actually have to worry about fixing something. I just like, there was something easy that I was missing.
You know, you raise a very good point there. You raise a very, very good point. Because, you know, it's simple solutions is what I like. It's satisfying solutions.
Yeah.
Obvious solutions.
Yes,
Oh, yeah. And then Joker gets powered up by Batman juice and goes, Batman, darling.
Darling.
And then part 1 ends.
Pretty much. And now
Yeah,
we have the Sons of Batman going around for now.
Before we go to part 2, can I pee?
Yes, you can.
And have I might also make a coffee as well, but that'll only take me like a little bit. But
Make one for
I'll
me.
be right back. Because I feel like that's a natural transition. Okay.
Yeah. We also see Gordon now fucking off out of his office because he's donezo being a commissioner. And it's very unceremoniously. He just, here's my gun, here's my badge, and no party.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, you got to retire. You know?
Yeah. But yeah. That's the Joker stream to Joker God while naked in a corner to heal also. Maybe he should. It's very effective. But I don't know. We just gotta wait for May.
Yeah, we could probably we'll talk about Armored Core.
Open bar is stealing the bandwidth.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know. I maybe gimped out the stream a little bit by streaming it over open bar. That was probably dumb, but whatever.
Well, I mean, the good thing about these streams though is people interested in the movie can go back and watch it. There's an extreme quality to reacting to something that was made years ago.
Yeah, I just never really think about that stuff until it happens, and it's like, hey, this thing is also no, I can't watch both at the same time. It's like, oh yeah, there's these other streams as well that people care about.
The trick is you kind of can't. Just you schedule things when you can schedule them, and they conflict. And that's what happens. You just try to not double book yourself, and even sometimes that happens, and you have to end up sending messages like, "Hey, so it turns out I'm also on this thing."
Entitled Moodle and his bandwidth. It's all mine, my bandwidth.
I blame the drinker.
Exactly.
Hey, you playing Starfield, or are you just going hard on Armored Core for like the next several months?
I can't. I have like 5 more days until it even comes out for me. So
okay.
I'm gonna play Armored Core this weekend and then just stream Starfield. I don't know, and see how I like it, and then I'll decide if I play more or play something else.
Yeah, the reviews came out today. It seems like it's got your typical Bethesda problems, but that apparently the main story is quite good. That seemed to be the recurring theme for most reviews, which is honestly not what I expected to hear.
Mm-hmm.
I've honestly not really even ever cared about a main story in a Bethesda game all that much.
I don't think I ever finished one. I don't think I ever finished a Bethesda game full stop. I just played them a while and then did anything else.
I think I didn't finish Fallout 4. I was replaying it because I've stopped playing it at a certain point on PS4 and then replayed it on PC about maybe at the beginning of the year. And then I just got kind of sidetracked by other things and realized that now it's like a few days, or it's tomorrow, I guess, for me. And I didn't finish Fallout 4. So I hear that it's not great, though, as far as the way it ends. But I've not yet seen it. So that is an inherited opinion. It is not my own.
Metal, you deserve to get all 3 endings for Armored Core. I mean, I'll try to do that. I
I'm not sure how you get a third one. I mean, I'm sure there's a way, but I don't know if it's like an only new game plus 2 thing or.
Yeah, you get apparently you get new missions and certain new game pluses. So
I mean, there's already new missions like right away. Like when I was wrapping up my
Right.
stream, it kicks me back to the garage and was like, "Here's some new missions for you to do," and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
new game 2, 2 plus makes the third ending very obvious. Ah, okay.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you basically you have to beat the game 3 times to see all endings.
Seems
It's not a
like it.
very long game though. It's just a very difficult
Mhm.
game. But once you get good at the game, I could see a second playthrough going a lot faster.
Yeah.
Depending on how hard they amp up the enemies for New Game Plus, I suppose.
The only reviews I've seen from Kotaku and shit, I'm waiting until actual human beings speak their minds.
I tend to not watch like day one reviews really in full
Yeah.
because I don't want to know too much about the game. But I skim through both ACGs and Mr. Matty Plays, and Mr. Matty Plays is a big Bethesda guy, and even he was pretty upfront about his issues with it. So I tend to, when a shill brings up issues, and I wouldn't say Matty's necessarily a shill for Bethesda, but I know that he really wants to like this game as much as possible. And yeah, I think that, but the problems seem to be pretty like reasonable for what you'd expect from like the developers of Skyrim. But and even G-Man liked it a lot. G-Man Lives, who I think has also been on Critical Drinker's stream. But yeah, he's a very good first-person shooter guy.
You get the
And him
opportunity to betray the red guns in the early game dam mission. Ah, okay. Interesting.
Oh,
I assume we're talking about Starfield.
No, well, kind of a mix of Starfield and Armored Core, I
Yeah.
guess.
Oh, Armored Core, I see.
Well, you go on ahead because now I need to pee too.
Excellent, excellent. So before time began, there was the Coom. And then from the galactic seed that was the Big Bang, the little swimmers progressed out and formed galaxies and stars. The stars then exploded, shooting their little swimmers out and forming smaller stars. These little swimmers would eventually pollinate, seeding life on our planet as they formed planets, and comets would fall down to seed water, the little swimmers going down and giving the basic building blocks of life down on planet Earth. And as you can see, all life traces back to the seed, the cum from which all life and all matter springs. For what is cum but the very bare essence of the universe itself? For we are all made of star spunk.
That's beautiful, man.
Oh, thank you.
Did you just come up with that off the top of your head? Like, was that just all stream of consciousness, or were you reading something?
Well, you see, it's it was stream of consciousness when I first said it, and the first time I said it was after I'd had sex with someone, and I literally just went on a tangent for some reason. That's what I do post-coital bliss. It's not normal people things. It's like, hey, do you want to hear me talk about cum for 10 minutes straight? She laughed, so I assume I did the right thing. But
that was
you
gonna be
know.
my next question will be, how was it received? And I didn't mean it as a gotcha, because I was like, I could honestly see that going either way.
Look, what I've discovered is that women really like men with kooky senses of humor. So I tend to lean into that a lot.
Yes, my wife, man. I know I never bring up my wife, but most people are aware of my wife, and she is an attractive lady.
Excellent
And I'm
work.
just a normal ass looking man, so.
Yeah,
I
looks are not everything.
The quirky sense of humor probably helped.
Oh yeah, like the way I put it is like, sex and attraction are all well and good, but you got to actually fucking talk to them afterwards, and if you can't, if talking to them is like sandpaper on your ears, it's like, no.
Yeah, man, communication skills are very, very important.
Exactly it. Take notes, chat. We could save your marriage or relationship, or
put you in a position where you might be in one sometime.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we discovered the meaning of all life and the universe while you were gone. It was great.
Cool.
Yeah, he's actually not kidding.
Good stuff.
The answer is Coom.
Yeah,
Obviously.
I managed to make the meaning of life come in a very convincing way, and everyone laughed and cried.
It was good.
Very nice.
I don't think I want to continue a relationship with my hand.
I mean, I think everyone should have a continued relationship with their hand, regardless of your situation, man. It's always good to be able to relieve that pressure on demand. I mean, not on demand, like if you're at work, but assuming you're in private.
I'm in place, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And and get to know your non-dominant hand as well. I feel like we neglect our non-dominant hand, but get to know it. They're good people too, non-dominant hands.
Is it weird that I only use my non-dominant hand?
Are you sure it's your non-dominant hand?
100%. I write and eat with my right hand, and I have self-recreation with my left. So how does that make sense?
I think it's good to split up the tasks. If I'm being honest, it's good to develop that.
People have said, "Oh, maybe it's like you consider the left like the dirty hand." I was like, "No, I'm not like super religious or anything weird like that." But I don't know. I think I'm just more coordinated in that action.
Yeah, I think it might just be. It could just literally be because remember, they are mirror images of each other, so it's a slightly different feeling from right to left. So it could be that you just prefer the feeling of your thumb on your right side than your thumb on your left side, because your thumb is on your right side on your left hand. So that could be what it is, and thus you have conditioned yourself to use that hand because you prefer that sensation.
As far back as I can remember, I'm just quoting Goodfellas, but about beating off.
Look what you've done, Metal.
I was just peeing. I just peed. I've
see what your urine has spawned.
It is true that we are all here because of Coon, though.
Yeah.
That is true.
Hey, if these conversations don't get you to sub to me and give me all your money, I don't know what else will. That's peak metal content right here.
Yeah, I think as far as filler patter go, it was pretty high tier.
Pretty high quality for sure. I'm on sub instead. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, no. Wrench. Oh, you'll be the symbol all the rest of them will look to.
You gotta hit that tip goal. Snort.
We now have speculation about the shape of Marc's penis in the chat. Always good to see.
I mean, it's considering my height, it's pretty impressive.
And it's good to have it not too big as well.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
I've one of my partners, she had been with like very small dicked men and very big dicked men, and she didn't like either of them. She liked people right in the middle. And that's probably what most women want, because if it's too big, it's going to be uncomfortable. You can't go all the way in,
Yeah, because women do have a finite depth, as might not be evidenced by some media you've seen out there. Yeah, most women are only so deep. So
yes, there is erectile tissue within the vagina, so women do actually get lady boners, but it will only expand so much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Batman. Should we have a whole nother part and it's already past midnight? I'm not going to get a lot of sleep tonight, but that's fine.
That is A-okay. That is,
I know you're not ready to move on from this conversation, meme, but I think
we should. I think I agree with you. I do. I just I need this conversation to be wrangled back. My brain is it has trouble switching gears. It's kind of like a shitty gearbox. Once it gets on one track, you really got to just you got to yank it back.
All right, Metal, where are we in the Batman film then?
At the beginning of part 2.
All right. So the
my
mutant
tablet ready.
The Joker has woken up.
Yes. Wait, I need to.
Joker gets woke.
Yeah.
Oh, shiznit.
Totally woke for part 2. Might as well call him the Woker.
The Woker.
I mean, that was right
funnier
there.
than it should be.
Yeah.
So yes. Immediately we start with the problems of the Sons of the Batman. Because people are obviously not super thrilled about the Sons of Batman and their ways.
Yeah.
Because while they do get rid of the criminals, they do kill them left and right. So
How would we feel if Antifa was Batman themed? Would we feel better about them?
I don't know. Probably not.
I'd feel a little better about them, I gotta say. I'd
It's
be
like,
like,
at least they
well,
look cool now, but
at least you think you're trying to help. And
I think
you're
it would
not
be a
just
matter of
contributing to the
execution
destruction
for
of
me.
society.
Yeah. I think
yeah.
you know, it's not whether they use Batman, it's how they use it. You know,
Yeah.
it's the how, the why, the great dance that we do with the images that we use.
Mm.
And this was adapted kind of in The Dark Knight, like at the beginning of The Dark Knight with the imposter Batman. The idea that
Yeah,
like
and,
people are getting inspired to be Batman and just dressing up like Batman and shooting people.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's very true. And there was also a scene in Dark Knight Rises where they see Batman has returned, and one of the police goes, "Oh, you're in for a show tonight," and that was taken from
Yeah.
DKR Returns as well.
The other DKR.
DKR.
Yeah.
But yeah, Joker's feeling better, obviously. And he's already scheming. He's like, ooh, the bat is back. I'm gonna do some shenaniganders.
Your bat is dead.
Because that one doctor man, he's like, oh, I can get you on the telly. And then you can talk to people. Tell them your side and show them that Batman is actually the evil man. And that's going to go really great and well. Nothing bad is going to happen because of this. Right? Right?
Of course, it's only the Joker.
Yeah. He seems rehabilitated. Like, he seems chill.
He's a funny clown. He's
Yeah.
a funny clown.
We should put him on TV.
Exactly. That's what
Put
we're gonna
everyone
do
on
here in a
TV.
bit. Some people even call the current defiance of Batman an embarrassment on the current regime. And then we see the president as talking to Superman and tells him to straighten out the bat.
Hi, Ronnie.
Which Superman is not thrilled about because, well, he likes Bat. He thinks he's a friendo. But yeah, go talk to your friendo and make him stop. And then we see that the Brunos rob the store. And we have a kind of funny scene where Batman is dressed as
Nazi
an old
booba.
lady. We'd get there. You ruined it.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
I will unruin it.
I'm pretty happy that like the Warner Brothers animated team didn't pump the brakes on Nazi Booba.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was a bit shell shocked when that happened. I was like, "Whoa, okay."
Well, I mean, there's also Nazi Butt on the same character in the comic. but-
Nazi Baba.
Yeah. She's wearing chaps.
The fucking Nazi boo woman is fantastic. It's so out of pocket. Yeah, because you see those two people, those two guys who kind of look like mutants, but they're not. They're like these Nazi people apparently.
And they
just
implies that they're the same guys that were going to, or that carry tricks on, like while trying to get in.
Yeah, exactly.
That they quit one gang and then went to Nazi Booba lady.
Yeah, and they're trying to rob the store, but Batman is dressed up as an old lady, which is kind of funny. It surprises them, it beats them up.
I think honestly, what's funnier about this scene is how long he keeps the mask on. Because in the comic, it's like 3 panels he has it on, and then he rips it off.
Oh, he chases the booba lady and everything for a while. Like Superman finds him in that getup.
I love that he bothers to put on a voice at the beginning as well, because he just almost immediately goes into beating them up as the old woman. But at the beginning, he's completely in character as the old gremlin lady. And also that lady does look like, you know, if he's trying to look like an old woman, it looks like a very sick old woman of a different species as well, which interesting choice, Bruce. But
Considering how
support
large he is, I would be terrified of a large old woman like that. He's like, fucking hell, you're huge. What's going on?
The thing that makes it weirder, though, is they established that the mask tech is effectively Mission Impossible tier. Like, like Carrie completely convinces people that she's a shaved-headed mutant gang member, and like while speaking to them face to face, it's not like she was in a crowd of them or anything like that. And then later on, like Bruce is talking to actual cops while pretending to be an old cop, and that they don't seem to say anything or notice until you go, well, I mean, they do notice it pretty quick, to be fair, in that scene.
So I don't want to
Yes.
understate this. This lady does not wear a top or anything. Her nipples are just covered up by swastikas.
Yeah.
And this character returns in Aspar. I just wanted to point that out.
So, I mean, is it to anyone's surprise that the boob painting meta on Twitch was started by the Nazis? So,
Oh no! Nazis.
Doesn't she have swastikas on her butt cheeks as well?
in the
Or did I imagine that?
yes, in the comic, yes.
Okay.
And
cool.
that's what I was saying, because she's wearing like assless chaps in the comic, and big swastikas painted on her butt cheeks.
She owns the look. I'm surprised that she's not one of the versions of Captain Nazi, to be honest, because you would think that they would pull out that's a supervillain mantle in the DC universe, right? Captain Nazi. This would be like the feet. Yeah, I remember I read a Wonder Woman comic a few years ago, and I was shell shocked when it happened, because it was like, not only did this villain called Captain Nazi come out, but it was clear Wonder Woman had faced Captain Nazi before. And I was like, holy fuck, I love comic books so fucking much. They pulled out a villain literally called Captain Nazi after she met up with the sentient gorillas.
There's a Captain America. So I guess if you're the Nazis and you're thinking that you want a champion of your people to be like, a superhero, I guess the name Captain Nazi would seem less ridiculous to them, is my point.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you, and I'm just, thank you, DC, for giving us both Nazi boob lady and Captain Nazi. Wow, these are going to be clipped so hard, so hard. Yeah. We are getting so canceled.
Well, I mean, I think all we'd have to do is show people this movie and be like, look, I mean, we're not making it up. What else would you call her? Really?
If all the Nazis were hot, they would have won World War II.
I mean, I think
the Milk Reich shall rise again.
Well, hey, I think they did a good job of making her not look very hot. Like she has a very severe haircut.
That is true. That is true. There's definitely like a more limited market for her looks.
More limited market for her looks. That's a nice way to call someone ugly. That's good.
I'm sure, if you put a paper bag over her head, I'm sure she would be fine.
I mean, she's got a nice body. I mean, notwithstanding, but
could just lose the buzz cut. I think that would be enough.
Yeah, and if she would just not look constipated all the time, as well.
Also, maybe drop those swastikas. That's probably not a good look either.
Yeah, though I'm looking at comic book pictures and the film version. I do like that she did her makeup all nice, despite her overall masculine appearance. She still has bright red lipstick. Her skin is clear. She's clearly done her eyebrows up. I think she's embracing all parts of the human experience, and I think we should learn from this woman. We should learn why does it have alias Joker's squeeze here? Okay, that is I think that
actually that's what they say.
You might have drawn a bit of a connection that reveals some of Frank Miller's thoughts on 1980s androgyny, because the two androgynous characters are Nazi Booba Lady, and the Joker in this one's kind of supposed to be based on David Bowie.
Yes, that is very true. Very true.
The Nazi and the Joker are the androgynous people in this story.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, those two goons get beat up pretty quickly, and the Batman chases her around. Robin does a little bit of shenanigans to lead her into this old decrepit building that I think is empty. Yeah, it's empty. Abandoned building, basically. And that's where they fight her some more, and they kind of beat up each other back and forth. And then we see that Superman is on the way. He does like a little stop and saves someone from getting rolled over by a train or by a tram. Stops that in the meantime, and then he gets there, and Batman is like, no, not now. Because everything is just kind of going crazy
And like that he can recognize Superman from his rumbles.
Yeah, it's like, oh, all these rumbles. Goddamn,
It's like,
Superman
oh,
is
God,
on the way.
It's
That
very
was
specific
funny.
to Superman.
Well, I mean,
um,
I can understand it. Like I can definitely tell the difference between fireworks and gunfire because I've lived in I've been in the military for quite some time. I've lived near a lot of army bases, and I distinctly know the sound of gunfire in the distance. Which is why every time well, not 4th of July for us, it'd be Canada Day or Victoria Day or our like fireworks days in Canada. And every
Yeah.
time they start hearing going off, people are like, oh my God, that sounds like gunfire. And I'm just like, no, it doesn't. It really doesn't. So
yeah, it's one of those things where, the more you get exposed to it, the more you appreciate those subtle
subtle difference.
nuances there.
And which is why I can buy Batman just hearing a sonic boom in the sky and being like, oh God,
Oh god, fucking
Clark.
Clark
Yes.
again.
Clark.
Yeah. Oh, Clark, what the fuck? Also, okay, do you guys? Okay, I gotta preempt this. Do you guys know that meme where it's taken from like a Superman panel where Superman, to save this little boy, instead of like swooping in to get the little boy out of the way of the train, he decides to put himself in front of the train and completely derail the train instead. Do you know that meme? Just, where it's because he kind of does that in this just before he shows up, we see some guy get caught on the tracks, some old man this time, and instead of just swooping him off the tracks, so he's Superman, he could do that. He could just he could literally just, because he is stuck on the tracks, but he could just bend the track out of the way and then put it right back where it was, and nothing would have been harmed. Instead, he completely stops the train in like an instant, which probably means everyone on board died of whiplash. So yeah, so it was like I just found that funny because the meme is pretty infamous.
I guess in defense of that, the train was at a stop, so it was stopping, but it probably would have killed that guy before it stopped. So I'm not saying he shouldn't have moved him out of the way. That part is still a major problem. It's I don't think he would have killed the people on board the train in this context. They would have been
true.
They would hit the ground though, so there's no
True.
guarantee.
Here's the meme I'm talking about, by the way. Just
Oh yeah. So yeah, he gets to them, and Batman is just like, not now. My place in the morning. You're in my way. And he's like, okay, and then he fucks off again. They have an interesting way of communicating with each other when they're in their alter egos, basically.
yeah.
So yeah, that's what they agree to. Then we have a scene where someone asks the president about the Batman controversy, and that it is believed that he and his friends agreed to cease activities and are now in breach, and that now Batman is in breach of this agreement. Of course, the president's like, I don't know about any agreement, but hey, this is some state-level tisms. That's not my job. And then we got the trickle effect again, where everybody, I got a whole country to run. It's like, we got a mayor. We got this. I'm not gonna get in the way of the new Commissioner Yendel here. So it just all trickles down to the last person who actually is gonna be able to do something about that. And we see in the they have the little gala where Gordon officially officially retires, basically, like in a, or not officially, like in a public sense more. It's like this little gala's like, I hope she's gonna do well, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. And maybe she's gonna learn about Batman, all that good stuff. And Yendel is like, hey, thank you, I have great respect for you. By the way, now I have an arrest warrant for cease activities and stuff for Batman because he's battering people and all that stuff.
Yes. No murder charges though, so
Nope.
that's something.
So she officially puts out her first warrant, which is for Batman. And I think next we get America Superman, which is a hilarious
Just the eagle
picture.
landing on the...
It's so funny. The way he stands there, just...
Oh man, and then it just sulky old Bruce Wayne.
Look at
just
this.
near-
Look at this. Like the foot on the stone, and just the ear goes like, "Arr!" That's so funny.
Oh yeah, I think that's ripped straight from the. A lot of these shots are ripped straight from the comic. Thinking about it, but yeah, this one in particular, you can just tell. Just,
Yeah. USA, USA. Rags would cry tears of joy if he saw this.
Now this is what we were really denied by losing Henry Cavill, because we will never see him
Yeah.
dressed like this in these glasses, having
Dude,
a bald eagle
The
on
fucking
his
cut
forearm.
all the way to this fucking belly button. It's just, what is this?
You see,
America,
the deep plunging neckline is not just for women. It can work for everyone,
yeah. If you're built like
as long as
Superman,
you have a lot of muscles.
yeah, that's not inaccurate.
Yes.
Really doesn't look good. Got a beer belly though. It's not a good.
Yeah. If your belly, if you do have a distended, that probably it would be a different look.
Here's the trick: you have to look good with your shirt tucked in and no jacket.
Yeah.
True.
Because I think if you can say that, yes, I look good in that configuration, and you're not lying to yourself, then you probably look okay in that outfit too. Either that, or you're a very thin boy.
Yes, at the very least, you need to be able to tighten your abs to look good. Not suck in your belly. Actually, use your abdominal muscles to pull back the fat. If you can do that, you might have a chance. Yes. And they were talking about. They're going to talk about the Justice League breaking up, and
Yeah.
you know, we've already talked about Oliver Queen and what happened to him. There's a specific line here where Batman says that Ollie was all torn up.
Oh no. Clark Door.
Oh no.
But yeah, he basically tells him, "Hey, you need to go back to retirement because of the agreement." But he wouldn't go along with it, just like that. And yeah, he just says, "Yeah, Deanna went pissed back off to her people. Hell left the planet." Yeah, just saw that he was all torn up about it too, Oliver. I actually had to check who they meant with Oliver because I didn't know the names. I was like, oh, it's Arrow Boy.
Yeah, the one who died 40 times in the CW Crisis on Infinite Earth.
Just throw him in the fucking pit, whatever.
Yeah. No, Oliver, not this time. Oh, we've already died like 4 times. And then he comes back again in the Flash final season, and then he goes back to being God or something. Anyway.
I didn't mind the first 2 seasons of Arrow, but I got to the 3rd season and I was like, yeah, no, this is no good anymore.
Yeah, look, you mean you didn't like how they completely gave the show to a completely different character and didn't focus on the actual plot lines that went for Felicity family drama all the time? Did you
Yeah,
not
that part
like
wasn't great. I think no longer having Captain Jack from Doctor Who and the dude from Spartacus as Deathstroke made me realize that they were a big part of why I was probably watching it in the first place. So
they really wanted to make a Batman show with that one as well. They really wanted to make a Batman show, and
they specifically I think wanted to make a Batman Begins show.
Oh yeah, it's that one. Because Green Arrow is always like, what do you think when you think Green Arrow? You think, kind of swashbuckling, witty, retorty, quippy.
Doesn't
also
even look
really
a little
heavily...
bit like a pirate in some.
He looks like
some
Robin
of them.
He looks like
Robin Hood. Yeah. Yeah, and he's got a big goatee, and also very heavily political. There's a big part of his identity, and the show is just like broody and like, oh, I just have a stubble, not a goatee, because I'm hip and cool with the youth, and it's just like, oh, I am all oh my god, the number of times he mentioned his inner darkness, I wanted to kill myself. It's like I just every end of every season, I think I've finally conquered my inner darkness. Start of the next season, I just don't think I can let my inner darkness poison you. And it was just that on loop until season 5, where things got a little bit better. But there was still a lot of that show. That show went up and down.
Yeah, I didn't even realize it ever got better again. I just kind of tapped out when I think I maybe got to the mid season of season 3, and I was like, yeah, this is terrible. And that's
look, it does improve. Like season 4 was the absolute pits. So they did have a pretty cool, like a pretty fun villain, but otherwise was the absolute pits. And then season 5 was a bit better, but still problematic. And then it kind of just lingered after that. That's it. I think there's more worthwhile stuff out there. I think is the way I would put it.
Yeah. Netflix Daredevil exists, everybody. We gotta.
I think as soon as that came out, people were like, ugh, why are we watching this? Ugh.
Yeah, that was pretty much my deal. Because mostly I was holding Arrow up as the example Marvel should look to, comparing it to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which at least the first season I thought was very, very bad. I didn't continue watching it. I've heard from a lot of people it gets quite good, but I'll take your word for it. And when Netflix comes out with Daredevil, it's like, oh shit, Marvel wins. Marvel wins by a lot.
Yeah, those times happened.
Yeah. Anyway, Batman.
Well, basically, it all comes down to, hey, you need to stop, or at some point, someone is gonna order me to, well, take you out by all means.
Yeah.
And we also have like the I know, the vigilante versus the guy who is embedded I guess he's basically embedded in the American military to some degree, or just like.
Well, yes, and I think that a big part of it is he's kind of invested in the American dream, and Reagan as the, like, I guess kind of the original sort of make America great again kind of candidate. He's just sort of committed to being like, look, even if I don't want to be doing half the stuff they're ordering me to do, it's their world. We're not supposed to be around here playing gods anymore. But I'm an American from Kansas, and I'm going to do my part for America's position in the Cold War here. With Corto Maltese, I think, being a pretty obvious stand-in for Cuba.
Right.
And I think that's what it kind of comes down to. It's that Superman in this world, and again, this is probably one of the worst versions of Superman. Everybody also, so I'm not.
Yeah,
saying
Frank Miller doesn't like Superman, or at least he didn't until very recently. When he's actually been on an arc recently where he's trying to redeem himself for his earlier Superman writings with Dark Knight 3 and Superman Year One.
This Superman is basically like, just gonna do whatever they tell me.
Yeah, he's completely just checked his conscience at the door and decided that America will be his critical thinking. And and I mean, you can criticize that for being terrible Superman writing, and again, I would not even disagree. But I think that it turns Superman into a foil for this Batman that I think is pretty effective for this last arc.
But Superman is basically like the super weapon for the government here, because as James points out, he basically works directly for the president.
He's basically a government shill.
Yeah.
He does. I think though that his explanation for it to Bruce does do a little bit to explain it, because I think his deal is he's like, look, I'm an alien from another planet, so maybe I've got to stop trying to judge the decisions humans make for themselves and just be the one that's helping the team I want to win, but not trying to control the team. Whereas Batman's just like, I don't trust anybody ever. I'm just like, keep people of Gotham safe by any means necessary is my concern. So if you're going to stop me from doing that, I guess we've got a problem, is sort of his deal.
Yeah.
And he's like, and clearly, I guess in the context of when we get there in the fight, it's like Gotham is the only city that isn't totally in ruin after the EMP. So
yeah,
he does have a point, at least in this world. It's like, well, me with my vigilante rule versus all of your cities with America doing martial law is like the proof's in the pudding there. Like, every city is in ruins except for Gotham, which is doing fine, even because it has an army of bat people keeping everyone.
Then we have some more politicalisms as well, because there's a presidential broadcast where the president said misspeaks. It's like, oh, we need to see it at our own interest. I mean, need to help the people of Colta Maltese. It's like, oh, okay. Just doing the whole, oh yeah, it's all our own interest. We don't actually want to help people, but our public image is important. So we just have, this is all over this one, as already pointed out. And yeah, as you guys just said, Superman is basically just a puppet for the government now, because he's just going there and just fucking beats up all these Russians by himself, just throws tanks around, beats them up, blows them up. Because this Superman kills a lot.
Yep. Yeah. There's no getting around that.
He's in this war. He blows up ships, like big ships that probably have hundreds of people on them, and blast them to smithereens. He's in this war and he's winning it for them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Superman, would you just be a good boy and just go and murder all those commies for me? That's a good Superman. Here, have a treat.
And I think the deal is that he's just jaded and like, fine, I don't understand, but okay, you run your country the way you want to run it. Now I think people in the chat might be turning on me a little bit, but again, this is not good. This is not good Superman writing, everybody.
Yeah.
I completely would agree with saying yes. Clark Kent from the Superman stories would probably not be doing this stuff. But Frank Miller really uses him as a tool for a Batman story in this more than as an actual Superman character.
Yeah.
Yes, though it does do a better job of justifying their antagonism here than a certain other story that may use this story as a framework for a Batman-Superman conflict.
Yeah, and in that one, the difference is that was trying to tell us it was an actual Superman story for the
Yep, and an actual Batman story.
Yeah.
I'm only Superman. There was no way I could have saved Martha. You crazy. It's like, oh, God, fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, it kills me about
you can hear Lois's heartbeat across the planet. Shut the fuck up.
That scene would have been so much more effective if he just said, "Save my mom."
Yep. My mom.
What? I mean, I guess you just saw that, hey, both of their names are Martha fact by reading the wikis, and was like, I'm going to use that.
I'm going to use that. It's going to be so fucking good.
You wouldn't let anyone edit you out of that. You wouldn't let anyone say, hey, what if he just says, save my mom? Mm-hmm. And then that makes Batman realize, oh, this guy has a mom. He's not just some alien, terrible thing. Like, what do you mean your mom? What do you mean save your mom? What are you talking about? Like, I can believe that stopping Batman for a moment.
But you know what Zack Snyder did do with that scene? He did, in fact, get Superman to cry for his mommy.
Yeah. Well,
he got Batman to cause Superman to cry for his mommy. I think that, I'm going to be honest, 80% of me, maybe, I'm not completely committal, but a large part of me feels maybe that's why they went so hard trying to get the Martha scene, because they really just wanted to say in jokes with each other, we totally got Batman to get Superman to cry for his mama.
Oh God. But I mean, hey, in our darkest moments, we all might cry for our mothers. It's nothing to be ashamed of, dudes.
Yeah.
True. We did get the Martha meme. It was worth it.
It's more of a condemnation on Zack Snyder and the people he's joking about that with, thinking that like putting a guy in a position where he's like crying for his mother is something that you should chuckle at, as opposed to
I could see it. I could see it being
he loves his mom. Cringe.
Yeah. Not his real mom, anyways. It's like, no, it is. That's the point.
Oh Lord.
Anyway, it's Joker's grand show. He's about to get interviewed by some showman.
Conan O'Brien.
Sure. But earlier we also saw that he got some stuff from. Is this the Puppet Master? This guy, or is this another one?
So are we talking about the guy who gives him like the nostril things and the flying children?
Who builds these flying puppets? I think
is that Toy Man?
I
I
thought-
was wondering if it's like Puppet Master or it's the other one, because I can't keep them separated in my brain because I don't know it well enough.
Isn't it Toy Maker? Not Toy
It's someone, because I know Toyman is a Superman villain, but it's possible. But because Superman's in this story, I could see them bringing him in. I don't remember them mentioning his name, so I'm gonna have to.
No,
Who
they don't say the
gave
names. I was wondering. I just called him Puppet Master, but because he's building puppets, but I wasn't sure because I think the Puppet Master actually has like the hand puppet, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, ventriloquist. I know what you mean. Yeah. So,
Is ventriloquist
could
another
be-
one as well? Fuck me.
yeah, you might be thinking of ventriloquist because he's the guy with the puppet
Yeah,
with the
maybe.
puppet. But I'm just gonna look at a character list.
Yeah, because I
Here.
just don't
Oh
know.
my god, you know what? Oh fuck. The DC wiki just pointed out what the acronym for Sons of Batman is.
Sob.
SOB.
Son of-
SOB.
So it could be sob or son of a bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be many things. But they
Yeah.
really went out of their way to point out that they share an acronym with those people. And where the fuck? Okay, so I'm gonna go to that version of the Joker's page, and then he manipulated a psychiatrist, declaring him cured. Doctor proclaimed, "Where's the name?" Tracking. Oh, for God's sake, they skipped over. Oh, I'm gonna fucking serve you a roast dinner. I really am. I'm gonna make
nice.
sure that your taste buds are in heaven, and then I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking face.
Oh, that's all that part. Can we
That
skip
Yeah,
sounds
I will take you to heaven before I bring you down to hell. Let's.
Anyway, that guy builds puppets, and he's now the henchman for the Joker for the rest of the movie. Or, well, for the rest of the Joker, not for the rest of the movie.
That was Sideshow Bob, wasn't it? From
Yeah, that was Sideshow Bob.
So yeah, he's just kind of flooping around at the interview, just like, so little smiles in here. What a shame. And yeah, he got these nostrils things, so he's not gonna be affected by the laughing gas he's gonna pump into this room soon. And yeah, he tells everyone, hey, my plan is to kill everyone in the room. They think it's a bit, but no, we sent those flying puppets in to gas everyone. And they just all have the Joker smile and died.
I actually do remember after Joker came out, someone said they didn't do this right because it wasn't the puppets
It
with
wasn't the laughing gas.
I was like, oh god,
It
man.
should have been the laughing gas. I agree. Okay, so it's just some dude called Abner. So
Abner
I guess
Ravenwood, Indiana Jones mentor.
I don't. Yeah, maybe. I'm too deep into this. Okay. Wait. Oh, there's a polka dot man called Abner, but I don't think it's the same guy. So, okay.
Yeah, Polka Dot Man was in the Suicide Squad, which takes place on the island of
Colto Motis.
Boom.
Oh my god.
I had a
Yeah,
feeling
it's such a great stand-in for Cuba because you can do anything you want there, and no one will get mad.
horrible catastrophes can happen there, and it's just fine the next time we need a story that takes place in South America or like in an island nation in the like Central America region. Just Corto
Oh
Maltese.
yeah.
That's where it's happening.
Send a fucking kaiju that way.
Well, I mean, that Superman scene, do we know that there were not a lot of people of color killed?
Oh no.
I look, we don't see it, but like he was sawing fucking aircraft carriers in half and destroying planes and I didn't see any parachutes is all I'm gonna say.
He made sure those don't work anymore.
So everyone knows I was doing a Grace Randolph meme. I wasn't being serious.
Oh,
It was in Grace Randolph's review of Suicide Squad that Starro kills a bunch of people of color.
No.
It's okay.
Jesus. I got your dog to ground too, so I consider your dog the arbiter of truth.
Oh God, she would be thinking a lot of stuff is not true. She growls frequently.
Ah, good. Then we will know many things are not true.
So yeah, Joker just goes, "Oh, this is where I kill everyone in this room," and he's like, "Haha, okay, funny joke." And it's like, hey, can I keep this cup? It's like, yeah, we have a whole closet full of them. And then he bashes this on
Do
the...
whatever you want with it.
Do whatever you want. It's like, oh, okay. And then he bashes it on the desk and slices the doctor's throat. Then everybody is not very happy. And then the puppet comes in and gasses everyone. And you might be wondering, what? Batman let that happen? I thought he was on his trail. It's like, haha, he was. But so was the police. They were surrounding the building and the roof. And he was trying to fight his way through them, but there were a lot of them. And he told Robin, like, this is just observation for you. If you touch anything, you're fired. Of course, Robin is going to touch things to save Batman because he's getting overwhelmed quite heavily. So yeah, he just kind of fights them off. He uses some smoke bombs to get the advantage, doing all the sneaky stuff that a Batman would. And I like that Yendel is kind of smart here. It's like, hey, get one of these helicopters down here so it gets rid of the smoke. And that's when he's actually getting surrounded. What surprised me is instead, Yendel just starts shooting at him after he's surrounded from up there. He just kind of starts blasting with the pistol when no one else is shooting anymore. It's like, okay, God, calm down, lady. Jeez.
Yes, they do, because we've got a little bit of that thing there in this scene where the police are kind of taking it in turns to shoot Batman. And there's some interesting wrinkles here that make it a little bit complex to judge from a writing perspective. Because for one, Batman, with the way Batman is positioned, a lot of the time the police, he's actually making it so the police people are all in front of each other just by his positioning. So they couldn't shoot Batman without shooting through one of their guys. So that's worth noting. And the other thing is, Yendel makes a point, makes a point to point out that they're scared of Batman, or they're hesitating to shoot Batman because obviously he's been on their side for the majority of their history. So there's kind of either fear or respect or a bit of both, a little bit of poop, a little bit of coom, but either way, they're being held back, and she really needs to push them to shoot him. So I thought that was an interesting detail for a scene that I would have otherwise been a lot harsher on for something like that.
Right.
Yeah, just something to think about there.
It also gives you a bit to think about what to expect during anal sex.
No.
Yes, true.
You have to give it
a little bit of poop, a little bit of coom, you know.
You have to push hard.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. You gotta encourage them. Fear and respect.
So yeah, before he gets overwhelmed, Robin takes over the helicopter to come in, which is just a normal helicopter. It's not like a Batcopter or anything necessarily.
But it's got boosters.
It got big boosters. But other than that, it looks pretty normal. It has a cloak as well, which is kind of cool, I guess. But yeah, they scoot away, and yeah, with that, the Joker is on the loose again. And then we see Superman annihilating more Russians. That's it. That's what happens. He just fucking annihilates a lot of Russians and boats.
Yeah, they didn't have. I would probably not want to be on the mission where we're going to fight against Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Doggy. I agree. We probably wouldn't want to be on that mission either.
The doggy's dinner time, and Mom is still not home yet. I was hoping she would be. I might have to need to take a break to go feed puppies. Puppy.
Yeah. That's all good. So in that scene with the Joker, actually, when he's releasing the laughing gas, so he has the nose filters in, but he does open his mouth to talk.
Yeah.
So I was like,
That's true.
You know, if I were writing this, I would just have it, because usually what it is just he's immune to his own formula.
Right.
You know, that's usually what they have, rather than well, sometimes it's a gas mask, but I think it's best if something about how he was splashed with the chemicals and everything made him immune to his own laughing formula. Or, you know, it's the DC universe. You probably have like a tech solution for how he's genetically immune. Like there are worse freaks out there than the Joker. So
yeah.
Just something to think about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Take your mic with you, Marc.
Yeah, then we see that Joker also got some special lipstick that controls people when he kisses them, and he uses that on Selina, who Joker says has not been kind to time has not been kind to her because she's another character that just got old and chonky.
Yes, and also, what does Joker actually do to her? Did I miss a line? Because he goes up, kisses her, she's under his control, and then the next time we see her, she's tied up like Wonder Woman in a Wonder Woman costume.
You did not miss a line. That's just what happens. He kisses her. It's like,
Okay.
hey, I need you to do something for me. Which is because she apparently runs this escort company. It's like, I need you to get to this horny politician to do weird things so Batman gets there.
Okay, so it's literally just okay. So he needs her prostitutes. Okay.
Yeah, because that
okay.
one prostitute goes there with the lipstick as well, by the way. And because then it's like, oh, you need to do one thing for me. And then he goes like on this crazy tirade.
We should nuke them!
We should nuke the thing.
And it's like, okay.
And someone tries to get him, and then he slips and falls to his death. And this
it's...
I mean, that's basically it. He just... That's what happens.
Yeah.
Batman then gets there with the super Mission Impossible mask. And it's like, hey, I'm this guy here. What's going on? Oh, yeah, it's escort, blah, 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 doing these things, as I just said. He just gets the info that we already have that was an escort. So he obviously goes to where Selina works.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but he does something very unsmart before he leaves Selina.
Wait, before... I mean, he hasn't left yet.
Oh, are we not? Have we not? Have we not gotten to the scene where they're with Selina?
I mean, we're about to. I mean, he just
okay.
gets the
I will hold
then
my
right
tongue
away
then.
the actual person gets in there. It's like, oh, get this man, and he just jumps off. But Robin is already waiting with an escape bat motorcycle. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Now he gets to Selina. It's like, oh, what's going on here? And then you have Selina tied up as Wonder Woman, as you said. Like the first frame it happened was like, oh, how did Wonder Woman? Oh wait, no, that's not Wonder Woman. That's Selina. What did Joker do? What the fuck?
Well, you see, it's not really Wonder Woman because they didn't shatter the city with their pelvic thrusts.
That's true.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe he just told her, hey, get dressed as Wonder Woman and tie yourself up. Oh yeah, Marc wrote that in chat. The get dressed as Wonder Woman and tie yourself up down. Oh, then tie yourself up. Average night at Joker's. Yeah, it was weird. And then she's like, mind control lipstick thing. Then he gets rid of the lipstick. And before leaving, he kisses her for some reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know they've been like a thing in the past, but what?
Yeah, like the thing I'm weirded out by is the fact that he chose to kiss her after having just, used a cloth to take off the mind control lipstick.
Yeah.
But, those things aren't foolproof. There's going to be residue. So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's kissed the lips that were mind controlled with the mind control lip balm. So he's got mind control lip balm on, and now he's going out. Someone's just going to tell him like, hey, Batman, can you shine my shoes? And then he's going to shine someone's shoes completely out of his control. And he's not really going to understand why he feels compelled to shine this person's shoes. He's just going to do it.
That would be kind of funny, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to see that now. Someone make that.
Yeah. But yeah, that was kind of left field. And also kind of weird because she comes up like one more time at the end at his fake funeral. And I think that's it.
It kind of implies he indirectly kissed the Joker. True.
Gay.
Gay. He said no homo though, so it's fine.
Oh, no, that's cool then. It probably was the weekend as well, so it doesn't count anyway.
That is true. And it's not gay if it's in a three-way. Because, because it's also Selina. Yeah. Because it is Selina, is the medium for the indirect kiss. So that makes it a three-way.
Nice.
So it isn't gay if
boys.
it's in a three-way.
We're in the clear, boys.
Whew,
Joker is all
I don't have
homo
to
in
question
this.
my sexuality.
Is it still gay if you're under mind control?
Sorry?
Is it still gay if you're under mind control?
Oh, that's gay. That's absolutely gay.
I
But it's not gay if it's in a three-way.
Yeah, okay.
Unless you're under mind control, then it's totally gay.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
It's good to know.
Yeah. I don't shine shoes no more.
I don't try to shoot no more.
Sorry.
I just like I just find it funny that Joker told her years haven't been kind to you. It's like Jesus, rude.
I could buy it. I could buy it.
Anyway,
Just
Robin steps on some cotton candy, and Bat's like, "Oh, the fairs. Let's go there." It's like, okay.
Oh, nice. Let's see. Oh yeah. So I guess I'll wait for you to get to the part where they start fighting, because that's when my notes.
Oh yeah.
Continue.
So basically, what happens? The Yendel and cops are also on their way here, and they start Batman just leaves on a paraglider, and they shoot at the thing, and they shoot off Robin, or like the guards rather, or the seatbelts, or whatever you want to call them. So now he has to carry Robin. So that was just a mild inconvenience, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if the paraglider's now pretty hard to control, because now the weight is all lopsided, so it just goes in a circle. A bad glider, you fake ass Bat fan. I'm sorry. But yeah, I think they just glide all the way to the fairgrounds. I think they just arrived there. And they get attacked by the Joker and this puppet man, henchman guy, who tells one of the puppets, "Hey, go fly up there and just YOLO them out of the sky."
I will YOLO.
And the idea is it flies up there and explodes. And Batman says like, "Oh, let it get closer." And then it explodes and they land on the ground. I have no idea what the fuck actually happened there. I don't know if they're applying to shield themselves with the glide wings or something.
I think I had a similar question, and then I thought about it a little bit more. I think what happened is he needed it to get close enough so that they could disconnect from the glider, get out of the way, and then it would hit the glider and explode, rather than dodging around them and then redirecting back towards them if they got off too early.
Okay, yeah, that could be.
They also had to get close enough to the ground to have that move not kill them.
True. Yeah, death is not
What
good.
about the shockwave, though? Wouldn't that push them down hard?
Like shockwaves being ignored in comic books is
I see.
Running problem.
Yeah.
No one understands how.
Look, I don't.
I'll retract my correct statement.
Look, you were correct, just not in the. Your criticism was on the right track.
Yeah.
Just you just need to work out the details.
It's absolutely still a problem. It's just I've kind of given up on policing the physics of explosions in media, because God, no one understands how they work.
It's like magnets.
Except for the only show I've ever seen that did it correctly, Gangs of London. There's an episode at a farmhouse that ends with an explosion in slow motion. And it is a very, very good representation of what happens to the human body when they are close to an explosive. It has nothing to do with fire, which I think is a big misconception a lot of people have about explosives and why they're dangerous. It's not fire that burns you to death. It is the shockwave that rips your body apart. And it's explosives that aren't good to be near, everybody.
Alrighty. So.
Also, Carrie hacking the Batcopter is very dubious. I just want to point that out.
Oh, earlier, yeah, just like trying to do the voice thing, but apparently she also just rewrites it that the voice commands are different. I think.
Yeah, I don't
It's kind
know.
of weird. I don't know. I completely forgot about that, but yeah, you're right. Also, that's the hacking method that Batman uses by just punching the cables or something.
Yeah.
So.
Not the word hacking, but too literally.
So now Joker is just wildly shooting at Batman, who dodges around. Joker's just completely unhinged here. he's just going fucking crazy.
Yeah.
He's going full school shooter.
He shoots
Dark-
around. Joker tries to take a hostage, but Batman is not fucking around either. He throws 3 batarangs, 2
One
in,
in
his,
his
in each of his shoulders and 1 in his fucking eye.
Yeah. and even
Batman
Joker's
just
like, holy shit, you're not,
yeah.
you came to play tonight.
Batman just says,
Yeah,
"I'm done playing."
It's like it's lucky for Joker that batarang didn't go a little bit deeper,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
because it would have reached brain.
Joker unlocked unlimited ammo too. Yeah, I think he shot a bit much for each one of these magazines. I think
No,
for those clips.
he does pick up 2 mags off the cop. You see him hold up 2 magazines as he's about to run into the tunnel of love. So
No,
they
okay.
do.
Oh, okay.
Released
he's
the
got a
second time.
decent
Yeah.
amount.
Yeah, because I did write Joker has the infinite clip code on because I never saw him reload.
I don't think they show him reload, but I think they at least gave the impression that it's not like he just picked up the cop's gun and that 1 mag had a ton of rounds in it.
Right.
It's he keeps his own gun. I guess just luckily it was the same caliber. And
Yeah.
type of mags really, because like I mean otherwise I didn't see him reload a different mag. But anyways, he picks up the 2 mags and as he's running away, he kind of shows them to Batman in like a taunting way. He kind of holds them up, and
Right.
I appreciated that because they just as easily could have said, yeah, whatever, he has a gun now.
Yeah. In the meantime, the henchman let one of the other puppets fly on the roller coaster to blow up some people. So Robin is going up there, and the henchman is going after her. Because it has like an exploded device, so needs to get rid of that. Joker
Will
just
not
straight up
blow
punches
these people tonight.
Joker just straight up punches the father and the mother in the mouth to kidnap the child, which I found kind of funny actually. Punches the father first, and then I think the mother yells and he just punches her in the mouth. It's like Jesus.
So you're saying that you find the assault of parents in front of their own child funny?
Hysterical.
I find it.
Yes.
It is hysterical. I agree.
More
Completely.
of that, please.
Yes, more of that. More children in danger. More child death. I think Anakin Skywalker is a role model that we should all follow.
But yeah, Bats overwhelms him to save the child, and a scuffle happens, and Batman gets shot in the stomach area, and now does not have armor on it anymore.
Hey man, that wasn't the chest. Only armor on his chest. You see.
What a shit
Batman's
armor.
smart.
But yeah, I think that shouldn't have happened. Like, there should have been 1 or 2 shots he could probably withstand, I think. Because, again, Justice League existed, so he probably had some crazy good suits around. And I think his normal suit normally has, like, a little bit of protection, at least. Like, I'm not saying I want him to have super ultra John Wick protection, but I would believe he can withstand 1 or 2.
Yeah, I like what the Arkham City suit did, because he gets shot at the beginning of that game, and you can see that there is an armor layer underneath the first layer. But you can also tell that because it left a hole there, if he got shot again in that place, it probably would go through a second time if he got shot again in that spot. So it's not completely. And also, you die to bullets in that game, so that's worth noting as well.
Even real life ballistic vests, like they're kind of only rated to absorb 1 round, and then they're kind of cash. Like we got a ceramic plate in ours, and then once it shatters, it can't take another 7.62 round to the chest because the ceramic plate that absorbed the impact is now broken.
Yes. What about the Bible?
Stop the round, but it won't stop the force. And the force is what hurts, man. Like, cause that's if someone threw a bullet at you, it would probably not hurt all that much.
What about Force Lightning? Does that hurt?
I mean, according to Luke at the end of Return of the Jedi, yes, but after Ahsoka, I do not know what consequences actually matter in this universe.
You know, that is fair. That is fair. There's a funny video because there's this guy who does like these amazing impressions of Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, and he like deep fakes his face to look like Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, and they just react to Star Wars clips. And the latest clip he released was Qui-Gon reacts to this bullshit, and it's just Sabine getting stabbed through the chest, something that Qui-Gon might have died from. And so Force Ghost Qui-Gon is just going, What the fuck is this?
Especially considering how tapped out Liam Neeson is on Star Wars, I would love just a video of him watching it. Like, be like, Liam, like, sit him down in the old, what was the two dudes who got in trouble for trying to copyright the word react? You know how they used to do?
Those guys. Yeah,
Like just have that set up like in that room. Like, what am I watching here? It's like, well, first we're gonna show you the scene in Phantom Menace where you die. He sees it. He's like, yeah. I got. Do you know why you died? I was stabbed in the chest with a lightsaber. Yes. Like, and then they'll show him that. It'll be like, what do you think of that? I would pay money to see Liam Neeson's reaction to Sabine just being alive in the next episode, because I can only imagine he'll be confused.
Do we need to talk about Ahsoka again? I really don't want to.
Sorry.
You don't need to. This is the video, by the way, if you're
the
curious.
wounds are still too fresh.
Much like Sabine.
No. No, that wound does not stay fresh for long. It's just, we're fine now.
I've been using Ahsoka to defend Andor on Twitter quite a bit, though.
Good.
Someone told me that Andor is the show with the Republican funeral, and I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Like, I think some people are ideologically possessed to the point that they can't see good Star Wars when it happens.
God,
Yes.
so good.
Also, I'm looking at the front-on view of the stab versus the back view, and the back view is way more to the side than the front view, which means that depending on which angle you're looking at, she was either stabbed almost near the heart, or she was just stabbed a little bit to the side, which might be survivable. So the show's not even consistent on where the stab wound is from what I'm seeing from these two screenshots here. So that's just something to think about in the meantime.
What continuity
anyway.
is bad too? Who would have thought?
Who would have thought, indeed?
Okay, so human beings have this thing called a pancreas, everybody.
We don't need that. Don't be silly.
It's like ultra important. It's the reason Steve Jobs is no longer with us. Like,
Wait, did he get stabbed by a lightsaber? That's crazy.
Yes.
Maybe. Oh, I think it was cancer. But my point is, you can't just
Same
have it
difference.
removed. And be, if you have cancer in a thing that can be removed and you're fine, it's not really a problem. You can't take a person's pancreas out and have them live. It creates too many of the hormones that we require in order to get through the day. Insulin probably being one of the most important. That's why diabetes is such a problem. Diet.
So, we're getting to a interesting scene. So Robin takes care of the puppet, uses a slingshot to yeet it away. It explodes, and
Yeetus that fetus.
gets overwhelmed and strangled by henchman. She scratches him and then kicks him off herself, which is crazy because that guy is
Interesting
large.
flex.
And not only that, he gets tangled into the chains of the roller coaster, and his head gets smooshed, and he's fucking dead. He's donezo.
Just a flesh wound.
He gets smooshed. And not only does that happen, it is never brought up again. That's probably the first time she saw someone die. And this is probably a very horrible way to do that. And also, you're responsible. You did
and
this.
she's a little bit, and she kind of just reacts like, "Oh wow, that's a bummer." Oops.
I think at that point, what else can you say, really? I mean, I think you can maybe make the argument that she should have tried to save him, but also considering her situation, I'm not sure that would have been really. Like,
I don't even need her to save her. I just would like, hey, yo, Bruce, I think I just killed a man today. We should probably talk about this. Or if Bruce finds out about this, it's like, oh shit, what happened to henchman guy? Oh yeah, he kind of got stuck on the chain when I kicked him off of me, and then his head exploded. I was like, whoa, you killed someone. You wanna talk about this? It's probably very traumatic for you, 14-year-old girl or whatever age she
probably
is.
might have. It might have even also made Bruce, not JoJo, not now. It might have made Bruce not want to complain about what happened with Joker. Like, maybe let her think that he did kill Joker. If it's like, hey, we got to each take credit for a death tonight. Oh, Rocky, decide what couch you want to be on. You're driving JoJo nuts. Hold on one sec. I got to deal with Doggo.
Yeah. Oh, Jiminy Crimbo.
And like, what face does she make when the splatter happens? Because I remember that she did not look nearly as horrified as you would think one would look if you not only saw
on,
that, but also had the blood
I'll show
splatter on
you.
your own face. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she does get splattered, does she?
Yeah, so like the
so-
blood does splat on her face a little bit. She gets drops enough to be like,
That's the face.
why the pigeon noises me? You know why.
I've
No.
calmed the dog.
That's her reaction. It's like, oh, I mean, it looks a bit shocked, but it's never talked about again.
Yeah, it's like it's like that's a level of concern. Yeah, but it's like it's very fleeting, I think, is the takeaway. Like, it doesn't seem to weigh after it happens.
Yeah, this is just never brought up again. I think that would be just a good thing to just put in your story where when you talk about it's like, hey, I've just accidentally killed someone today. I just want to try to
Desensitized teen. This is not a world with the internet, friend. We don't have 4chan yet.
I think I'm comfortable just calling this a problem. Like, as a person who really likes this story, I think they probably should have addressed that or not
Yeah.
had it in.
Man, Batman will get another Robin in 2 weeks.
There's a crowbar somewhere, I'm sure.
I mean, like, in this story, he'd probably have a new Robin within the day.
Oh yeah.
Like, he's got a lot of people who are on board at this point.
Yeah.
Jojo.
I agree, Jojo. I agree so much.
She's an angry puppy.
So yeah, Batman is now going after Joker, who stabbed a cop to get his weapons. His weapon. He has only one weapon. And now he's just running around, killing probably like 15, 20 people on sight. He's just going around shooting them in the fucking face and chest. Going into the love tunnel and just shooting everyone there. It's actually kind of insane. He goes like, fuck you, fuck you.
Well, at least the walls are already red.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, Batman goes after him a bit slowly because he's got shot and he's in pain. Let's see. And yeah, he gets to him and he starts beating the piss out of the Joker and he's angry. He's yelling like, all the people you have killed by letting you live.
All the people I've killed by letting you live.
Oh, really?
Like,
Did I get that wrong?
All the people I've killed by letting you live.
Oh shit! Hang on, I have the
Yeah.
subtitles on here. Let's see. I got that wrong.
All the
I mean, it's still good though. Of course.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a metal as fuck Batman line.
Oh yeah, it's a great like.
Oh yeah, all the
self-reflection.
people I've murdered by letting you live. That's even better.
Yeah, and then he replies with, "I never kept count," and then he just went, "I did."
Yeah.
And then
and I
Joker
love you
replies,
for it.
"Oh, I
Yeah.
loved you for it." Yeah.
And and then it was earlier on too. They said he's responsible for 600 murders, and he says, "I never kept count."
Yeah.
And that pays off here in just such a good way. Yeah, I thought that was really cool because it gives you this sort of macabre wholesomeness to their relationship, like where you do. And I think Michael Emerson's delivery, I think, was pretty good for the I know and I love you for it. Like he seemed sincere, and I think that that's the right way to play it because I think the Joker means it. Like, I don't think he's kidding or trying to taunt him. I think he actually means like, yeah, no, what we're doing here is what I love doing, and you're the only one who lets me have as much fun with it. And Batman knows that even saying that to Batman is the worst thing you can say to Batman because he's like, I'm not having fun with you, man. We're not playing some game. We're like, this is the real people who are getting hurt. And I thought in general this is a very good Batman Joker scene.
Yes.
Then he breaks his neck just enough not to die.
Yeah, and that's another thing I misremembered because I always kind of thought of that as him snapping Joker's neck.
No, because he has him there, he's hesitating, and then Joker stabs him like 3 or 4 more times.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he just, I don't know, half breaks it, for lack of a better term.
It makes him a quadriplegic as opposed to a dead pelegic.
Mm-hmm. I guess I always kind of remembered it as Batman snaps his neck, and like Joker even says, that's the minute that they saw you lose control. And but then like rewatching it here and also rereading it there, I was like, oh yeah, no, it is pretty clear. Joker snaps his own neck, and knowing that it'll be very easily blamed on Batman because there were witnesses. There were witnesses who saw that initial snap. So if it's like Joker died of a broken neck, it's like, yeah, I saw Batman snap his neck. I think in cold blood might be a bit of a stretch because he was actively stabbing him at the time.
Yes.
But yeah, technically.
Kind of hard to be cold and detached when there's cold steel in your abdomen.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. And yeah, he falls unconscious for a little bit and wakes up to realize he's getting tailed by the by Yendel and the coppers. And he has like all kinds of shenanigans here. He spits in Joker's face on his corpse, which is just like, yeah, fuck you. It's like this is the disrespect.
Yeah.
He calls Robin to locate him and track a signal to get him.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, he also grabs. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, well, this is a bit later, but Joker's body has a self-destruct button, apparently.
Oh, yeah, I was about to get there. And I want to show the image in a second because it looks kind of crazy in a second.
Yeah.
And he makes his escape by blowing some shit up, knocking people unconscious. And it's like, I don't know, man, some of the explosion looks pretty deadly close to these people, but I guess they all have super plot armor and didn't kill more people, hopefully. I don't know, but those explosions are pretty close. He knocks out Yendel, grabs her gun, puts some C4 or something, some explosive on the wall to shoot it. Yendel even says, if it isn't a cop, shoot it, which is a bit of a risky thing to say. There might be some people still around here trying to get out of there. And there's the scene, he tries to shoot at the at that C4, but he misses, which I don't think is because he's bad with guns, it's because he's injured, because we saw him earlier shooting someone's gun out of his hand.
Yes.
Part one, of
but
course.
But what this does actually give us is a very fitting image of Batman looking very awkward and uncomfortable while using a gun. I think that's fitting for one, because I think that's the kind of, obviously he's got a lot of trauma related to guns. He refuses to use, literal ballistic weapons for that reason. We also get the line clumsy when he uses the gun, which is going to pay off later. And he also calls it a cute gun, so he sees it almost as the weapons of cowards. Well, he calls it the weapons of cowards later. So he does. He looks down to people who use guns. So there's a lot to look into with just that little scene. The story is aware that it is a big deal if Batman were to pick up a firearm and to use it, even if he's not using it on a person.
Yeah, and then we get the get him looking at Joker's flaming corpse and just says, "Stop laughing." And we get this image. Look at this. This is wild.
Oh yeah. Only leave it to the Joker to have a self-destruct button on his own corpse.
I mean, isn't that the last joke of all? Just burn your corpse and have your flaming, laughing skull just looking at Batman.
Yeah, it's like stop laughing, and then we get this image.
Also, in Batman's defense, it's a lot easier to hit the wing of a helicopter with a rifle than it is to hit a tiny little target with a pistol. Because people were saying that he fired a rifle in this movie. I'm like, I could see that shot being significantly more difficult, though. Although I guess he was falling with the rifle. I don't know. It's kind of a toss-up. Maybe it's closer to shooting a grappling hook for him. He just doesn't have as good a feel for bullet ballistics.
I was more closer down to him being stabbed 4 times and shot. Probably not a steady hand right now.
Also, that's very true.
So, oh yeah, Robin locates him with the copter. She does like a command, like what was it? Property damage or something. Oh yeah, autopilot property damage, and then just starts blowing up cars left and right. Which I still think they're all pretty close to actual people. I don't believe nobody gets seriously injured there, but you know, we do the comic trope here, I guess.
I think James Cameron might have pulled this for Terminator 2.
Yeah, that's true.
Very possibly.
It's basically the same deal. It's like, well, I mean, he is using a Gatling gun though, so like, I mean, did really no like it says 0 casualties at the end, but I don't know T800. I think you might have tagged a couple there.
This is also where we get some heavy plot armor for Batman. Like a lot of people start shooting at him. He just doesn't get hit again once.
Yeah, that's fair. No
That's
defense.
A lot of plot armor. And in the end, Robin grabs him with the rope, and they fly out back to the cave.
Yeah.
So yeah, now the people after him is like, nah, now you're a murderer. Also, Alfred operates on him and says, he will make it. He's too stubborn to die.
Literally too angry to die.
Yeah.
Literally too angry to die.
Hey, that's Kratos' gimmick, all right? You can't take
Hey,
that.
Doomslayer. It's actually quite a few video game protagonists, to be fair.
And now back to the news.
That character all the time.
Back to the news. See, they call him a dangerous fugitive now, and Yendel tries to get info from Gordon because they now hunt him down because he's seen as a murderer and just call him an unqualified menace. Oh, Jesus. But yeah. There we go. Batman puts a sensor on Joker and it sets him on fire. Wait, what? When? Where? In the comic?
What about what would a qualified menace look like?
Wait, hang on. You mean here? The thing he picks up is, I'm pretty sure, the microphone to get Robin, right?
On my very recent reread of the comic, I didn't catch that detail, so I can't really say.
Hang on. Let me see. Because I don't know when you would put that on there.
I just realized you guys are hearing my D-pad clicking.
Let's
see. I see my Discord thing lighting up every time I hit down on the D-pad as I idly scroll through my Steam library.
Oh, so my first thought was correct. Oh, it is the thing. Okay, the thing he gets out of the pocket, that's what he puts on him. Okay, that's what... Because I thought that was the thing he was talking into to talk to Robin. So the thing he gets out of his pouch is actually the thing he puts onto Joker to set him aflame. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I wonder what the purpose of setting Joker on fire would be, though.
Probably just a distraction, I imagine.
Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Was Marc the one who kept pausing the vid on EFAB 250? Yeah.
Oh, yes, I was. Yeah, no, that was me. And I actually admitted it as quickly as I possibly could, and that was actually the same controller. My controller cable was tapping the space bar of my computer, and I was still apparently highlighting the watch together window, and I didn't realize it, but luckily I was still listening to EFAB. So, so I immediately understood what was happening, realized it was me, and then immediately DM'd Mahler and was like, "Hey, that's me. I'm sorry."
It wasn't Lewis.
But I wasn't on the episode at the time, so I couldn't just say, "Oh, sorry guys, that was me, my fault. Don't worry." But because they're like going through the watch together usernames and trying to like figure out. Yeah. I was like, "No, hang me. It was my fault."
You turned them against each other.
Taking responsibility for your
agent of chaos, as Yes Man puts it.
Yes.
But
also,
yeah,
because it's coming up a lot in the chat, I think I'm not sure about the public opinion, but at least the reason the police and a lot of the officials would like firmly harshen their stance against Batman after the murder of the Joker, even after that, is because a lot of the reason that Batman was initially tolerated was because he had lines he wouldn't cross. He would not kill people because that is taking the law into his own hands in a way that would just be unacceptable, because that's him deciding who gets to live and who gets to die. And that's a state. That's something that's up to the state. That's not up to him. So that's very important for his relationship with the police, that he's not killing the Joker. So, and not killing anyone in general. So if they think that he's crossed that line, they're going to upgrade his threat level thanks to that. And they're going to hype up how much of a threat he is to the public so that people stay out of his way and the police can do their job. So that's kind of that's kind of what's going on there. Like, people would be happy the Joker's dead. It's just that now there's a vigilante going around who is definitely willing to kill anyone who he personally determines to be a threat.
And Yandel tries to get info from Gordon because she knows that they had some kind of relationship, and he is like, no, I don't know what he's doing. I know everything I need to know, and fuck off. So he still protects Batman even after his duty is over. And,
I'm glad that you pronounced duty as duty and not duty, because then I would have made a joke out of it.
It's duty.
UT. Do you really like roll that U or slide it?
Duty.
Slide the U? Is that how you say it?
I just said duty for him because so he can now make a joke. Duty.
There's my joke.
And Gordon's wife just sends him to get some groceries because now he's retired and now he can do boring stuff. Anyway, well, Bats is having a recovery. Remember Corto Maltese? Yeah, the Russians gonna nuke that fucker.
Oh yeah. Oh, I love the quote from Reagan, which is, the good news is we won. The bad news is those Russians are some mighty sore losers. Cut to literal nuke flying through the sky.
All while already being in a protective suit, by the way. Like, he does the transmission of his warning, probably from a safe bunker in a protective suit.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, they're gonna attack that island, but Superman is already on his way. He's redirecting the rocket to a course into space where it explodes with him. And if you know anything of Superman, nuclear stuff and Superman don't go so well with each other.
Yep.
That's all I remembered. I don't know what exactly does, but it looks like he gets basically sucked dry and crashes into the ground and needs sunlight to basically recover or re-energize, whatever you want to call it. He kind of looks just like a ghoul now, crashed on the floor, and he also seems to suck out the energy of the flora around him. I don't know what that's about. Maybe some knowledgeable person like Meme can give some context here.
I got a couple of things to say about this, because I question the mechanics of this scene a lot, because what is the sun?
Radiation.
But what it is basically a nuclear fusion reaction that keeps going. So it's essentially a giant ball of nuclear plasma, and that's essentially what a nuclear explosion is. So shouldn't a nuke make Superman stronger, theoretically?
Yeah. I've always
okay.
I never understood how the nuke was any different than other types of radiation that power them up, because unless there's something like they have a special kryptonite nuke or like red solar radiation nuke that depowers them, or I don't know.
Yeah. Well, James, we don't know if this was a fission or fusion nuke. This could very well be a fusion reaction going on here. Meaning that I don't even know if it's negative radiation because the nukes were because the nukes were So the second one is the flowers thing, and I understand. I go back and forth on whether or not this is stupid or genius, because I keep it's tough for me, because I think there's a clever element to this where flowers and plants, where do they get their energy from? The sun. They photosynthesize. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, so he's sucking the solar radiation that would have been embedded in the flowers up. But like, would it not be solar radiation by the time it gets into the flower? So he wouldn't be able to.
Well, I give you another problem with this, because then he would just suck up the energy of every flower he comes by every single time.
Well,
like,
no, I think it was just that like his body was in starvation mode, effectively. Like it just needed to soak up solar radiation as quickly as it possibly could. I guess the easiest thing to liken it for, which I suppose made sense to me, would be like putting a big battery around a bunch of other things that need to draw a bunch of power, and that battery then sucking the power from the other things that are trying to get it as well. Like if you plug a big battery into the same circuit that you're trying to power a fan with, you might notice that the fan goes a little more slowly. Or like, I mean, that's a really rudimentary example. But I guess I kind of conceived it as something like that. But I guess what doesn't make sense is the timeline, because it would really just mean that it would almost be like you know when you ever have a area of your lawn that is in the shade.
mm-hmm.
And then like after like a good stretch of the summer or a few weeks, that area looks kind of yellow and dead compared to the rest of the grass around it. I kind of saw it more like that, where just those things were not getting the amount of sun they would need, but they wouldn't wilt. They would just not grow well. Like they might die after a little while, but not like immediately. So it was, I think there's a lot of artistic license and that these science.
So Jet says I've always thought it was just the radiation killing the flowers. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that could work. Too.
Oh yeah, that could be something. Though we do see Superman getting better from touching them, and getting the suck. And also, what I'm getting from this is that Superman is a plant. So
he's like Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yeah.
He does have the flower power.
As James has pointed out, is something I thought about as well when they say he's not at full power yet. It's like, yeah, you can just have him go to space and chill there to get the energy back pretty easily, which I guess just doesn't do.
Yeah, and there are versions of Superman in the far future who have like gone off to live in the sun and have become like God because they live in the sun because he's directly inside the power source. So clear.
Isn't there like a comic where he chills in the sun for like 1,000 years or some bullshit?
Yeah, and then he's like God or something, and
we need a scene in which Superman romantically rolls around in the sun while Lois watches him menacingly.
I think so as well. I think we would benefit from it.
That does happen in Metal Gear Solid 5 with Quiet and water. She's just showering. Yes. And he's just staring her down.
I became God once.
It didn't go well. Didn't end well. Okay.
Okay. Yes, man. Okay. We can we how do we go to God? I think we should ask God. Wait, he's here. Yes, man. What is the meaning of the car?
Anyway, let's move on.
Something to do with the virtues of capitalism because it's the 1980s.
Yes, exactly.
The commies are trying to take Corto Maltese. We can't let them have it.
Yeah, so
God is dog backwards.
No.
They make real cigars.
So yeah, this explosion causes an EMP, and the whole city, or basically all of the US, has a power shutdown. And all the electronics are fooked. Batman realizes this and is like, "Oh shit, there was probably a nuke, and now flames are happening." And he immediately knows that, oh shit, now everything's gonna go do riot things. I'm gonna suit up and go help everybody. It's like, oh, he probably shouldn't though. And Alfred even points that out, but I guess he's fine-ish, which he really isn't. But willpower or something, I don't know. He's a bit superhuman here at the end. Not gonna lie. Power of friendship. Maybe he went
That's
to the
power of come.
Maybe he went back to the cave for a couple of minutes, like, wank me off, Bat God. It's like, God damn it, fuck off, Clark.
Accept my seed. My bat seed.
No, you.
We established
then he quickens like in Highlander. Oh!
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
It has the most French man in the world playing a Scottish man, and the most Scottish man in the world playing a Spaniard. It's great.
Woo.
No. The Scottish man is playing a Spaniard who is actually an Egyptian.
Egyptian, yeah.
It's incredible.
So yeah, the city is going downhill again. Everyone is looting and fluting and flooping around. Old mutant people, they got out of their prison cells because they all unlocked apparently. I guess. They got out of there, and now they just start fighting all the civilians, but they fight back as well. So everybody's fighting. But before anything too bad can happen, Batman uses the sons of Batman to, who, by the way, plan to take over the city now that Gotham is defenseless, as they put it. It's like, that's not what Batman would have wanted, and he tells him that.
No.
And yeah. And Batman tells him to fuck off with the weapons, because weapons are for cowards. Yeah. And now you should use your brawn and fists. And they go around and stop people from fighting. Which includes escaped mutants. I already said that. Again, say slice and dice, by the way, which is funny that they still say that. Slice and dice.
Slice and dice.
Slice and dice.
Slice and dice. Slice and dice. Flick, flick, flick. Slice and dice. Oh my god. No, go. Okay, I found out that selfie sticks don't slice and dice. They just extend erratically and make you cry.
And yeah, he also tells them in due time, I will teach you guys to fight silently and precise. Obviously, the idea is to secure the future of the city.
Yeah, so it's
and as Swalpole already pointed out, this is really stupid what he said about weapons for being for cowards. I guess it's part of his thing, but you know, weapons can be quite good for you, you know.
Meme, why do you have a selfie stick? Because I got tired of being very awkward at taking selfies with people, so I wanted something to make it easier. So I got a tool for that. That is why. Because I like taking pictures with my friends, James, because I want to preserve memories, and it's very inconvenient to stick my arm out, because my arm is only so long, so you need to extend how long your arm can be. You see how that works? I'm glad we've had this conversation.
Just extend your arm, idiot.
Recently,
I've
got kind of a very situational life hack. With all the trips I've been on lately, have been meetups with like all the neurotic people and stuff. So generally, when we're out and about, there's a bunch of other people taking pictures that I end up seeing, and I'm in a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
So that works. It's not an easy solution to adapt to other situations, but it's been working for me lately. Let other people take pictures.
Well, the next couple of minutes can basically be summarized in they go around, tell the people to stop being so dumb, and it's like, hey, if you if you don't want everything to break immediately, you better all work together and help each other out, which they do. Gordon does the same thing, by the way, because he's still out and about getting groceries and shit's on fire. And he tells them, hey, if you want a roof over your head today, and, well, tomorrow, you better start helping each other and get rid of these fires because they are spreading. And they're like, oh, yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah,
also,
I just kind of get everything back in order as well as they can until the firemen can arrive and just get rid of those fires a bit more better.
I just like that a lot of people are listing solutions to taking photos with friends that are far less convenient than just getting a tool for it. Get over it, people. Get over the meme of the selfie stick and learn that it can be useful if you have friends.
I have friends. I never used a selfie stick in my life.
Well,
that was your mistake.
I don't know. Still worked out.
You can also wear it on your belt like a lightsaber, too.
True. That's very true. And plus, it turns into a little tripod as well, so I can use it to film things and stuff. So it's not just I wouldn't just get a selfie stick that's just a selfie stick, okay? I would get one I could use for other things.
Cope. What?
I will fight anyone who fights me. Damn it. I can also turn it into a sword.
Oh no.
Okay, well Yeah, that's a lot more impressive.
Yes. Exactly. And also I do like just going back to the scene where he's gathering people. I just think it's one of the most Batman moments of the whole film, because he takes a gun, he goes, "These we will take back the streets, but not with these. These are loud and clumsy." And he snaps the gun in half and goes, "These are the weapons of cowards. Our weapons are precise and quiet." I don't know. That's just one of the definitive Batman moments for me. Like, if there's any moment in this that is definitive Batman, it's that.
Yeah. I mean, for most people who want to do any kind of endeavor that involves fighting, guns are very effective. But I mean, I guess Batman he's got his data to back it up, right? Like, he's like, I've been doing a lot of damage without ever using guns. Everybody, like, you don't need them if you're really good at stuff. And I mean, I think we can all agree Batman is very good at stuff.
So yeah, they restore some kind of order with all these sons of Batman and Gordon and all the people working together. And we hear in the news that all cities in the US have fallen into riots except Gotham, which is kind of funny to think about, because Gotham is normally the crazy town that's crime riddled and down in the gutter like all the time. But now that shit is like really bad. Everything is held together by Batman and his means, and they make a point about that he's basically embarrassing the current government with this, because they're not really doing anything, and Batman is just doing this with a couple of like random people he found on the street. And yeah, the president is basically losing street cred hard on this. And what is the solution? Yeah, he still wants Batman removed. Yes. Like, God damn it, this president is fucking nutty.
Also, instant nuclear winter from one nuke, apparently.
I guess, yeah, ashfall. It's ash falling around.
Wasn't it a air detonation above the US? I mean, yeah, that EMP can travel pretty far. It wouldn't.
Yeah,
like,
well, I'm talking about the climate change part, because the entirety of the US falls into snowfall that they highlight as being unusual.
Okay, yeah, that's insane.
Yeah.
It was a super nuke.
And with the nuke, I just thought that was like a thing they had to be like, yeah, it's winter now.
Yeah. Also, as chat points out, like, that one nuke got rid of all of the power in the US. That's kind of crazy. I don't think the EMP would reach that far, especially because it exploded over this Corta Maltese thingy. So I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Well, I mean, I don't know if it was over like the Gulf of Mexico. You might be dealing with like a couple states, like Florida.
Oh yeah. But the whole US is still hard to believe.
Definitely. Even if it was detonated in the center of the US, it would still like maybe a 4-state radius. 2 on each side. 4 total.
Yeah.
4 radius sounds like 8 around, or like potentially significantly more. So there's only one word, but it was a very incorrect word for what I was trying to say.
Apparently, one high altitude nuke could take out a hemisphere. Let me fact check this.
He now got the talkies with Arrow Man, with Oliver. He's there without an arm. And he tells him, you've always been like the loud mysterious, not the silent mysterious kind of guy. Because obviously, like, Playboy billionaire lifestyle is probably what he's referring to. Not really being silent. And I'll just basically tell him, for all time's sake, I'm gonna be on board whatever's gonna happen next, because Batman already expects Superman to I don't know, come and get him or challenge him to a fight or something like that. So yeah. Let me see, where was I? Oh yeah, and then Superman does a really funny thing. Just lasers wear into the ground. Instead
That's his
of
Chad move right there, and it's kind of funny.
you just see the laser coming down, and it just says, "Where?" There's something unhinged about that. I don't know.
Yeah, I kind of love it, and I also kind of think it's really funny. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I see how it's silly, but it's like, I don't know. There's something about just I don't know if it's because I find it silly that I like it, or if there's something striking about the whole idea of him just writing these fucking flaming
Yeah.
letters from orbit. Or I don't know. I don't know. There's something about it.
So yeah, and he just says Crime Alley, and that's where they meet up to have hand-to-hand combat to some degree. Lasers wear into the ground, refuses to elaborate, leaves.
Hey man, world's greatest detective. He can probably figure it out.
Yeah.
Now, is Crime Alley a section of Gotham or that specific alley?
I think it's a suburb, but I just don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's. I'm looking this up. I need to know now.
That's
Crime
fine.
is Crime Alley.
I'll just move along for now because
Dun, 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 dun.
of course Bruce is not even close to recovered, and Soups they tell us isn't either because I guess he didn't go to charge up in space. But Bruce puts on his Superman Buster suit and gets ready to fight.
Oh right, yeah. Crime Alley is just another term for Park Row. Okay, so it's just
okay.
Crime Alley must be the colloquial, which I guess makes sense because you
Yeah,
wouldn't
I'm
call
honestly-
your thing Crime Alley.
I'm far more comfortable with that than it being a specific alley, because I feel like I've heard someone say, like, why would Batman's parents walk down an alley called Crime Alley? And that never really made sense with me, but I was like, I feel like it would just be, what you call that area,
Yeah.
the rough part of town.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, we have a hurt Batman. We have a not full powered Superman, I guess is the idea here. Their explanation is the ash is preventing him to get proper sunlight, but of course he could just go somewhere else to, load up. He doesn't need to go to space. He can just go around the globe at night or something. There's plenty of ways for him to get juiced up again, but alas.
Yeah, I think they also say they're trying to justify it because what they're doing here is they're bending over backwards to try and explain how Batman could even remotely get on the same level as Superman in like a one-on-one conflict. So half of that formula is just he's got a big super suit, and the other half is okay, Superman just got nuked, and the sun is not there, so he's not getting a constant supply of sunlight, so he'll use it up more quickly. And of course, there's going to be kryptonite later, but yeah, so they're doing everything in their power to facilitate this this conflict as anything that could even be remotely plausible.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, they have a fighty poo, and in good old Batman fashion, he has all kind of things prepped, like traps and gadgets and doodads and whatnot.
You mean he doesn't just shoot him with kryptonite fart gas and just punch him for 5 minutes?
He does not. No, that actually takes some effort to get that kryptonite fart gas in his face. And he doesn't even do it himself. And he also doesn't build a weird kryptonite spear because that's crazy.
Yeah, no Christian symbolism here. You totally know it was the spear of destiny they were thinking of. The spear that pierced the side of Christ.
So yeah, he does like everything to get an edge over him. They beat each other into a pulp, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's I think if people are wondering what the main difference is, it's that instead of bringing Superman down to a ridiculous level, we instead kind of meet in the middle, where Batman is able to use a bunch of gadgets and technology, while Superman still has full use of his powers, and as a result, we get what is a very, very satisfying brawl that takes advantage of what both characters uniquely bring to the table. Plus Oliver Queen sitting in the rafters just to ace in the hole.
So yeah, he uses like a sound wave machine to make his nose bleed. He uses the electricity of like a whole block to electrocute him for a while. all that kind of dwindles down onto Superman's power. Um, he also has, as I said, this powered up suit, can lift pretty heavy. So at some point he uses the cylinders of of 2 road rollers, I think is what they're called, and he just beats the piss out of it with them. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
like when they are going through walls and there's people in there. It's almost like Superman's very gingerly smashing him through walls just to
Yeah.
make sure there's not anyone on the other side, rather than just like you would in a Zack Snyder flick.
But yeah, in the meantime, Green Arrow, or Oliver, as they've been just calling him in this one, he's running over the just running on the rooftops and just kicking some people. But the idea is he's prepping to shoot a kryptonite arrow at Clark or at Superman while he is distracted, and yeah, he releases the arrow, and Supes catches it, but it explodes into the kryptonite farty gas.
Yeah.
And we had to work really hard to get here, to get this gas into his face. And Bruce even points out that it wasn't easy to make, and it cost him a fortune. But fortunately, he had both of this. He had a lot of time and money, of course.
Yes.
And then we get to the scenes. Like, he tells him that he's now probably feeling his own mortality for the first time, something everyone else has to live with every day. And this is where Superman notices that Bruce's heart is about to give out on him, basically. But he just gets kicked in the face for that, which is something a little bit funny about that.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure that would be the first time Superman faced his mortality. Unless he's just fought no other superpowered threats in his time with the Justice League. Like, yeah, you know?
Probably not a human, though.
Yeah.
Maybe Lex.
I mean,
Lex.
as James points out, he probably hasn't fought Doomsday in this universe then.
Yeah, or has no one else gotten kryptonite in his face before? Like,
I guess not.
Yeah,
who knows?
like-
We don't know anything about this weird Elseworld universe where there's
Yeah, I mean that's the right answer, really. But I mean, if
Yeah.
we're going to be words about it for a minute, I think that it's reasonable to assume that maybe if he was in a situation where his own mortality was threatened, it was another super villain, like someone else that was superpowered and that Superman was viewing as a legitimate threat. But I think that in the entire time he was fighting Batman up until that point, even though Batman got some really good hits in that seemed much more reasonable than a lot of the ones in another adaptation of this source material. I think that, like, if Superman was just like, Bruce, this is silly. Like, what are we doing here? You know, you're not going to beat me. Stop this. And then it's like, oh, and now you're on the floor and I'm kicking you in the face while you're telling me I'm going to have a heart attack. Like, I think that, yeah, I think this was pretty well constructed as far as making him having an argument to be like, this is a moment that Superman really did not see coming, even though it was Batman.
Yeah.
Plus, this version of Superman is like pretty. He's not what we would consider like the regular boy Superman. So maybe he would be a lot more arrogant than regular old boy Blue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Bruce also makes sure it's like, don't worry, you'll survive. The kryptonite will work its way out of your lungs soon enough. Right before he gets kicks him. And he also says like, but I didn't. I just have the transcript here. Just read it out. But I didn't have to go easy on you. A different binding agent, a stronger mix. I want you to remember that. I wanted to remind you to stay out of my way. In all the years to come, in your most private moments, I want you to remember the one man who beat you. I was like, get right.
Yeah, and the one man is the operative word that I was kind of operating with. Like a normal ass person I mean, I guess not normal, but a non.
Lex Luthor must be really shit in this universe.
It's sadly Lex has to be the sacrifice.
Well, you showed me how he looks like in this universe, so no fucking wonder.
Yeah, you got a point.
maybe he should have gone with the power armor instead.
Yeah, no, you know, not the immense. They were going for like a kingpin sort of thing. I don't understand it myself, but
Frank Miller never got over Daredevil.
You know, he
Mhm.
didn't. He didn't get over a few things. I think he's on his apology tour. He's been on his apology tour the last few years for some of this shit. Um,
But yeah, good shit. Good shit.
Stephen King, I think, he walks out of those situations pretty easily with like, "Look, I was doing a bunch of coke." He
yes.
just flat out says, "Yeah, I was on tons of drugs when I wrote that book. Don't even remember it, really."
Yes.
So now someone explain to me how Snyder made what he made.
You see, he looked at the big bat mech suit,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't read the book, and he saw like maybe little captions of Batman beating people up, and he saw maybe some quotes out of context, and then he wrote a first draft that was horrendous, and then Chris Terrio came along and wrote a second draft that was slightly less horrendous but still completely horrendous, and that's what we got. Because I point out slightly less horrendous because in the very first version of BVS, Superman actually killed the village. So they had to undo some no-nos that were in the original script. And because it was so busy undoing the really big no-nos, they left all the other no-nos in because
Darn it.
it takes energy to remove no-nos, and you kind of miss the smaller no-nos when removing the bigger no-nos. And that is how scripts happen and are bad.
I'll take it. I was thinking of something to say to that, but no, there you go.
Expert Girl has just arrived. The puppies might be barking for a bit.
I can tell.
That is A-okay.
And right after he says that, his heart seems to fail, and he quote unquote dies. And at the same time, Wayne Manor gets blown up because Alfred set a timer which he was not happy about. And he's so sad, and he leaves, and then he dies of a stroke in front of the manor. And I found that really weird because it felt so unnecessarily over dramatic.
Yeah, it's hyper symbolic.
Yeah.
Alfred,
All
Yeah.
of it died, even the butler. It's like, oh, come on, Alfred is cool.
yeah,
It's like, it's just so out of nowhere too.
Explaining it after the fact was weird. I think that version of an Alfred death, I think, is the symbolism overriding like any
Yeah.
story. Because just like Alfred dies with Wayne Manor. It was the grounds that he kept, and he has no reason to go on if it's not part of Bruce's life anymore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Bruce had a dead man switch in his butler.
Is this corpse supposed to be Alfred? Yes, actually. Yes, it is. So yeah, they also make a point of everything is gone from Wayne, like even his funds and stocks and cash and money and everything. It's all gone. So yeah, he already took care of all of that. So they have a funeral for Bruce, and now everybody knows that he was the Batman. Everybody's sad. Selina's like, "Fuck you, Soups. It was your fault." Because that's all she does. I have nothing else to say. And as everyone leaves, Bruce notices a heartbeat, and Robin is hidden here as well. And he just blinks at her because he knows what's up, which is kind of funny to think of because it's kind of the opposite of the Man of Steel, where he has like the floating rocks, but here you have Batman having the heartbeat because he was just tricking people, so he can fuck off to train people.
Yeah. Also, Carrie, please wait until nighttime to dig him up. Jesus Christ, the funeral just ended.
No, but
Yeah.
it's dark at nighttime. That's annoying.
Could you see her with the shovel and everything?
Yeah. I mean,
Like, well, everybody's morning just stands there. It's like, huh, me?
that's
What am I doing? Nothing. I'm just hanging out, just hanging around, like the meme.
Hanging out with a shovel in a graveyard, as anyone does.
I think they probably could have lost the shovel and it would have been as effective because I think just having Clark look over at her look at him, and then maybe him see that it was Robin, like he used the X-ray vision to see through her veil, and then giving her the wink and then walking away after hearing the heartbeat. I think that would have been fine. Showing the shovel was like, oh shit, she's gonna do this like now.
Yeah.
Oh man. What if other people are like hanging around the grounds, like having a smoke?
I like to think that Bruce fucked up the timing on the capsule, and so he has to dig him up right now, or he's gonna suffocate in the fucking coffin.
Just hear banging. He's like,
Why did you put oxygen in here?
I mean, if I were Carrie, I'd be like, "Hey, Superman, actually, while you're here, do you want to help me with this? If
You
you're
can do it
waking
like,
up this, I feel like you could dig him up a lot faster than I could.
and you could put it back in the hole as well faster than you used to.
Oh hell yeah!
he has to Kill Bill his way out.
I mean, if
I'm near
anyone,
the end of,
like, I'd be willing to buy that Batman would be capable of things that Beatrix Kiddo is capable of.
Yeah.
yeah. I'm near the start of the stream. Why must you torture us with these images, meme? Oh, they're talking about he got to Dick
Enjoy.
Grayson. Oh, okay.
And you probably won't forget him by the time you get here. That's the bad news.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
will never forget
yeah,
them. That shit is terrifying.
These things stay with you for life.
Anyway, we're almost about we're wrapping up now. We're in the last scene, and anyway, so Bruce is obviously still around. He's alive because his whole plan is, hey, I'm gonna train these sons of Batman, as I said, and we're gonna build like this little underground cave system wherever we can live, because all of us here as well. It's like, hey, we need to get some water here, so we can live. Yeah, so just the leftover. There's some mutants in here. There's Sons of Batman here, and the idea is they're just getting trained by Batman in order to keep Gotham safe, even when he's not around anymore. When he dies for real this time. And just making sure that the city is gonna be fine without him. And he says that all this time I was looking for a good death, and then says, I think this will be a good life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like ending a lot.
Yeah,
I think it's
kinda nice.
very optimistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that serves as a good ending. It could also have led to an amazing sequel, and instead we led to Batman The Dark Knight Strikes Again. But
I mean,
you know,
a comic that doesn't exist.
yeah, and then we got The Dark Knight 3, which had the subtitle The Master Race. So
No.
yeah.
Oh boy.
Don't do that. That's you can't. No, don't do that.
I'm gonna assume it's not about PC gaming.
No, like it's you understand the
Probably not.
title in the book. It's about Kryptonians. But the thing is, with Frank Miller's politics, and him and a sequel to his works having that title, the optics weren't fantastic. I'll put it that way. Even though the book wasn't actually dodgy in that respect.
Well.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's your breakdown of both of the parts. Overall, still pretty enjoyable, but has some tismiz in there for sure. And we pointed it all out, but I would still very much recommend watching it. I think it's still miles better whatever DC has put out recently.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. Like, yeah, going through like this comic. I mean, well, I guess we touched on the comic a little bit, but also the film. It is kind of making me want to do a Metal's Forge on a comic called Kingdom Come, which is another future DC story. And also because I could make so many jokes
So many
from that
camions.
title. Oh yes, yes, and also the art. Even if if I reread it and find out it's terrible, the artwork makes me want to come. So it'll be
the
enjoyable
artwork.
at least for that.
Alex Ross.
Yeah, Alex Ross, the man, the myth, the legend.
The guy
when you feel
who's,
my
like,
seed, there is cock inside. This is my
Yeah.
kingdom come. This is my
his
kingdom
comic
come.
book art. His comic book art looks like actual artwork from 100 years ago. It's wild. Like it looks kind of nuts.
Yeah, so this art style, Metal, just so you have context, this is the cover, and this art style remains throughout the book.
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that cover before. Yeah, that looks sick.
Yeah,
that looks sick.
Yeah, it's really
yeah.
good.
Let me see.
It's been a long time since I've read it, though. I don't know that I remember the story all that well.
Yeah, I remember it's an interesting story. It's actually a story thematically that's held up quite well because it was
Oh,
supposed.
bad
It's a
boy.
big deconstruction of what the comic book industry was in the '90s, going all gritty and like rejecting traditional heroes and stuff, and why people who had gotten really unhinged, and that cycle kind of repeated itself with people rejecting Superman in the 2010s, and now people are starting to realize actually we want traditional Superman back. We're kind of done with dark. So it's kind of a story that's aged well in that regard.
Literature Double made a pretty decent video on that new Superman and Lois, not the TV show, the animated one, New Adventures of, I don't know, like the one that
Oh
was.
yeah, the Superman and Lois show. I watched the first season of it. It was okay.
Yeah,
it was.
but he was saying that it was actually kind of good. I was like, oh, didn't
Yeah,
hear much good about it when it came out, but
yeah, it's I think my only critique, if you can call it that, is that because it is no longer said, because initially they were making it as a spin-off to Supergirl, but now it's in its own universe, just with the same actors inexplicably. But because of that, because it's in its own universe, I actually would have liked it if we could have like started a bit earlier in Superman's timeline and then like worked up to the kids, if that makes sense. Because they start with the kids being teenagers and everything, and he's already had like 20 years of Supermaning behind him.
yeah, no, the one I was referring to actually was the animated one where it's like a new one that just came out this year, I believe. That I think it's centers on Lois mostly, but it is also apparently not a terrible show. And
Okay.
It's nice to hear modern DC animated.
Oh, My Adventures of Superman. Okay, I see.
Well, we did it. We did a thing. Let's do some super chatteroonies, shall we?
Let's do it.
Just get them donezo. This is £5 by D Dinks with no message. Thank you very much. $2 by Party. I wish Batman would come to California. We need him. Nice. I don't know. Maybe it's not as bad when Batman is here. He's just gonna beat some people up.
Man.
Gonna be great. Good man. Another $2 by Party. Also, yay, got my broken tooth taken out. Hail all. Well, yeah, good stuff. That's good. That's good. No pain Rooney for you anymore. Good stuff. Jose Gonzalez with the 10 months of being a flim-flam. Thank you. Beware my small peen. Green Lantern's might. I don't think that's his might.
Hey, man, it's not the size, but how you use it.
No, you see.
Unless it's like really small, then your pinky would probably be a better choice.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of diminishing returns at a certain point. It's like, well, maybe you might want to just switch the hardware you're using.
Yeah, there was an animation I watched all the way back when I was a youngin'. It was on YouTube. It was called Man with the World's Smallest Penis. I've never been able to re-find that animation, but it is just literally what it is. It is a man who has the world's smallest penis, and he goes into the doctor, and he's like, I can't have sexual relations because I have a small penis. And he's like, we'll sort you out. Here's a noodle. And it's a very weird animation because they use like a little tiny robotic arm to put, I don't even know how to describe it, really. It's there. It's not porn. It's literally just a short film about the man with the world's smallest penis, and it's presented very seriously, but it's also kind of comedic at the same time. And I feel like I dreamt it because I can't find it again. But there it is. I think they even have a song like that plays at one point when he opens his legs and he goes, "The man with the world's smallest penis." And I'm like, what is this fever dream that I've not been able to rediscover, just to confirm that I did in fact see that. Anyway, there's my mental breakdown for the stream.
Awesome. That was good.
During the stream, I downloaded The Last of Us on PC to see if it was running any better, and was getting an average of 48 frames a second at high settings on an RTX.
So that's a no then.
Yeah, it's 20% off right now though, and Steam Deck verified some fucking how.
All right.
I don't know how they got that icon on there, but I mean, if my desktop's not running this well, I was like, I can't imagine it running on Steam Deck. But, yeah.
We got $5 by Jose. Fine. It just says. I was probably was like, if those stories don't give. I think it was when I said if those, I don't know, stories while I was peeing, don't make you give me all the super chats and subscriptions. I don't know what will. I think that's when that was. And there's one more. Another 5 by Jose Gonzalez. I love the story, Batman-tism included. Have some money to pay the Nazi booba lady.
Yeah, she gets enough money.
Yeah.
Metal, you keep that.
Exactly. Need more fart jokes for subscriptions. I did it. I did a fart and a joke. But yeah, that was the last super chat.
My soundboard might actually work here. I don't have farts, but I mean, I guess if we're getting to the end, it means we can maybe deserve one of these.
Oh yeah, there's an entire new system, isn't there?
Whoa.
I don't even know what half of these things do. Like, what does this one do?
Can you eat pussy like that?
Oh, that one. Oh, it does that. Okay.
That was loud.
Okay.
Mine's
that was loud. Oh, yeah.
Who the fuck dares call me?
I'm gonna stop that now.
You missed my super chat. I legit don't have one in here in my list from you, Andrew. I hope it wasn't eaten by YouTube or something. Cause no, it's legitimately not in here. I'm sorry. There's nothing here.
I can try to paw back through here.
Yeah, I'm looking because you can list them all in the chat now, but doesn't look like it's in here. Just type the message in here again. I hope. I hope YouTube just didn't take your money and just didn't do anything with it. That would be annoying. That happened to someone else before, I think.
Oh, I have one of those sounds too.
Oh no! Snake! Snake!
Yeah, well.
Woman be silent.
Why do you have all these?
So you can actually do that. So do you see in the Discord call? There's a little folder right to the left, and it'll have the little like music note on it, and it has like all these sounds you can play in the call. You could do it too, Metal, if you wanted to.
Oh, okay, Andrew. I think because of the way he spelled Ahsoka, it might be that YouTube just blocked it.
Oh,
because there's ass in there.
Oh, they didn't block it just now, so I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
YouTube
that's
is
weird.
weirdly picky about
Fuck is that?
so loud.
Yeah, look, some of these there's like 6 official Discord sounds, and the rest of them come from random servers, and they didn't sound check them clearly. Those ones, those are like the Wild West of the soundboard world.
Mine weren't on Discord. I just programmed them into my soundboard. I just don't have much of a variety.
An Ahsoka joke. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it ate it, but doesn't it normally just yeet the message and still send it or something? I don't know. It's weird. But it's 400 Hungary flames from Cernier that just says, "I am the last now," with a metal omega on it. You want a super jet? Put on the vest. You can't see me. You don't know if I have a vest on or not.
That was well timed.
Oh god. All right, but yeah, Andrew, I hope it just you get your money back because nothing was shown here. So I hope it just didn't go to the void because that would be annoying.
That would be annoying.
There's another 10. That's Canadian flames, isn't it? Cast.
Yeah. Real money.
Critically Chibi, thank you very much. Hey, gents, finally got past the Sea Spider in AC6. Nice, good job. So you can keep watching Whittle's playthrough spoiler-free. Hooray, it took 3 days. I'm a pro gamer. Well, I'm a little bit farther ahead now, as well. There was one stream after that, but you can watch a little bit of that, of course. It's all there. You can go watch it. But yeah, thank you very much.
Armored Core 6 is a good video game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing more on Saturday. I'm gonna sleep in, and actually I think my friend was gonna sleep here after the barbecue, so he doesn't have to bicycle back home at night. So I guess as soon as he fucks off, I'm gonna go live and play some Armored Core. You all so slow? Well, I'm sorry. I had friends to look after, you bastard.
I finished the game once.
I would, and I probably still wouldn't have finished though, because
I don't know. Like oh man, there is one. The first mission of Act 4 was pretty rough.
well,
But
I asked my chat while I was playing. I was like, "What are the chances I'm going to finish this today?" And there was like 5-0. So I was like, "Okay."
yeah, I mean, well, just there's a couple pretty tough battles. They aren't like impossible. You just really have to,
Yeah.
figure them out. You know.
I'm looking forward to a more challenging fight because my loadout of dual shotgun and dual songbirds has been annihilating everything so far.
What shotgun are you using?
Huh?
What shotgun are you using for the dual shot?
Dual Zimmermann.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I found that
That shit's
out.
tight.
I found that out in
Like
Act
me.
4, and- yeah, I'm willing to bet dual Zimmermans is going to be the thing that is looked at as like the new loadout because it's so good, and like I have a feeling that people are going to start figuring that out, man.
I saw other
Yeah.
people using the same loadout as me without them knowing I was doing it. It's like, oh, I guess people have been just finding that to be really good.
Yeah, no, literally, I did too. It's what I beat the game. I beat the final boss using dual Zimmermans.
Yeah.
Dual Zimmermans, a pulse blade, and a missile launcher.
You're gonna get nerfed? No, don't nerf my weapons in my single player campaign. It's lame. Nerf them for
It's fun.
Ew, it's everywhere.
That wasn't what I expected it to be.
You do need to use skill to use them. So like you got to time your shots, or you're going to be wasting your ammo. And yeah, some of the harder fights, if you will run out of ammo if you're not hitting the target when
Yeah.
you should be.
Missiles and dual Zimmermans are the meta right now. Yeah, I think the problem is they're just probably going to be used in Nest a whole lot and just makes it boring. Because metagaming destroys games. I'm going to say it right away. It's just so
Yeah.
annoying. Because I played with James a couple of rounds on the Nest, and we just fucking around with different builds and just see what's going on, figuring out how pissed the napalm is. It just doesn't hit anything.
Yeah, I didn't have any interest in using the napalm. I was like, well, because it says it slows down enemies that are on the ground. I was like, most of the difficult enemies I'm fighting are jumping all around, man. Like, when are they on the ground? When is that going to help me?
I found the Moonlight. It's so good. Yeah, I'm curious about that one. I don't even know how it looks. So it's... Oh no! I'm gonna get spoiled.
Heard that one in the headphones. Ooh, got scared there. I was like,
But
what?
yeah.
We in Canada now.
I could keep chatting on forever, but I have to get up in like, I don't know, 5.5 hours or something. I don't even know. Anyway, hey guys, thanks for hanging out. Would you guys have anything to plug? Anything going on? Just shoot away. Tell the people what's going on, Mr. Marc.
I mean, I'm just in not tomorrow, but the next day. I'm leaving for the Nerdrotic UK meetup. So
that's right, yeah.
if you're going to be in London next week, I'm going to be hanging out there. I might spend some of it indoors playing Starfield like a nerd, but I'll go to a pub, have some warm ale with some friends and whatnot. And yeah, we're going to be at the meetup there. I'm probably going to stream Starfield tomorrow, but that's likely the last time I'm going to be streaming for like the next week. But yeah, and I guess that's pretty much it. But if you follow like the X-Ray Girl, Nerdrotic, and those people, you'll probably see me in photos. I'm the one with the beard
Nice.
and the robot leg.
Link obviously in the description to the YouTubes and stuff.
Yeah.
As is tradition. Meme, what are you up to? Doing some gay little streams or whatever?
Yeah, so I'm going through the NetherRealm Mortal Kombat's leading up to MK1 that's coming later this month. And also a film just came out called Spider-Man Lotus. And it occurred to me that he can't legally copyright it and do anything about anyone streaming it because he doesn't own Spider-Man. But it also wouldn't be in any Disney databanks if as something that would be hit by the copyright thing. So
Yeah.
I did a poll asking if people would want me to do a reaction stream to that, and it was
Oh.
overwhelmingly yes. So
I think
I
Weekend
might be
Warrior
doing
made a video about that movie. I think I saw a notification that he was releasing something, or maybe he was doing a reaction as well. I don't know. I just saw a notification. I actually don't know what. I wasn't even aware what that was, but apparently it's like some fan-made film or whatever.
Yeah, it's the one with the
Is it
racist
live
Spider-Man.
action? Is it live action or animated?
It's live action. It's made by. It's basically Spider-Man Twitter made a film.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, and also they got into the main two guys behind it got in a lot of trouble because a lot of DMs leaked of them saying some not so nice things. So there's some extra meme value on that.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Miles better look out. Wrong Spider-Man. But yeah. So I might be doing that later today if I have energy. I might do it tomorrow. But ooh.
Is it so? Your Mortal Kombat streams, you going through every Mortal Kombat game, or just the recent ones story modes?
Just the recent ones, not because I don't want to go through the other ones, but just because it's such a pain to try and get all the other ones to work.
That was kind of my deal too. I recently played through the recent story modes and was thinking about diving back and going through more, but yeah, some of them are on the clunkier side as far as the way their stories are even presented. So it was more difficult to put together. But the new ones they're fun to play through on stream because they're kind of like a TV show.
Yeah.
And,
It's kind of funny because the newer ones have a more accessible story presentation, but the actual stories of the older ones are actually
better,
more they are better because in fact they fucked it up with because the new ones they're still meant to be in continuity up until a certain point because the divergence in the timeline happens at the beginning of the first MK. So there's still a bunch of lore that happened thousands of years before that should still be intact, but they play fast and loose with it. So it's like, yeah.
11
Fourth Snake has a lot of videos on that.
11 was a time.
Oh, that was a time. You're not wrong. That was definitely a time that happened in our lives. And also could they please keep voice actors on for like keep changing voice actors and it's so distracting every new game.
Mm-hmm. And as much as I think Ronda Rousey was a great MMA fighter, not the best voice actress.
And they had Trisha Helfer the previous game as Sonya Blade, and that's the worst part. They had like the perfect Sonya Blade the game before, and then they replaced her.
Who is number 6 in Battlestar Galactica, everybody. If you've seen Battlestar Galactica, you know.
Yeah. Was she also in Firefly?
Maybe she might have guessed it in an episode. I'm pretty sure she got married to Nathan Fillion. I don't know if they're still together, but
maybe that's why I'm thinking.
No, because Christina Hendricks was the really hot, like deceptive girl on Firefly. I was thinking that, but I was like, no, that wasn't Trish Helfer. That was a hot redhead, not a hot blonde. She's in Halo ODST though, which Nathan Fillion is also in.
Yeah, that's why I was getting confused because a lot of Halo ODST was using Firefly cast members from what I remember, or was it using Battlestar and Firefly mixed up? Someone correct me on this either way. I know that they were getting a bunch of sci-fi alumni.
There's at least one from each.
Yeah.
That I can confirm. Nathan Fillion, Trish Helfer.
Yeah. I love the guy who plays the rookie. I think he did an excellent job with his two grunts. Yes.
Yeah, what these two guys said. I have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
Have you never played Halo 3 ODST?
Maybe at some point. But it's been
not a bad campaign. It's pretty good.
Anyway, have to wrap up. I have to get up early actually. So
Sweet dream, German man.
Don't wanna kick you out or anything, but I need to get a little bit of sleep at least. So anyway, hey guys, thanks for hanging out. This was fun. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Bye everybody.
Bye everyone.
Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks to super chats and memberships and all good stuff. Thank you very much. And I'm gonna go die in Minecraft or sleep, one of the two. Anyway,
I'm gonna go talk to my wife.
Sure.
Nice.
I won't talk to your wife.
Yeah. She's been away for a week and a half. So
okay.
I haven't even said
hello.
Yeah,
you should.
No, it's all good. Anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out, and I'll catch you all next time. Bye bye.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Nah.